Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from tylawalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Rosalie. The alarm pierces through my dreams at 5 a.m., but I'm already half awake, my mind racing with bullet points and strategies. My bedroom wall, covered in Post-it notes and inspirational quotes, greets me with Michelle Obama's words, "There is no limit to what we can accomplish." I stretch and grab my laptop, surrounding myself with campaign notes spread across my king-sized bed. Education reform starts with, I practice under my breath, adjusting my tone for the fourth time. The pitch needs to be perfect for Senator Matthews' team. My phone buzzes. Mom's face lights up the screen. Another missed family dinner from last night. I swipe away the notification, adding it to the growing pile of guilt I keep locked away. Numbers don't lie. I continue my pitch, shuffling through statistical printouts. 37% of voters in your district prioritize education funding. The words flow easier now. Muscle memory from years of early mornings and late nights. A photo frame on my nightstand catches my eye. My niece's ballet recital from last month. Another event I missed. Between campaign strategies and donor meetings, my personal calendar looks like a war zone of crossed-out family commitments. This is what success looks like, I remind myself, picking up a coffee cup from the night before. My sister doesn't understand why I can't just take a weekend off. But in this industry, weekends are when the real work happens. While others brunched and relaxed, I was building strategies that won 3 major elections last year. The morning sun creeps through my window, illuminating the vision board above my desk. Headlines from successful campaigns, thank you notes from clients, and my own handwritten goals stare back at me. Each victory came with a price. Missed birthdays, canceled dates, relationships that fizzled before they began. I pull my hair into a tight bun, straighten my shoulders, and return to my pitch. By implementing these strategies, we can increase voter engagement by 42%. The words are sharp, calculated, just like the path I've chosen. I slip into my power suit, a sleek Navy number that's become my armor in Washington's political battleground. The mirror reflects back exactly what I've crafted. A woman who commands attention, who makes politicians listen when she walks into a room. The data speaks for itself. I practice, adjusting my posture. My reflection shows confidence. But I need more. In this city, especially as a Black woman, being good isn't enough. You have to be exceptional. My apartment, a carefully curated space in DuPont Circle, serves as both home and war room. Campaign posters from my victories line the walls, each one a reminder of late nights and calculated risk that paid off. The coffee table disappears under polling data and demographic breakdowns for Senator Matthews' district. When we look at the voting patterns, God damn it, I pause studying my delivery. Too mechanical. These aren't just numbers. They're stories. Stories of communities needing change, of voters waiting to be heard. That's what sells in D.C. Not just statistics, but vision. My phone lights up with messages from other campaign managers, all wanting to know if the rumors are true. Is Rosalie Clark taking on the impossible task of reviving Matthew's struggling campaign? They'll have their answer soon enough. I smoothed down my blazer, catching sight of the framed article on my wall. Rising star in political strategy reshapes local elections. That was 2 years ago. Now I'm after bigger games. The national stage beckons, and Matthew's campaign could be my ticket there. Your constituents aren't just looking for promises. I continue, pacing my living room. The morning sun streams through floor-to-ceiling windows, casting long shadows across strategy boards and district maps. They're looking for action, for someone who understands their daily struggles. The words flow easier now, carrying the weight of experience and ambition. Each campaign I've run has built to this moment. In a city where power shifts like sand, I've learned to plant my feet firmly and speak with authority that makes even veteran politicians take notice. With a sigh, I stride into the kitchen and grab some ingredients out of the fridge. I crack eggs into a pan, and my eyes gaze to a picture of myself in college. Smiling, my mind drifts to Professor Rodney Cooper's political theory class. 10 years ago, when I was a baby-faced freshman in college, I sat front row, hands shooting up for every question, certain I'd change the world with pure passion alone. Back then, my biggest worry was making it to morning lectures, after dancing all night at the Blue Room with my roommate Tanya. "Girl, you need to live a little." Tanya would drag me from my textbooks, forcing me into her sparkly tops that never quite fit right. But those nights, God, those nights were electric. Dancing until sunrise, debating policy with drunk philosophy majors, believing we could fix everything wrong with the system. The eggs sizzle, and I flip them with practiced efficiency. These days, breakfast is a tactical operation. Protein for focus, coffee for survival. Back then, breakfast was greasy diner food at 4 a.m., sharing fries with strangers who became best friends for one night only. "You're too smart to waste time partying," my advisors would say. But those parties taught me more about people than any textbook. Like the night I organized an impromptu rally after the dean tried to shut down the Multicultural Center. 500 students showed up, half of them still in their party clothes from the Blue Room. I plate my eggs, adding hot sauce, the same brand Tanya introduced me to during our late-night study sessions. "This will keep you awake better than coffee," she'd insist, dousing everything in that nuclear-level spice while we cram for finals. My phone pings with another campaign update, yanking me back to reality. I take a bite of my breakfast, remembering the taste of those 3 a.m. pizza slices shared with my study group, all of us certain we'd be the next generation of political revolutionaries. We were naive, but maybe that's what I miss most, that pure, unfiltered belief that anything was possible with enough determination and the right cause. My phone vibrates against the granite counter just as I'm rinsing my plate. Jessica's name flashes across the screen. "Tell me you've got good news." I wedge the phone between my ear and shoulder, wiping my hands on a dish towel. "Better than good. I've got 3 major outlets ready to cover your meeting with Matthews. We're positioning you as the strategic genius who turned around the Wilson campaign last year. And now you're about to do the same for the senator." I lean against the counter. And they're not focusing on the diversity angle again? "Please, give me some credit." Jessica's laugh crackles through the speaker. Though having a Black woman revolutionize political strategy in D.C. makes for one hell of a story. But no, this time it's all about your track record. The Post wants to run a piece on how you're reshaping modern campaign methodology. Perfect. I load my plate into the dishwasher. What about the senator angle? Already planted the seeds. Once Matthews announces his education reform plan, your education reform plan, we'll make sure everyone knows who the architect is. Building your profile for 2028 and 2026, I correct her. I'll be 30 years old by then. The midterms are our target. Ambitious as ever. I love it. Look, Between the Matthews campaign and your community outreach program, we're crafting the perfect narrative. The strategist who doesn't just win elections, she changes lives. Just make sure that we emphasize your policy expertise over personality. Already on it. By the time you announce your candidacy, voters will see you as the natural choice, the woman who's been fighting for their interests from both sides of the campaign. I check my watch. Speaking of fighting, I need to head out. The meeting's at 9. Go get him, future Senator Clark. And Rosalie, wear your blue blazer. It photographs better for the press. Already have it on. Thanks, Jess. Hanging up the phone, my right hand grips the kitchen counter. I close my eyes, letting the weight of my ambitions settle over me. My neck cracks, one side, then the other, releasing the tension that comes from countless hours hunched over strategy documents. The silence of my apartment wraps around me like a familiar embrace. This is it. The moment I've been working towards since I first stepped into a campaign office as an intern. Every late night, every missed family event, every sacrifice has led to this meeting. Senator Matthews isn't just another client. He's my stepping stone to the national stage. I grab my leather briefcase, the one I splurged on after my first major victory. Inside, meticulously organized documents outline a path not just for Matthews' campaign, but for my own future. Every strategy I craft for him builds my reputation, positions me for 2026. It's so close I can almost taste it. My keys jingle as I snatch them from the crystal bowl by the door. A housewarming gift from Mom when I moved into this luxury high-rise. The weight of the fob feels right in my palm, grounding me in this moment. The elevator doors slide open silently. One of the perks of living in a building where rent costs more than my first car. The parking garage levels are marked with gold-plated letters because in D.C., even underground parking needs to feel important. My heels echo against concrete as I walk to my assigned spot. Level P2, space 147. Everything in its place, just the way I like it. Just the way I need it to be to climb this ladder I've set my sights on. My Mercedes gleams under the fluorescent lights, another calculated choice. In this city, your car is as much a statement as your clothes. It says success without screaming new money. Perfect for a woman who plans to have her name on campaign posters within the next 4 years. I guide my Mercedes through DC's morning traffic, weaving between aggressive commuters and distracted Hill staffers. The familiar route to Capitol Hill stretches before me, each landmark a checkpoint in my mental preparation. Education reform isn't just about numbers. I practice, adjusting my rearview mirror. It's about creating pathways to success for every child in your district, Senator. A cyclist cuts in front of me, and I brake sharply. Focus, Rosalie. This meeting could change everything. I pull into the reserved parking spot, a small privilege that comes with being a known entity on the Hill. The garage's artificial lighting casts harsh shadows across my dashboard as I kill the engine. 47% of schools in your district are underperforming, I recite, checking my lipstick in the visor mirror. But with targeted investment and community engagement, my fingers drum against the steering wheel. Matthews is old school. He respects data but responds to storytelling. I need to paint him a picture he can't ignore. Think about Maria Rodriguez, Senator. Honor student, perfect SAT scores, accepted to Yale. I pause, letting the narrative build. But she's working at her parents' restaurant instead, because even with scholarships, the cost was too high. That's the reality in your district. We need to invest in these people. They're our future. The parking garage feels like a concrete cocoon, insulating me from the chaos above. Here, I can perfect my pitch, sharpen my weapons before stepping onto the battlefield. This could be my moment. Matthews has the influence to make my future campaign smoother, assuming I can convince him I'm worth the investment. But I've learned the hard way that in DC, today's allies can become tomorrow's opponents. Never get comfortable, I whisper to myself, gathering my briefcase. Comfortable gets you replaced. I check my watch. 20 minutes until the meeting. Just enough time to review my talking points one more time to ensure every argument is bulletproof. In this city, second chances are rarer than honest politicians. And I don't intend to fumble my shot at greatness.
Chapter 2. Cameron. The elevator doors slide open on the top floor of Quantum Nexus Technologies, and I stride out into the corridor of my empire. Phones ring off the hook. Keyboards clatter with frantic energy. The usual morning buzz has transformed into barely contained chaos. My executive assistant, Ezekiel, falls into step beside me. Mr. McDaniels, the PR team is already assembled in the Horizon room. I adjust my jacket cuff, maintaining my steady pace. Good. The lawsuit hit the news cycle this morning. Some startup claiming we stole their AI architecture. Amateur hour. But the media loves nothing more than painting a target on a tech giant's back, and I'm one of the best in the business. The vultures are circling above my head, waiting for the right time to peck at my remains. Employees scatter from my path, their faces tight with worry. 10 years I've spent building QNT from a garage startup into a Fortune 500 company. I've weathered worse storms than this. Sir, the stock dropped 8 points. It'll recover by end of day. I pause at the water cooler, filling a glass with deliberate slowness. Let them sweat it out a little longer in there. Have legal prepared the countermeasures we discussed? Yes, but then we're fine. I take a long sip, savoring the moment. Leadership isn't just about having the right answers. It's about projecting the confidence that makes others believe in those answers. The Horizon room buzzes with tense energy as I push through the glass doors. A dozen heads snap up from their phones and tablets. My PR director, Sandra West, looks like she hasn't slept in days. The legal team has already claimed one end of the conference table, their expressions grim. Ladies and gentlemen. I set my water glass down and unbutton my jacket, settling into my chair at the head of the table. I understand everyone's concerned about this morning's entertainment, but I assure you, this is nothing more than a desperate play for attention from a failing competitor. Sandra's fingers drum against her tablet. Cameron, they're calling for your resignation on Twitter. I lean back, a smile playing at my lips. They've been calling for my resignation since I was 25. Now shall we discuss how we're going to turn this circus into an opportunity? With a sigh, Sandra flicks on the wall display and starts showing me the worst of the headlines. Sandra flicks through screens with an exasperated air, each one showcasing another damning title. Tech giant QNT accused of intellectual property theft. Cameron McDaniels, innovation pioneer or corporate thief? Well, Jesus Christ. I rub my temples, feeling the tension building beneath my fingertips. 10 years of charitable foundations, STEM education initiatives, bringing cutting-edge tech to underfunded schools. And one baseless lawsuit threatens to unravel it all. The irony isn't lost on me. My life's work hanging by a thread because some second-rate competitor can't innovate their way out of a paper bag. Pull up our social metrics. The numbers aren't pretty. Mentions are through the roof. Sentiment is in the gutter. And #McDaniels must go is trending. These vultures don't care about the truth. They just want their pound of flesh. I've seen this dance before, but never with stakes this high. The thought of my employees, their families, everyone who's trusted in QNT's vision, they deserve better than this damn show. We need to get ahead of this narrative. I stand, pacing the length of the conference table, my footsteps echoing against the floor-to-ceiling windows. The city skyline stretches out before me, a reminder of everything I've built. What are our options? Traditional approach. Press release denying allegations. Highlight our track record of innovation. Sandra's voice lacks conviction. She knows as well as I do that playing defense won't cut it. We've built our reputation on being bold, taking risks. Now isn't the time to start playing it safe. Oliver from the legal department pipes up. We could countersue for defamation. Their claims won't hold up under scrutiny. That makes us look defensive. I shake my head. Next, what about leveraging your personal brand? This from Jenna. She adjusts her glasses as she continues. Your philanthropy work, especially the tech education initiative. They're already spinning that against us. Sandra pulls up another tweet storm, saying it was all PR coverage for stealing from smaller companies. Damn. I brace my hands on the table, scanning the faces around me. The company's worth is hemorrhaging by the minute, and the pressure of it all finally hits me. Thousands of jobs hang in the balance. My phone buzzes. Another board member demanding answers. Here's what we know. I straighten up, command returning to my voice. Their lawsuit is nonsense. Our AI architecture was developed in-house, and we've got the documentation to prove it. But public opinion moves faster than legal proceedings. We need something bold. Sandra's eyes meet mine. Something that changes the conversation entirely. Exactly. The beginnings of a plan form in my mind. Get me everything you can on this startup. Their financials, their development timeline, their key players. There's a story here we're not seeing. I run my fingers through my hair, staring at the city sprawling below. Every gleaming window out there represents someone whose life I've touched through QNT's innovations. Our educational programs have put tablets in the hands of kids who'd never touched a computer. Our AI research is revolutionizing healthcare accessibility, and now some bastards want to paint me as just another greedy tech baron. The problem isn't just the lawsuit. My voice cuts through the murmuring. It's the perception that we've lost touch with our mission. Everything I've built, everything we've built together, has been about making technology accessible to everyone. A hand shoots up from the far end of the table. It belongs to Theo, one of Sandra's junior PR specialists. Fresh out of college, still wet behind the ears. But there's a spark in his eyes I recognize. Mr. McDaniels, what if we flip the script entirely? Instead of defending against the lawsuit, we double down on your personal story, your commitment to philanthropy. He stands, gaining confidence. Remember the viral response when you spent a week teaching coding at that inner-city school? People connect with authenticity. Go on. I turn from the window. Well, your bachelor status has always generated buzz. What if we arranged a high-profile relationship? Maybe even a marriage? I cut him off with a sharp laugh. We're not that desperate yet. But Sandra's head snaps up, her fingers frozen over her tablet. Something dangerous glints in her eyes. I know that look. It's the same one she had before orchestrating my spontaneous speech at last year's tech conference, the one that landed us on every major network. The personal angle isn't completely wrong, Sandra says carefully. People trust human stories more than corporate statements. Focus on the facts. I tap the table for emphasis. Our innovation record, our patents, our... With respect, Cameron, Sandra interrupts. Facts don't go viral, stories do. Absolutely not. I level my gaze at Sandra. Whatever matchmaking scheme you're cooking up in that devious mind of yours, kill it now. We handle this with facts and transparency. Sandra closes her tablet with a decisive snap. Then let me book you for a series of interviews. Major networks, tech publications, the works. You tell our story. Show them the real Cameron McDaniels. Fine. I loosen my tie. The morning's tension has crept into my shoulders. Set it up, but no fluff pieces. I want serious journalists who'll dig into the technical aspects. CNBC has been requesting an exclusive. Sandra's fingers fly across her phone, her perfectly manicured nails tapping away with practiced efficiency. They'll want to discuss the lawsuit. Book it. I turn to legal, my jaw clenched with determination. These baseless accusations aren't going to tank everything I've built. Have those development timelines ready by this afternoon. Every document, every line of code. I want it bulletproof. If they're going to claim we stole their tech, we'll bury them in evidence proving otherwise. Oliver nods, already gathering his papers, his usual methodical self. We'll have it compiled within the hour. The documentation trail is extensive. Good. I scan the room one final time, meeting each pair of eyes. There's no fear there, just determination. Anyone else? Silence answers. These people know their jobs. They're the best in the business. It's why I hired them. Every damn one of them has proven their worth 10 times over. All right, people. I straighten my jacket, addressing the room, letting my voice carry that edge of authority that served me well since founding Quantum Nexus. I trust you to handle this. You're the best PR and legal teams money can buy. Prove it. I want final solutions on my desk by end of day. Make it happen. The room empties in a shuffle of papers and clicking heels. Sandra lingers behind, her tablet pressed against her chest like a shield. The glass doors swing shut behind the last person, leaving us alone in the suddenly quiet conference room. Spit it out, Sandra. I drop into my chair, loosening my tie. You've got that look. Theo wasn't wrong about the personal angle. Christ, not this again. I rake my fingers through my hair. A fake relationship? That's your solution to the nonsense they're throwing at me right now? Sandra perches on the edge of the conference table. Think about it. Your image is too clinical. Too much business, not enough heart. The public sees you as this untouchable tech mogul. Because that's what I am. No, you're more than that. But right now, people are ready to believe you'd steal from competitors because they don't see your human side. My human side? I scoff. What's next? Should I start posting workout selfies? Cameron. Her voice carries that stern tone she reserves for when I'm being particularly stubborn. Your bachelor status is a story waiting to happen. The right relationship could humanize you, show people the man behind the empire. It's ridiculous. But even as I say it, I remember how the press ate up that school visit, how donations tripled after they saw me teaching kids to code. And transparent as hell. Only if we do it wrong. Sandra's eyes gleam with possibility. But done right, it could be exactly what we need to shift the narrative. I shake my head, pinching the bridge of my nose. This isn't some reality TV show, Sandra. We're talking about my company's reputation. And your company's reputation is tied to your personal image, whether you like it or not. She slides into the chair next to me, her expression softening. Look, I wouldn't suggest this if I didn't think it could work. Give me a chance to make some calls, set something up. My eyes narrow at her. You want me to play pretend husband while dealing with a lawsuit that could tank my stock prices? I want you to show the world who you really are. The guy who spends weekends teaching coding to underprivileged kids. The one who actually gives a damn about making technology accessible to everyone. Someone who isn't just all talk. No bite. Damn it. Sandra knows exactly which buttons to push. In the years she's handled my PR, she's never steered me wrong. Even when her ideas seemed insane at first. Like that impromptu TED Talk or the viral campaign that launched our education initiative. You're the best in the business, Sandra. That's why I hired you. I lean back, studying her determined expression. But this feels different. Trust me. She stands, smoothing her skirt. Just like you trusted me with the school program. Remember how skeptical you were about that? Fine. The word comes out like a surrender. Make your calls. But I want full veto power on whatever scheme you cook up. Of course. Her smile is pure victory. You won't regret this, Cameron. I already do. But there's no heat in my words. If anyone can pull off this crazy plan, it's Sandra.
Chapter 3. Rosalie. I paced the length of my office, each click of my heels against hardwood, marking another second of anticipation. The Washington Monument stands tall through my window, a silent witness to my internal chaos. 3 hours since I presented the educational reform pitch to Senator Matthews. 3 hours of radio silence. It went well. At least, I think it went well. Or am I overestimating myself? Did he think it was trash? Why else would there be so much silence after the fact? My fingers drum against the mahogany desk as I pass it for the 100th time. This could change everything. Landing a senator would cement my position as a top political strategist in D.C., open doors I've been knocking on for years. Come on. I checked my phone again. Nothing. The wall of achievements, certificates, campaign photos, press clippings, stares back at me, each one a step up the ladder, earned through sleepless nights and relentless determination. But Senator Matthews, he'd be the elevator straight to the top, the kind of connection that turns whispers into shouts in Washington's power corridors. My phone buzzes against the desk, making me jump. Jessica's name lights up the screen, my PR agent's perfectly timed check-in like always. Tell me you have good news. I pressed the phone to my ear, already smiling, picturing the senator's team reaching out with that golden yes we've been waiting for. Rosie? Jessica's voice carries that tone, the one that makes my stomach drop to my feet, the one that signals incoming disaster. We have a situation. I sink into my chair, the leather creaking under my weight. My free hand grips the armrest so tight my knuckles strain. What kind of situation? A video from your college days. She pauses, and in that silence, I can hear her trying to choose her next words carefully. It's making rounds on social media. Twitter's already picked it up, and it's spreading fast. The air leaves my lungs. College. I rack my brain, scrolling through memories like a highlight reel of potential disasters. What video? Spring break, junior year. Miami. My hand grips the armrest. Miami, the contest, the bar, oh God. It's trending. Jessica's typing echoes through the phone, already picked up by 3 news sites. The monument outside my window blurs. Everything I've built, every careful step up the political ladder, every pristine press release and calculated public appearance, all of it threatened by one stupid night from 7 years ago. How bad? Bad enough that we need to get ahead of this. Now, the phone nearly slips from my sweating palm. Senator Matthews has already seen it. My stomach lurches as memories flood back. Miami. Spring break of junior year. The bass had thumped through the packed bar, sweet coconut rum coating my tongue. We were so stupid. I pressed my fingers to my temples. So stupid. Talk to me, Rosie. What exactly are we dealing with? The scenes play like a highlight reel of bad decisions. Me, up on the bar in my electric blue bikini top and jean shorts, drink held high. The crowd chanting as I danced, hips swaying to some pop song I can barely remember. Then Tommy, or was it Timmy, challenging me to that ridiculous contest. It was this drinking game. My voice sounds distant, hollow. Body shots, but we made it competitive. Teams of 2, racing to see who could do the most in 3 minutes. Jesus, Rosalie. I won. The word tastes bitter now. Everyone was screaming, phones out. I thought it was hilarious at the time, jumping up and down, yelling spring break champion, while some frat boy poured tequila down I can't finish the sentence. And I can't bring myself to open up my social media to see what people are saying about it all. The memory shifts to crystal clarity. My younger self, wild-haired and carefree, licking salt off a stranger's abs while the crowd roared. Such a far cry from the woman who now wears tailored suits and crafts policy proposals. I remember thinking it would make such a great story. I laugh, but it comes out more like a sob. God, I was such an idiot. All those phones. I should have known someone would. Hey, breathe. Jessica's voice cuts through my spiral. You were in college. Everyone does stupid mess in college. Not everyone wants to run campaigns for senators. My eyes drift to the framed photo on my desk, me shaking hands with the mayor after his successful re-election. The image of perfect professionalism. This isn't just some embarrassing moment, Jess. This is everything I've tried not to be. Everything I've worked to prove I'm not. The room spins slightly as another memory surfaces. Me, stumbling out of the bar at 3 a.m., mascara smeared, declaring to anyone who'd listen that I was living my best life. If only that girl could see me now, watching everything I've built start to crumble. The video's at 50,000 views. Jessica's voice cuts through my thoughts. And climbing. My stomach churns. 50,000 people watching me make an absolute fool of myself. 50,000 judgments. 50,000 reasons why I'm not fit to run campaigns, to shape policy, to be taken seriously in this cutthroat city. My mom's going to see this. I press my palm against my forehead. My former professors, every politician I've ever worked with or hoped to work with. Stop. We can handle this. Keys click rapidly on Jessica's end. Remember the congressman's daughter's yacht party incident? Or that governor's aide with the karaoke disaster? I managed those. This is different. I stand up, my legs shaky. Those were other people's scandals. This is mine. Everything I've built, 7 years of perfect behavior, of being twice as professional, twice as prepared, twice as proper as everyone else, because that's what it takes when you're... My voice cracks. One video. One stupid night is all it takes to confirm every stereotype, every whispered doubt about whether I belong in these rooms. Rosalie Clark, don't you dare go down that road. But I'm already there, picturing the sneers, the raised eyebrows, the polite dismissals, the way they'll look at me and see nothing but that girl on the bar, wild and reckless, definitely not senatorial material. I can't lose this opportunity with Matthews. My voice sounds small, even to my own ears. His education reform bill could change lives, real lives, kids who deserve better schools, better futures. And we won't let them down. Jessica's tone shifts to that steel-back confidence that made me hire her in the first place. Give me 24 hours. I'll have a strategy mapped out, every angle covered. This isn't career suicide, Rosie. It's a speed bump. I want to believe her, need to believe her, but all I can think about is how hard I've worked to be taken seriously in this city of power players and kingmakers. One viral video threatening to unravel it all. Trust me, Jessica says. We'll fix this. I nod, even though she can't see me, and try to ignore how my hands won't stop shaking. I end the call and drop my phone onto the desk. The tears come without warning, hot and furious, streaking down my cheeks. My shoulders shake as I try to muffle the sobs with my hand. 7 years of calculated moves. 7 years of perfect image management. 7 years of being the composed professional strategist who never puts a foot wrong, all threatened by 3 minutes of spring break stupidity. Think, Rosalie, think. My voice cracks as I swipe at my eyes, smearing mascara across my fingers. The Washington Monument stands unchanging through my window, indifferent to my crisis. Its stark white obelisk pierces the spring sky, a reminder of how small my problems are in the grand scheme of things. Not that it helps right now. I pull out a legal pad, determined to channel this into something productive. Strategy. That's what I do. That's who I am. Not that girl on the bar. Not the idiot who let her guard down for one night of supposed fun with her college friends, but my usually sharp mind draws blanks. The pen trembles in my grip, leaving uneven dots on the yellow paper. Each attempt at a solution dissolves before it fully forms. My office, usually a sanctuary of clear thinking and decisive action, feels like it's closing in on me. Press release? Too formal. Makes it look like a bigger deal than it is. Social media post? God, no. That'll just drive more traffic to the video. Ignore it? The view count climbing by the minute says that's not an option. Every notification ping feels like another nail in the coffin of my carefully constructed career. The numbers mock my attempts at damage control. My tears drip onto the paper, blurring the ink spots. I've handled scandals before, trying to be a helping hand for clients and for colleagues alike. But being on this side of the crisis feels like drowning. Every potential solution seems to carry another way it could backfire. The framed photo of my mother at my college graduation catches my eye. Her proud smile. The way she'd hugged me and whispered, "You're going to change the world, baby girl." Not like this. Not as the spring break body shot champion gone viral. A fresh wave of tears hits as I picture Senator Matthews watching that video. His stern face, his reputation for old school values, the educational reform bill that could have helped thousands of kids like I used to be, slipping away because I couldn't keep my shirt on at a beach bar 7 years ago. My hands shake as I reach for a tissue. Even now I can hear the imagined whispers, the snickers, the knowing looks that say I was never meant for these marble halls and power meetings. I gather my belongings with mechanical movements, shoving files and my laptop into my designer bag. My office, my sanctuary of ambition and achievement, suddenly feels suffocating. The wall of accolades mocks me with their pristine frames and perfectly positioned arrangements. Am I just a fraud? Do I even deserve any of this? The drive home beckons like an escape route. I need comfort food, the kind I usually avoid because image matters in this town. But right now, screw image. That ship has sailed straight into viral infamy. My heels click against the marble floors as I make my way to the parking garage. A group of interns huddle near the elevator, their chatter dying as I approach. Are they looking at their phones? Have they seen it? The paranoia crawls under my skin. I pull into the drive-thru of Burger King, ordering a Whopper with cheese, large fries, and a chocolate shake. The girl at the window doesn't recognize me. Small mercies. Next stop, the corner store for Ben & Jerry's. Tonight calls for the heavy artillery, Chunky Monkey and Cherry Garcia. The paper bags rustle in my passenger seat, filling my car with the scent of grease and salt. Jessica will figure something out. She always does. But the knot in my stomach tightens with each passing minute, each notification ping, each imagined conversation in tomorrow's offices. It's just a video, I whisper to myself, knuckles tightening around the steering wheel. Just a stupid video. But in DC, image is everything. One viral moment can erase years of carefully crafted reputation. Senator Matthews' face flashes in my mind again. His measured gaze during my presentation, the way he nodded at my statistics about underfunded schools, all that work, all those hours of preparation, potentially undone by 3 minutes of tequila-soaked poor judgment. My apartment building comes into view, its familiar facade offering the promise of sanctuary. Tonight, I'll allow myself this indulgence of comfort food and self-pity. Tomorrow will come whether I'm ready or not.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby. But he's fine, so let's see where this goes.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyla Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet. And the best part?
90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $59.99, you'll get over 500 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 books for 59 cents a book anywhere else.
Less than $1 per book for all the dirty fun I can handle?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyla.
Chapter 4. Cameron. I lean back in my leather chair, scrolling through emails while Sandra paces my office, phone pressed to her ear. I watch her with narrowed eyes, wondering what types of plans she's concocting with other PR agents right now. Sandra's well connected with most of Washington, D.C.'s major players within her extensive phone contact list. Sandra's heels click against the hardwood as she ends another call, a satisfied smirk playing at her lips. You won't believe who's in hot water now. Hit me. I close my laptop with a definitive snap, giving her my full attention. Political drama is part of the DC game, and Sandra always has the best intel. Rosalie Clark. Sandra perches on the edge of my desk, practically vibrating with the juicy news. Remember that brilliant education reform campaign she's trying to run for Senator Matthews? Well, someone dug up a video from her college days. Spring break in Miami. It's making rounds on social media. Twitter's already having a field day with it. My interest spikes at the mention of her name, and I lean forward in my chair. I followed Rosalie's career since she first emerged in DC's political scene, impressed by how she'd climbed the ranks with a mix of raw talent and pure grit. Her strategic mind and unwavering determination have earned her quite the reputation. Hell, she's managed to outmaneuver some of the city's most seasoned players. What kind of video? I ask, already running through damage control scenarios in my head. Dancing on a bar in a bikini, taking body shots. Sandra shakes her head. Conservative media's going crazy about it, per usual. They're calling her unprofessional, questioning her capability to handle serious political matters. That's ridiculous. I stand, walking to the window. She's one of the sharpest strategists in DC. A decade-old spring break video doesn't change that. The timing's suspicious. Just as she's about to secure her spot in Matthew's office, this comes out. Of course it's suspicious. I turn back to Sandra. Someone's trying to discredit her before the campaign kicks off. Classic dirty politics. Sandra's eyes gleam with that look I've learned to both respect and fear. You know, this could be the perfect opportunity to revisit our previous discussion. Christ, not the fake marriage scheme again. I rake my fingers through my hair, already knowing where this is headed. We've been through this. Well, the timing's perfect. Exceptionally so. Sandra straightens, all business. Your tech company's stock took a hit, and will continue to do so. Her reputation's getting dragged through mud over a college video. You both need positive PR. So your solution is to orchestrate some bad romance? I cross my arms, leaning against the window frame. How the hell would that even work? It would work because you're both respected figures in completely different spheres. Tech meets politics. Innovation meets social reform. The power couple DC never knew it needed. Sandra's smirk widens. Plus, I already ran it by Jessica Niles. That stops me cold. You did what? Who's that? Rosalie's PR agent. We had lunch yesterday. She thinks it's brilliant. Sandra pulls out her tablet, fingers flying across the screen. A whirlwind romance between a tech billionaire and a rising political strategist? The media will eat it up. Your scandal will get buried under wedding speculation, and her spring break video becomes a non-story. And Rosalie agreed to this circus? Jessica's presenting it to her today, but between you and me? Sandra's expression turned smug. She's going to say yes. She needs this win as much as you do. I push off from the window, pacing the length of my office. The logical part of my brain sees the strategy. It's clean, effective, and mutually beneficial. But something about involving Rosalie Clark in this scheme doesn't sit right. This is insane. This is DC, Sandra counters. And sometimes insane is exactly what we need. Walk me through the logistics. I drop back into my chair, pinching the bridge of my nose. I'm assuming we're going to need to do a bunch of paperwork to get this thing rolling. What kind of contracts are we talking about? Sandra pulls up a document on her tablet. Non-disclosure agreements for both parties and their teams. A detailed timeline agreement. Financial arrangements clearly stating no shared assets. Everything's covered. And how long would this charade need to last? Minimum 1 year. Long enough to be believable. Short enough to maintain control. Sandra hands me the tablet. After that, a quiet, amicable divorce. No drama, no headlines. I scan through the preliminary contract, impressed despite myself by the thoroughness. What about public appearances? Joint charity events, political fundraisers, tech conferences, places you'd both naturally be anyway. Sandra ticks off points on her fingers. We'll coordinate schedules to maximize visibility while minimizing disruption to your actual lives. And Rosalie's team drafted this with you. Jessica and I spent hours on it. Everything's ironclad. Sandra pauses, a knowing look crossing her face. You know, I've seen her at events. Rosalie Clark is stunning in person. Those photos in the post don't do her justice. I try to maintain my professional demeanor, but memories of seeing Rosalie at last year's Tech Innovation Summit flash through my mind. The way she'd commanded attention in that red dress, her natural curls framing her face as she challenged some Silicon Valley CEO's stance on data privacy. My jaw clenches. This isn't about attraction, Sandra. No, but it doesn't hurt that you'd be fake married to one of DC's most beautiful and brilliant women. Sandra's smile turned sly. Who knows? Maybe playing house with Rosalie Clark won't feel like such a hardship. I open my laptop again, pulling up articles about Rosalie's career achievements. The screen fills with headlines about her groundbreaking work on education reform, her successful grassroots campaigns, and the way she transformed local politics through social media engagement. Behind the recent barrage of tabloid trash lies a track record that puts most DC veterans to shame. At 28, she's already masterminded 3 winning Senate campaigns and revolutionized digital outreach for minority voters. The numbers don't lie. Her strategies have consistently delivered results. I click through to a recent photo from a Democratic fundraiser. The image captures her mid-speech, one hand gesturing with passionate conviction. Her natural curls frame her face in a way that draws attention to her sharp, intelligent eyes. There's an intensity in her expression, a fire that matches the bold red of her dress. The camera caught her in her element, commanding attention, radiating confidence. My finger traces the edge of the screen. The photos I find show a woman who owns every room she walks into. Her smile carries a hint of challenge, like she knows exactly how capable she is and dares anyone to question it. Those full lips often curve into a knowing smirk that probably drives her opponents crazy. Her brown skin glows under camera flashes, and her athletic figure moves with natural grace, whether she's crossing a stage or working a crowd. Vultures, I mutter, closing a tab filled with speculation about the Miami video. The contrast between these recent hit pieces and her actual accomplishments makes my blood boil. Someone's definitely orchestrating this takedown, trying to reduce this brilliant strategist to nothing more than a spring break snapshot. I lean back in my chair, the image of Rosalie still burning in my mind. Sandra's suggestion about this marriage scheme doesn't seem quite as insane now. At least, not when I consider the alternative, watching someone's career get derailed by cheap shots and manufactured outrage. Sandra's been watching me with a knowing grin, like she's already won. So, have you thought about it enough yet? I let out a heavy sigh. The political landscape of D.C. stretches out beyond my office window, a maze of power plays and strategic alliances. And here I am, contemplating adding my own twisted contribution to that game. Doesn't look like I have many other options that'll give quick results, does it? Now you're getting it. Sandra straightens, smoothing her blazer. This marriage arrangement will save you both. The press will eat up the romance angle, your stock will stabilize, and her reputation will recover. 2 birds, 1 very elegant stone. My fingers drum against the desk as I scan through another article about Rosalie. The headline screams about her supposed fall from grace, but the photo shows her walking into an office building, head held high despite the paparazzi circus around her. And all I have to do is say yes. That's it. Jessica and I will handle everything else. The contracts, the press releases, the public appearances. We'll coordinate it all. Sandra pulls out her phone. Just give me the word and we'll set this in motion. I stare at Rosalie's photo one last time. Something in her expression, that mix of defiance and determination, makes my decision easier. Fine. Do it. Sandra's fingers fly across her phone screen, her smile growing wider with each message she sends to Jessica. The soft pings of outgoing emails fill my office. When do I meet with her? My fingers play with the cufflinks on my suit. We need to discuss these terms face to face. Tomorrow afternoon. Jessica's already cleared Rosalie's schedule. Sandra doesn't look up from her phone. Don't worry, it'll be a walk in the park. I push back from my desk, standing to pace the room. A walk in the park? We're planning to deceive the entire country. What if... I stop, staring out the window at the passing birds flying overhead. What if things get complicated? Complicated how? Sandra finally looks up, one eyebrow raised. You know what I mean. Feelings, emotions, all that messy things that comes with pretending to be in love with someone. Sandra lets out a laugh. Please, you're both professionals. This is DC. Everyone here knows how to separate business from pleasure. You make it sound so simple. Because it is simple. She waves her hand dismissively. You'll meet, sign the contracts, do some public appearances together. No different than any other business arrangement. Except most business arrangements don't involve living together and pretending to be madly in love. Cameron. Sandra's voice takes on that no-nonsense tone she uses when I'm being difficult. You're overthinking this. The contracts are clear. No emotional entanglements. Just stick to the script. I lean against the window frame, watching the DC traffic below. And you really think Rosalie will be on board with all this? Trust me, she already is. She's as pragmatic as they come. Jessica says she's going to accept the terms in whatever form they come in. Sandra stands, gathering her things. Just focus on the end goal. This time next year, your stock will be solid, her reputation will be restored, and you'll both go your separate ways. Clean and simple. I watch Sandra's confident stride as she exits my office, her heels clicking against the hardwood in a steady rhythm that matches my heartbeat. The door closes with a soft click, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the weight of what I've just agreed to. Dropping back into my chair, I pull up Rosalie's profile again. The screen's glow illuminates her features, those determined eyes, that challenging smile. A fake marriage. To her, the concept still feels surreal, like something out of those romance novels I see being advertised in every bookshop in the city. This decision could either be the smartest business move I've made, or the biggest disaster of my career. There's no middle ground with schemes like this in D.C. The city sprawls before me, A labyrinth of power and ambition where one wrong step can end everything you've built. I've navigated hostile takeovers, weathered tech crashes, and outmaneuvered corporate sharks. But this is different. This is personal, even if it's meant to be just business. No emotional entanglements, professional boundaries. Everything laid out in neat legal language that tries to contain something as messy as pretending to be in love. My stomach twists. What if Sandra's wrong? What if this whole charade blows up in our faces? I've built my empire on calculated risks, but this feels like playing with fire. One slip, one wrong move, and both our reputations could burn to ash. And running my hands through my hair, I stare at the ceiling. Tomorrow, I'll meet Rosalie Clark face to face, and we'll sign away a year of our lives to this elaborate lie. I just hope to God this decision doesn't become the one that finally brings me down.
Chapter 5. Rosalie. I pull out my favorite shot glasses, the ones with little golden stars that sparkle under my apartment's dim lighting. The tequila bottle lands on my granite counter with a definitive thunk. I swear to God, Dolly, this week has been a complete trash show. I pour 2 generous shots, sliding one across to my friend who's perched on a bar stool. Dolly's green eyes widen as she takes the glass. Spill it. What happened with Senator Matthews? Oh, I had him. I know I did. Support locked and loaded. I throw back my shot, the liquid burning down my throat. Then some jerk posts this video of me at a bar in Miami from years ago when I was in college. The horror. Dolly's voice drips with sarcasm. What were you doing? Dancing on tables? That and some body shots. I pour another round, despite the residual burn still lingering in my throat. Now Jessica's brilliant solution is for me to get fake married. Dolly chokes on her shot. I'm sorry, what? Yep. According to her, I need to soften my image. Get the press off of the bar story for a while. And apparently, the perfect candidate is Cameron McDaniels. The billionaire? The one who's always in those most eligible bachelor lists? The very same. I knock back another shot. Jessica thinks his golden boy reputation will balance out the scandal, like I'm some rabid animal that needs to be tamed by a rich white guy. Hold up. Dolly leans forward, her black hair falling over one shoulder. Cameron McDaniels, though? The man is walking sex on a stick. He's also probably an entitled jerk who's never heard the word no in his life. I cap the tequila bottle before I can pour another shot. But Jessica's right about one thing. My campaign needs damage control. Fast. Dolly shakes her head, her curls bouncing with the movement. You're being way too harsh. From everything I've heard, he's actually a really nice guy. Nice? I scoff, drumming my fingers against the counter. He's a billionaire, Dolly. There has to be something seriously wrong with him. Maybe he kicks puppies or has bodies buried in his backyard. Oh my God. Would you listen to yourself? She snatches the tequila bottle before I can reach for it again. Having money doesn't automatically make someone evil. Name one billionaire who isn't problematic. Cameron McDaniels. She points at me with the bottle. And before you start, he had some Nepo connections when starting up his company, sure. But he turned it into something bigger. Created jobs, invested in education programs for underprivileged kids. PR stunts? Girl, no. He developed that software that helps detect early-stage breast cancer. My cousin's life was saved because of it. Dolly sets the bottle down with more force than necessary. And his company's new clean energy initiative? That's going to make sustainable power actually affordable for regular people. Okay, fine. I throw my hands up. So he's not actively destroying the planet. He's still probably got some massive character flaw. Nobody gets that successful without stepping on people. Or maybe, Dolly leans forward, jabbing a finger into my shoulder. Maybe you're just looking for excuses because you're scared this might actually work. I'm not scared of anything. The words come out too quick, too defensive. I just don't want my career tied to some tech bro who probably thinks women belong in the kitchen. First of all, he has 3 women on his executive board. Second, she holds up her hand before I can interrupt. His mom was a civil rights attorney. Pretty sure he knows better than that. I rub my temples, feeling the tequila start to work its magic. Fine. Doll, what do you want from me? You want me to talk about how hot he is? Let's talk about it. Those eyes that probably make panties drop across 3 zip codes? That jawline that could cut glass? Yeah, I've seen the magazine covers. Don't forget those arms. Dolly fans herself. Have you seen him rock climbing in that spread for GQ? Not helping. I grab a water bottle from my fridge, knowing I need to stay somewhat clear-headed. And now I have to meet him tomorrow. Him and his PR agent. Wait, what? Dolly practically jumps off her stool. You didn't lead with that? Because I'm trying not to think about it. I take a long swig of water. Jessica already got me to agree to this whole circus, said it was the best move for damage control. And you said yes? In a moment of weakness or panic, probably both, I lean against the counter, letting my head fall back. God, what was I thinking? A fake marriage? To someone I've never even met? To a gorgeous billionaire philanthropist. Dolly wiggles her eyebrows. Who, might I add, has never been caught in a relationship scandal. Not one leaked nude, no secret baby mamas, nothing. He's in some hot water with another tech company right now. But I swear those tech bros are always fighting with each other for one reason or another. No relationship drama means he's either boring as hell or really good at hiding bodies. Or maybe, and hear me out here, he's actually decent. I groan, sliding down to sit on my kitchen floor. The cool tiles feel good against my legs. The meeting's at 10 tomorrow, and I'm already regretting everything. Girl, get up. Dolly joins me on the floor, her designer jeans probably collecting dust. She stretches her legs out next to mine, and I can smell her signature vanilla perfume. This could be good for you, both professionally and, you know. She nudges my shoulder. Don't even go there. I press my water bottle to my forehead, savoring the cool condensation against my skin. My kitchen tiles aren't exactly the most professional place to have a breakdown, but here we are. This is strictly business, a PR arrangement, nothing else. Keep telling yourself that. Dolly smirks, giving me that knowing look she's perfected over years of friendship. Just promise me you'll at least try to keep an open mind tomorrow. Fine. I close my eyes and let out a long-suffering sigh. The weight of tomorrow's meeting already feels like it's crushing my chest. But if he turns out to be a jerk, I'm blaming you, and I'll make sure to mention it in every speech for the next year. Dolly's smile turned soft, almost maternal. You know what? I actually saw him in action once. Remember that charity gala for the Children's Hospital last spring? The one you kept bragging about getting tickets to? How could I forget? Well, there was this young waiter. Couldn't have been more than 19. Poor kid was carrying this tray of champagne, trying to navigate through all these stuffy rich people. Someone bumped into him and boom, champagne everywhere, all over his uniform. I wince. Let me guess. Some entitled jerk made a scene? Actually, Cameron McDaniels was right there, and before anyone could say anything, he steps in, takes off his own jacket, this gorgeous Tom Ford piece that probably cost more than my car, and helps the kid clean up. Then he's just talking to him, making jokes, getting him to laugh. Seriously? Hand to God. Dolly raises her right hand. But that's not even the best part. Later, I overheard the kid telling another server that McDaniels slipped him a $5,000 tip. Said something about remembering what it was like to be young and nervous at these events. 5,000? My eyebrows shoot up. For spilled champagne? That's what I'm saying. The guy's got money, sure, but he's not a jerk about it. And the way he handled it, no cameras, no PR team hovering around. He just did it because that's who he is. I take another sip of water, trying to process this information. It doesn't fit with the image I've constructed in my head of the typical tech billionaire. Look, Dolly continues, I'm not saying you'll fall in love with the guy once you marry him, but maybe, just maybe, this arrangement won't be the nightmare you're making it out to be. I twist the water bottle in my hands, watching droplets race down the plastic. The last time I let my guard down around someone, it didn't end well. Tyler was a jerk. Dolly's voice hardens at the mention of my ex. And that was years ago. You can't keep armoring yourself against every possibility of getting hurt. Watch me. But even I can hear how weak that sounds. Besides, this isn't about finding love or whatever. It's about salvaging my career before it implodes. And that's exactly why I'm proud of you. Dolly bumps her shoulder against mine. Most people would curl up and hide after a scandal. But you're like, oh, compromising video? Let me just marry a billionaire real quick. A laugh escapes before I can stop it. When you put it that way, it sounds insane. It's brilliant is what it is. Think about it. By this time next week, every news outlet in D.C. will be buzzing about the whirlwind romance between the ambitious political strategist and the tech mogul philanthropist. She waves her hand like she's painting a headline in the air. No one's going to care about some ancient party video when they've got this to gossip about. And Cameron's tech rivalry drama gets buried under wedding bells. I tap my bottle against hers. At least that's what Jessica keeps saying. Girl, trust me. This time next month, that video will be ancient history. The only thing people will remember is how you managed to land one of DC's most eligible bachelors. If he agrees, I chew my lower lip. He still has to say yes tomorrow, and he might get cold feet too. He could say no. Please. Dolly rolls her eyes. What's he going to say no to? A gorgeous, brilliant woman who can help fix his image while he helps fix hers? It's a win-win. I really hope you're right. I let my head rest against the cabinet behind me. Because if this doesn't work, I'm pretty much out of options. Dolly pushes herself off the floor, extending her hand to me. Come on. You need something in your stomach besides tequila if you want to look fresh for tomorrow's meeting. I groan, but let her pull me up. My head spins a little. Maybe that last shot wasn't the best idea. I've got bell peppers, some onions. I open my fridge, scanning the contents. Oh, and those mushrooms I bought yesterday. Perfect. We'll make that quick stir fry I taught you. Dolly's already rolling up her sleeves, grabbing my cutting board. Where's your good knife? Second drawer. I pull out the vegetables while she retrieves the knife. You don't have to cook for me, doll. Who said anything about cooking for you? She hands me a pepper. You're helping. I'm not letting you wake up tomorrow looking like death warmed over when you're meeting DC's most eligible bachelor. I start dicing the pepper, focusing on keeping my cuts even. The repetitive motion helps ground me, pulling my thoughts away from tomorrow's impending meeting. The secret is eating before bed after drinking. Dolly attacks the onion with practiced precision. Trust me, I learned this the hard way after too many college parties. Yes, Mom. I bump her hip with mine as I reach for another pepper. The familiar rhythm of chopping vegetables alongside my good friend settles something in my chest. Maybe it's the tequila, or maybe it's just Dolly's steady presence, but I feel my anxiety about tomorrow starting to loosen its grip. And drink more water. She points at my half-empty bottle with her knife. You're going to thank me in the morning.
Chapter 6. Cameron. I push open the glass door to conference room A within the Q&T building, my leather briefcase swinging at my side. The conversation inside halts as I enter, and my eyes lock onto a face that steals my attention. Dark curls frame the high cheekbones and full lips curved into a polite smile. The woman's tailored burgundy blazer accentuates curves that make my throat go dry. Rosalie Clark. I've seen her photos, studied her background, but they didn't do her justice. Not even close. Cameron. Sandra stands, gesturing to an empty chair beside her, perfectly positioned across from our guest. We were just reviewing the preliminary terms. Her tone carries that familiar note of efficiency that's made her invaluable as my PR agent. I force myself to look away from Rosalie and scan the papers scattered across the mahogany table. Legal documents, NDAs, and what appears to be a detailed contract outline our upcoming arrangement. My jaw clenches at the sight of the marriage clause right at the top of the page. I set my briefcase down and extend my hand to Rosalie. Her grip is firm, confident, sending an unexpected jolt through my arm. A pleasure to finally meet you, Miss Clark. The words come out rougher than intended. Likewise. Her voice carries a hint of amusement, dark eyes assessing me with equal intensity. Though I admit, this isn't how I typically meet potential husbands. She releases my hand, but the warmth of her touch lingers. I laugh, settling into the chair across from her. What? You mean you don't regularly agree to fake marriages with billionaire CEOs? Only on Tuesdays. Her dark eyes sparkle with wit. Jessica Niles clears her throat. We've drafted the initial terms. A year of marriage at the very minimum, joint public appearances, and a carefully orchestrated separation once the dust settles on both your situations. I lean back, studying Rosalie's composed expression. And you're comfortable with all this? The media scrutiny, the gossip, the expectations. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't. She taps a manicured nail against the contract. The question is, are you ready to convince the world we're madly in love? Her directness catches me off guard. Most women I deal with in business try to soften their approach, but Rosalie Clark clearly isn't most women. Something about her sharp intelligence and fearless attitude stirs my interest in ways I hadn't expected. Trust me, I say, reaching for the contract. I can be very convincing when motivated. Sandra slides the stack of papers across the table, her professional mask firmly in place. We've arranged for a courthouse ceremony this Saturday. Quick, private, efficient. She glances between Rosalie and me. Judge Murray owes me a favor, so there won't be any leaks from his office. That's in 3 days. I flip through the documents, scanning the highlighted sections. Perfect timing, Jessica chimes in, her tablet propped on the table. We'll start seeding stories about you two being spotted together. Nothing concrete, just enough to get people talking. Speculation sells better than confirmation. Rosalie reaches for her water glass, her movements measured and precise. The mystery factor will work in our favor. Exactly. Sandra taps a perfectly manicured nail against a PR timeline. We'll have the tabloids running circles trying to figure out what's going on. By the time we confirm the marriage, public interest will be at its peak. I study Rosalie's face across the table, searching for any sign of hesitation. And you're good with this timeline? It's moving fast. Speed is our ally here. She meets my gaze without flinching. The longer we drag this out, the more chances for something to go wrong. We'll start with subtle hints, Jessica explains, leaning forward with the intensity of someone who's orchestrated countless PR campaigns. A few strategic photos of you both at the same restaurants, maybe leaving the same events. Nothing too obvious, just enough to get people talking. Sandra nods, already typing notes into her tablet. Then we'll escalate gradually. Some inside sources commenting on your chemistry, speculation about a whirlwind romance. I know exactly which journalist to feed the breadcrumbs to. The public loves a good mystery, Rosalie says, her lips curving into a knowing smile that catches my attention more than it should, especially when it involves a billionaire CEO. And a brilliant political strategist, I add, surprised by my need to acknowledge her own accomplishments. Something about her downplaying her role doesn't sit right with me. Don't sell yourself short. Your reputation in D.C. is just as newsworthy as mine. I catch myself wanting to say more, to emphasize just how formidable she is. But I keep that thought to myself. Jessica starts distributing copies of our staged timeline. Once the marriage is confirmed, we'll control the narrative. Present it as a private celebration of your love, not a media circus. I grab a pen, twirling it between my fingers as I scan the final page of the contract. The terms are clear, concise, exactly what I'd expect from a document crafted by our respective teams. With a quick stroke, I sign my name on the dotted line. Rosalie takes the pen from my hand, her fingers brushing mine. She signs with practiced efficiency, her signature flowing across the page. Well, that's that. Sandra gathers the documents, sliding them into a sleek leather portfolio. We'll file these immediately and start laying groundwork for the media narrative. Remember, Jessica says, standing and smoothing her pencil skirt, act natural if anyone spots you together before Saturday. No grand gestures, no obvious displays. Just two people who might be interested in each other. Got it. Keep it subtle. I lean back in my chair, watching as our PR agents pack up their materials. Wouldn't want to oversell our whirlwind romance. We'll see you both at the courthouse. Sandra pauses at the door. 9 a.m. sharp. Don't be late to your own wedding. The door clicks shut behind them, leaving Rosalie and me alone in the conference room. I turn to her, unable to suppress a grin. So, future Mrs. McDaniels, how does it feel to be engaged to a man you just met? About as surreal as I expected. She shifts in her chair to face me fully. Though I have to admit, this is probably the most expensive business arrangement I've ever entered into. Technically, you're marrying into billions. Not a bad return on investment. Please. She rolls her eyes, but I catch the hint of a smile. We both know this is purely strategic. Both of our reputations need saving. True. I drum my fingers on the table. But who would have thought we'd end up here? Getting married in 3 days to someone we barely know? Welcome to Washington. She gathers her purse, standing with fluid grace. Where stranger things happen before breakfast. You know, I tilt my head, studying her profile as she gathers her things. We should probably start being seen together, get ahead of the PR strategy. What did you have in mind? Lunch? There's this great Italian place 2 blocks over. Private enough for conversation, public enough to start some whispers. Rosalie checks her watch, those dark curls falling forward. I suppose I could spare an hour for my future husband. We step out of the office building into the crisp D.C. air. The sidewalks bustle with the usual mix of suited professionals and hurried interns. I notice how Rosalie matches my stride effortlessly in her heels. So, I say, steering us around a group of tourists, about that Miami bar video? Her shoulders tense slightly. Ah, you've seen it then. Hard to miss when it's making rounds on every news outlet. Right. She adjusts her blazer, a practiced movement that betrays her discomfort. Spring break during college. Someone's clearly been sitting on that footage for years, waiting for the perfect moment to derail my career. Any idea who? That's the million-dollar question. Rosalie's lips press into a thin line. The timing's too perfect, right as I'm about to launch my campaign with Senator Matthews. Someone wanted to discredit me, but I haven't pinned down exactly who. Must be frustrating not knowing where the hit came from. I study her face, searching for any crack in that polished exterior. Politics is a dirty game. She sidesteps a bicycle messenger, her heels clicking decisively against the sidewalk. Though I have to admit, dancing on a bar in Miami wasn't my finest moment. The way she says it, like she's rehearsed this response 100 times for the media, makes me want to break through that practiced facade. If it helps, I thought your moves were impressive. I can't help but smirk, remembering how she'd owned that bar top like a queen on her throne. She shoots me a look that's half amusement, half warning, those dark eyes sparking with something that makes my pulse quicken. Careful, Mr. McDaniels. A girl might think you've watched that video more than once. Pure research purposes, I assure you. I wink, reaching past her to hold open the restaurant door. The scent of her perfume hits me as she passes, and I have to force myself to focus. Had to make sure my future wife has rhythm. The words come out before I can stop them, playful but carrying more truth than I'm ready to admit. The maitre d' leads us to a secluded corner booth, draped in soft lighting that catches the golden undertones in Rosalie's skin. I guide her to her seat with a light touch at the small of her back. Might as well start selling this romance early. Wine. I grab the list before she can reach for it. It's lunch, but her lips curve upward, though I suppose we are celebrating our hasty engagement. That's the spirit. I signal the sommelier, ordering a bottle of Brunello that'll pair perfectly with the house specialties. The wine's rich complexity should help ease any lingering tension between us. So tell me about the real Rosalie Clark, beyond the polished political strategist. Trying to get to know your wife. She accepts the wine when it arrives, taking a delicate sip that leaves a slight stain on the rim of her glass. The way she savors it tells me she knows her wines, another detail worth filing away. Seems only fair. Can't have people thinking we rushed into marriage without knowing each other's favorite colors. I lean back, getting comfortable in our little corner of manufactured intimacy. The restaurant's soft lighting casts interesting shadows across her face, making this whole scenario feel more real than it should. Purple. She sets down her glass, those dark eyes dancing with what might be amusement or challenge. I'm not quite sure which. And I hate mushrooms, love true crime documentaries, and can't function without my morning coffee. See? Already learning the important stuff. I lean forward, oddly eager to keep this momentum going. My turn, blue, allergic to shellfish, addicted to extreme sports, and I make a mean chicken parmesan. A billionaire who cooks? Her eyebrow arches perfectly. Now that's unexpected. I'm full of surprises. The waiter appears, and I order for us both without thinking, a habit from countless business lunches. But Rosalie doesn't seem to mind, nodding approvingly at my choices. It's startling how natural this feels. The back and forth, the subtle flirting, the way she matches my wit step for step. I haven't clicked with someone like this since, well, longer than I care to admit. Even if it's all for show, there's something refreshing about having dinner with a woman who isn't trying to impress me or get something from me. You're staring, she points out, breaking my reverie. Just practicing looking appropriately smitten. But we both know that's not entirely true. Gotta sell this romance, right? Right. She takes another sip of wine, and I catch myself watching the way her throat moves as she swallows. Though something tells me that won't be as difficult as we thought.
Chapter 7. Rosalie. The morning sun streams through the courthouse's tall windows, casting a warm glow across the marble floors. My heart races as Judge Murray's words echo in the quiet chamber. By the power vested in me by the District of Columbia, I now pronounce you husband and wife. Cameron's fingers intertwine with mine, strong and steady. His blue eyes lock onto me with an intensity that makes my breath catch. You may kiss the bride. He cups my face, his thumb grazing my cheek as he leans in. The kiss is gentle, yet possessive, marking me as his. Behind us, Jessica lets out a small squeal while Sandra taps away on her phone, no doubt coordinating the PR rollout we discussed. Congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. McDaniels. Judge Murray's warm smile accompanies his handshake. Thank you, Your Honor. Cameron's voice carries that confident edge I've come to know so well. Jessica rushes forward, wrapping me in a tight embrace. The soft launch is already getting traction. People are going to start talking, and then they'll want to learn more. Perfect timing, Sandra chimes in, showing us her screen. The first article just dropped. Tech billionaire Cameron McDaniels spotted with political strategist Rosalie Clark, DC's new power couple. We make our way down the courthouse steps, Cameron's hand resting on the small of my back. The diamond on my finger catches the light, sending prisms dancing across my skin. 3 carats of pure perfection, yet it's not flashy enough to draw immediate attention. Exactly what we need for now. Mrs. McDaniels. Cameron's whisper tickles my ear. Ready to take DC by storm? I twist the ring on my finger, still getting used to its weight. The princess-cut stone sits elegantly in its platinum setting, a symbol of our unconventional union. Sandra and Jessica flank us as we descend the final steps, our small procession, a preview of the united front we'll present to the world. So what now? I turn to Cameron, still processing the whirlwind of the last hour. Our courthouse wedding may have been quick, but the implications will ripple through DC's social circles for months. Cameron's lips curve into that confident smile that first caught my attention. The Morrison Foundation Gala is next weekend. Perfect timing for our hard launch, don't you think? The Morrison Gala? Sandra's eyes light up. That's brilliant. Every major player in DC will be there. Jessica nods enthusiastically. And the press coverage will be extensive. We couldn't ask for a better platform. Plus, Cameron adds, his thumb tracing circles on my hand, I hear their champagne selection is excellent. Sandra and Jessica exchange knowing looks. Speaking of champagne, Jessica grabs her purse. Sandra and I have some celebrating to do. Mimosas are calling. Don't worry about a thing, Sandra assures us, already typing on her phone. We'll handle all the PR details. You two enjoy your day. We watch them hurry off, their excited chatter fading into the bustling street noise. I look up at Cameron, still trying to wrap my head around the fact that this powerful man is now my husband. Come home with me? His voice is low, intimate. My place isn't far. I nod, and he guides me to a sleek black SUV waiting at the curb. The drive takes us through increasingly exclusive neighborhoods until we pull up to a gated estate that takes my breath away. The limestone mansion rises before us, its architectural details highlighting old-world craftsmanship mixed with modern elegance. This is where you live? The words slip out before I can stop them. Cameron's laugh is rich and warm. This is where we live now, Mrs. McDaniels. The magnitude of his wealth hits me as we pass through wrought iron gates. Manicured gardens stretch in every direction, and I catch glimpses of what looks like a pool house larger than my entire apartment. Thanks for the ride, Jerry, Cameron calls out to the driver. The man tips his hat at us as we exit the vehicle. Cameron's hand rests on my lower back as we enter through massive double doors into a soaring foyer. Marble floors stretch beneath my feet, and a crystal chandelier dangles overhead like suspended raindrops. Living rooms through here. He guides me into a space that could fit 3 of my apartments. Floor-to-ceiling windows frame the perfectly manicured gardens outside. The furniture is mostly for show. I usually hang out in the den. We move through room after room. A formal dining room that seats 20, a gourmet kitchen with copper pots hanging from a rack, a wood-paneled library filled with leather-bound books. Each space screams old money and refined taste, making me feel increasingly out of my element. Your closet's up here. He leads me upstairs to a room bigger than my bedroom, back in my apartment, with custom built-ins and a center island topped with velvet-lined jewelry drawers. Plenty of space for your things. I can get a moving truck tomorrow. Just my clothes. I run my fingers along the empty shelves, imagining my modest wardrobe looking lost in this space. My apartment's furnished, and I'd like to keep it that way. His eyebrows lift and he shoves his hands in his pockets. You want to keep your apartment? It took me 8 months to find a place in DuPont Circle within my budget. Plus, I meet his gaze, standing my ground despite the intensity in those blue eyes. This is temporary, remember? 1 year. Something flickers in his eyes. Disappointment, maybe. But his easy smile returns as he leans against the doorframe. Smart thinking. DC real estate's brutal. Wouldn't want you losing that spot. The casual way he says it reminds me that he's never had to worry about making rent or fighting for a decent lease. Exactly. Relief floods through me at his understanding. This arrangement may be unconventional, but at least we're on the same page. Well then, he gestures down the hall. Let me show you the rest. There's a home theater, gym, and the pool house has a sauna. We end up back in the dining room, after touring what feels like half of Georgetown packed into one house. Cameron disappears into a temperature-controlled wine room and returns with a bottle that probably cost thousands. 1982 Chateau Lafite Rothschild. He presents it with practiced ease, uncorking it with a satisfying pop that echoes through the cavernous dining room. Perfect for celebrations. His confident smirk tells me he knows exactly how much this bottle is worth. The wine flows dark ruby into crystal stems. I take a sip, and complex flavors dance across my tongue. Blackberries, cedar, something earthy I can't quite place. It's the kind of wine that makes you understand why people spend fortunes on fermented grape juice. This is incredible. I set the glass down carefully on the polished table, gathering my courage. The alcohol's warmth helps steady my nerves for what needs to be said. Listen, while we're here, we should probably discuss some things. Cameron leans against the mahogany table, his own glass dangling between long fingers. His casual pose doesn't fool me. I can see the sharp intelligence in his eyes. I'm all ears. Personal boundaries. I straighten my shoulders, channeling the same confidence I use in campaign meetings. Since this is a business arrangement, I think we should be clear about expectations behind closed doors. We need ground rules if we're going to pull this off. His eyebrows lift slightly. Go on. When we're in public, I'll play the part of devoted wife. But here, I gesture to the space between us. We don't need to pretend. No forced intimacy or playing house when it's just us. Cameron takes a slow sip of wine, his blue eyes studying me over the rim of his glass. So strictly business behind closed doors? Exactly. It'll be easier that way, don't you think? Keep things uncomplicated. Uncomplicated? He sets his glass down with a soft clink. And what exactly does uncomplicated look like to you? Separate bedrooms for starters. We maintain our independence, live our own lives. We only need to coordinate for public appearances and events. Cameron's lips quirk into a dangerous smile that makes my stomach flutter. So if we're at a charity dinner and I want to dance with my wife, that's different. Public appearances are part of the deal. We both knew that going in. I tried to keep my voice steady, professional. And if we're in the garden, he gestures to the window, his blue eyes glinting with challenge. Those hedges are tall, but someone might peek over. A neighbor with binoculars, perhaps? I cross my arms, fighting to maintain my composure. The garden counts as public space. You know that. What about movie night in the theater room? He steps closer, his cologne wrapping around me like a sensual fog. The scent is woodsy and expensive, making it harder to think straight. Staff might walk in. We wouldn't want to seem distant in front of them. "Cameron," I warn, but my voice comes out breathier than intended. "Or the kitchen at midnight?" His voice drops lower, rougher, sending shivers down my spine. "When you're wearing those silk pajamas you probably sleep in. All alone in this big house." Heat explodes across my body as I imagine running into him in the dark kitchen, moonlight streaming through the windows. I wear cotton. I lift my chin, trying to regain control of this rapidly derailing conversation. Even better. His eyes spark with mischief. "What if I'm making coffee and you come down for breakfast?" Surely a husband would kiss his wife good morning. The staff can't see through walls. But what if my personal chef Maria walks in with fresh pastries? He's enjoying this too much. We need to maintain appearances. My heart thuds against my ribs. "You're being ridiculous." "I'm being thorough." He circles me slowly. "We need contingency plans for every scenario. What if there's a thunderstorm and you get scared?" "I'm not afraid of storms." "Spiders then?" "I'm not afraid of—" I catch his grin. "Stop it." Just trying to protect our investment. His fingers brush my shoulder as he passes. Can't have anyone questioning the authenticity of our marriage. The touch sends electricity down my spine. I hate that my body betrays me, responding to his presence like a flower turning toward the sun. This is business. Just business. But the way he looks at me makes it hard to remember that. Fine. Public spaces, including the garden and anywhere staff might see us, but private areas are off limits. Whatever you say, Mrs. McDaniels. He winks, and my stomach does a traitorous flip. How about a movie? Cameron gestures toward the living room. I've got a collection that would make Netflix jealous. My pulse quickens as I watch him roll up his sleeves, exposing tanned forearms corded with muscle. The way his fitted shirt stretches across his broad shoulders makes my mouth go dry. I force myself to look away. Actually, I should probably get my things from my apartment. I suck in a shaky breath, desperate for space to clear my head. Just some clothes and toiletries, if that's okay. Of course. He pulls out his phone. I'll have Jerry take you. He's my driver. Use him whenever you need to run errands. I can drive myself. Jerry's part of the package, sweetheart. Plus, it'll look better if you're seen using the family driver. The endearment rolls off his tongue so naturally it makes my stomach flutter. I steal another glance at him. Mistake. The late afternoon sun streaming through the windows catches the golden highlights in his hair, and those piercing blue eyes crinkle at the corners when he smiles. His jaw could cut glass, and the slight stubble only emphasizes its perfect angle. I need to get out of here. Being alone with him feels dangerous, like playing with fire. Every time he moves, my body responds with an awareness that threatens to shatter my carefully constructed boundaries. I gesture vaguely toward the door, trying not to stare at the way his biceps flex as he crosses his arms. Jerry can take me now? He's already waiting outside. Cameron's lips curve into that devastating half smile that makes my knees weak. Take your time. This is your home now, too. I practically flee toward the front door, my heels clicking against marble floors. Distance. I need distance from this man before I forget exactly why we got married in the first place. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 8. Cameron. The aroma of coffee and bacon draws me from my home office toward the kitchen. Following my nose, I find Rosalie at the stove, her hair pulled back in a neat bun as she flips what looks like an omelet. This is the first time she's ever woken up in my home, and she's already cooking meals like she owns the place. You know we have a chef for this, right? I lean against the marble counter, taking in the sight of my new wife, dressed in a navy pencil skirt and crisp white blouse. I like making my own breakfast. She doesn't turn around, focused on her task. Helps me think through my day. And good morning to you too, husband. Coffee's fresh if you want some. She gestures toward the fancy espresso machine with her spatula. I grab a mug from the cabinet. Most people would kill to have Maria cook for them. Her eggs, Benedict, are legendary. I'm not most people, Mr. McDaniels. She slides her omelet onto a plate, finally turning to face me with those determined dark eyes. And I've managed to feed myself just fine for 28 years. The corner of my mouth twitches up. There's something admirable about her independence, even if it means turning down a 5-star chef. Fair enough. But you can call me Cameron, you know. We are married now. I wink, earning an eye roll. Rosalie takes a delicate bite of her omelet, her fork scraping against the plate. My colleagues at the office are going to have questions. Lots of them. I've spent years building a reputation as DC's most focused political strategist, and now suddenly I'm married to a tech billionaire. You'll handle it. From what I've seen, you could convince people the sky is green if you wanted to. I take a sip of coffee, savoring the rich blend. That's different. These people know me. They've watched me turn down setup after setup because I was too busy for dating. She air quotes with her fingers. Now I have to explain why I ran off and married someone they've never even seen me with. Tell them it was a whirlwind romance. People eat that thing up. Says the man who doesn't have to face Jocelyn Emanuel's interrogation. That woman can smell nonsense from a mile away. I push off from the counter and move closer, unable to resist needling her. The morning sunlight catches her curls, making them shine like polished mahogany. Well, we better make it convincing then. Dinner tonight? There's this new place on 14th Street everyone's talking about. They've got a James Beard award-winning chef. Her eyebrows arch and she sets down her coffee mug. Are you asking me on a date, Mr. McDaniels? Just keeping up appearances, Miss Clark. Or should I say, Mrs. McDaniels? I flash her my signature grin, the one that's closed million-dollar deals. Don't push it. She points her fork at me, but I catch the hint of amusement in her eyes. But fine. Dinner. Though I should warn you, I'm a very expensive date. Sweetheart, I'm a billionaire. I think I can handle it. I lean against the kitchen island, crossing my arms over my chest. The fabric of my dress shirt pulls tight across my shoulders. Careful there. A smirk plays at her lips as she eyes me over the rim of her coffee cup. A girl could get used to that kind of treatment. Isn't that the point? We're supposed to look madly in love after all. She shakes her head, but I catch the hint of amusement in her eyes. Just don't expect me to swoon every time you flash your black card. All jokes aside, I set my coffee down, mood shifting. We need to get our story straight. Press is going to dig, and they'll try to catch us in separate interviews to trip us up. Rosalie's expression turns serious. She moves to the kitchen island, closing some of the distance between us. You're right. One inconsistency, and the whole thing falls apart. I think Jessica would have a heart attack if we messed things up right now. So how'd we meet? I drum my fingers on the marble. Has to be believable, but not too public. Mutual friends' dinner party? She leans forward, resting her elbows on the counter. Private enough that no one can verify, but common enough to be plausible. Who's the friend? Don't you know Robert Davidson? That tech consultant guy. He's a big deal in the commentary spaces. Her eyes light up. He's worked with both of us, keeps a low profile, and he's discreet enough to play along if anyone asks. I nod, shifting closer. Good thinking. Timeline? 6 months ago. She taps her fork against her plate. Long enough to justify a quick marriage, short enough that the media wouldn't have caught wind earlier. And the proposal? Private. At home. She straightens up, our shoulders nearly touching now. The more intimate details we claim, the less people can fact-check. I cooked dinner. The words flow naturally as I turn to face her. The new pasta recipe I'd been practicing for weeks. Nervous as hell, ring burning a hole in my pocket. A smile plays at her lips. Getting into character already? Hey, if we're selling this, we need to feel it. My hand brushes against hers on the counter. Details make it real. Like how you were wearing that green shimmering dress I love, and I don't own a green shimmering dress. You do now. I'll have one delivered today. I wink. See? Already thinking like a husband. She rolls her eyes but doesn't move away. Fine. Green shimmering dress, pasta dinner, down on one knee. Obviously, I'm traditional like that. And the wedding was small, private, just us and a justice of the peace because we couldn't wait. Perfect. I lean in slightly. Simple, romantic, and completely unverifiable. We're still standing close, too close maybe, but neither of us steps back. And that makes me grin. You know what? I break the silence first. I think this whole arrangement is going to be a piece of cake. We've got the story down, the chemistry's there. Hell, you're already making breakfast in my kitchen like you belong here. Careful, Mr. McDaniels. Her lips curve into that knowing smile she gets when she thinks she's got someone figured out. Remember, this is a 1-year deal. 364 days left, and then we both go our separate ways. Back to our normal lives. Trust me, I haven't forgotten. I run a hand through my hair, surprised by the twinge in my chest at her words. Though I gotta admit, I might actually dread the end a little bit now. It's nice having someone around who can work my overpriced coffee machine. And these omelets? I gesture to her plate. I could definitely get used to waking up to this. You're impossible. She shakes her head, but there's warmth in her voice that wasn't there before. And you still haven't tried my cooking, so maybe hold off on the compliments. I perk an eyebrow, watching her scrape the last bite of omelet from her plate. Is that an offer to cook for me sometime? Could be. She sets her fork down, those dark eyes meeting mine. My mom taught me all her recipes growing up. Soul food, comfort dishes. The kind of stuff you won't find in those fancy restaurants you frequent. Hey, I appreciate good food in any form. I shift closer, genuinely intrigued. What's your specialty? My sweet potato pie is legendary. And my grandmother's jambalaya recipe? She clicks her tongue. People have offered good money for that secret. I'm used to tasting menus and wine pairings, but nothing beats food made with history behind it. I lean forward, breathing in the lingering aroma of her breakfast. I'd love to try your cooking sometime. Really? She tilts her head, studying me. The billionaire who dines at Michelin-starred restaurants wants my home cooking? There's something intimate about a meal someone makes just for you. I shrug, maintaining eye contact. Plus, watching you in my kitchen this morning, Already sold me on your culinary skills. Well, then. She gathers her plate, a small smile playing at her lips. I suppose I could be persuaded to whip something up for you. Consider it part of maintaining our cover story. What kind of wife would I be if I never cooked for my husband? Then it's a deal. I watch as she moves to rinse her plate in the sink. You know you don't have to do that. I've got staff who handle the cleaning. And I've got 2 perfectly good hands. She squirts dish soap onto a sponge. Been washing my own dishes since I was tall enough to reach the sink. Come on, you're supposed to be living the pampered life now. I cross the kitchen, leaning against the counter beside her. What's the point of being Mrs. McDaniels if you're still doing chores? Water splashes as she scrubs. The point is maintaining my dignity and independence. Just because I'm pretending to be your wife doesn't mean I need someone waiting on me hand and foot. It's not about need. It's about letting yourself relax. I reach for a dish towel, unable to resist teasing her. Though I gotta say, there's something oddly domestic about watching DC's most cutthroat political strategist doing dishes in my kitchen. Keep it up, and I'll make you dry them. She flicks water at me, droplets landing on my shirt. This whole arrangement isn't going to change who I am, Cameron. Fake marriage or not, I take care of my own messes. Even when you don't have to. Especially then. She hands me the clean plate despite my protests. My mama raised me to never expect someone else to clean up after me. Not even if I marry a billionaire. Fair enough. I dry the plate, admiring her principles despite myself. Though technically you did marry a billionaire. Technically. She rolls her eyes, but I catch her smile. But don't let it go to your head. This is still just business. I watch as Rosalie gathers her laptop and briefcase, her heels clicking against the marble floor. She moves with purpose, like every step is calculated, a trait I've noticed about her in the short time we've been married. Don't forget about dinner tonight. I straighten from my position against the counter. I can make reservations for 8 o'clock. She pauses at the foyer, adjusting the strap of her designer bag. Right. The new place on 14th Street. Where something stunning, the vultures will be circling. I tap my phone screen. TMZ's already got a tip about our marriage. By tonight, every paparazzo in DC will know where we're dining. Perfect. Her lips curve into that strategic smile I'm starting to recognize. A public dinner date is exactly what we need right now. Let them get their photos, run their headlines. She smooths down her skirt. Nothing sells a romance like candid shots of the newlyweds gazing into each other's eyes over wine and appetizers. Speaking of headlines, I hold up my phone. Tech billionaire's secret wedding to political power player. They work fast. Jessica's already sent me 3 links. She checks her watch. This is good. The more they focus on our whirlwind romance, the less they'll dig into why we got married so suddenly. So you're saying I should hold your hand across the table? Maybe feed you a bite of dessert? Just don't overdo it. She points a manicured finger at me. Natural, remember? We're in love, not starring in a soap opera. Got it. No dramatic declarations of love from the rooftop. I cross the room, stopping near her. Though I make no promises about keeping my hands to myself. We are newlyweds, after all. Behave yourself, Mr. McDaniels. But there's a glint in her eye that suggests she's not entirely opposed to the idea. I'll see you at 8.
Chapter 9. Rosalie. The click of my heels echoes against the sidewalk. As Cameron and I approach Le Diplomate on 14th Street, camera flashes burst like lightning, illuminating the evening darkness. A crowd of paparazzi swarms around us, their lenses trained on our every move. Cameron's hand slides to the small of my back, steady and protective. His touch sends an unexpected shiver down my spine, his warmth seeping through the thin fabric of my dress. "Stay close," he murmurs, guiding me through the throng. His jaw is set, eyes scanning the crowd with predatory focus. "Cameron, Rosalie, over here. How's married life treating you? Any honeymoon plans? When can we expect little McDaniels?" I curve my lips into a practiced smile, tilting my head toward Cameron in what I hope reads as adoration. His cologne wraps around me, notes of cedar, and something distinctly masculine that makes maintaining this facade easier than it should be. His fingers press slightly firmer against my back as another photographer steps too close, and I find myself leaning into his solid frame. For someone who's supposed to be pretending, he's surprisingly good at playing the protective husband. "We couldn't be happier." Cameron's voice carries that signature warmth that's made him a media darling. He pulls me closer, his thumb tracing circles on my hip. "When you know, you know. Right, sweetheart?" I lean into him, playing my part. "Absolutely." The word falls from my lips like honey, sweet and measured. "Mrs. McDaniels, give us that newlywed glow." Cameron's chest rumbles with laughter as he looks down at me, those blue eyes dancing with amusement. He's good at this. Too good. The way he gazes at me could fool anyone into believing we're madly in love. "Just a few more steps," he whispers against my ear, making sure the cameras catch the intimate moment. The paparazzi eat it up, their shutters clicking frantically. We pause at the restaurant entrance, giving them one final shot. Cameron's arm wraps fully around my waist now, and I place my hand on his chest, diamond ring catching the light perfectly. We've choreographed this dance so well, even I sometimes forget it's all for show. Beautiful couple, so in love. The maitre d' opens the door, and we finally escape the media circus, leaving behind a trail of flashing lights and shouted questions. Our performance has given them exactly what they wanted, another chapter in Washington's favorite love story. If only they knew the truth. The maitre d' leads us to a secluded corner table, tucked away from prying eyes. I sink into the plush leather seat as Cameron slides in across from me. My shoulders drop, tension melting away now that we're hidden from the cameras. I'll need to get used to that eventually. I smooth my dress, trying to shake off the lingering anxiety from the paparazzi gauntlet. Cameron's eyes crinkle at the corners. You're a natural. The way you handled those vultures, Oscar-worthy. A server approaches with menus, and Cameron orders a bottle of Bordeaux without breaking stride. And the beef tartare to start. He glances at me. The tuna crudo here is exceptional, if you're interested. I think you'd like the butter poached lobster as well. Perfect. I'll have that then. I nod, grateful he remembers my preference for seafood. The wine arrives, deep red liquid swirling in crystal glasses. Cameron takes a sip, then leans back. Interesting day at the office. Everyone's still buzzing about our whirlwind romance. His lips quirk up. Martha, one of my gals in accounting, actually teared up when I showed her our wedding photos. You're kidding. Dead serious. And another guy asked if he could be godfather to our future children. I nearly choke on my wine, dabbing at my lips with the crisp linen napkin. Well, they're certainly invested in our happiness. That's not even the best part. Stock's up 12% since the announcement. Seems our little arrangement is working its magic. His eyes dance with satisfaction as he swirls the Bordeaux in his glass. That's fantastic. And it is. His company's recovery means our plan is working. The scandal around his alleged corporate plagiarism is fading, replaced by headlines about our romance. Every saccharine photo op and carefully staged appearance is paying off exactly as we'd hoped, thanks to Jessica and Sandra. The appetizers arrive, perfectly plated works of art. Cameron slides the crudo toward me, the delicate slices of tuna arranged like petals on fine china, to successful partnerships. He raises his glass, that signature, confident smirk playing at his lips. I clink mine against his, the crystal making a delicate ring. To fooling everyone. The wine is rich on my tongue, and I can't help but notice how the restaurant's dim lighting catches in his eyes. Damn good actor, this one. The main course arrives, a perfectly seared duck breast for Cameron, and butter-poached lobster for me. I savor the first bite, letting the delicate flavors dance on my tongue. How's work been? Cameron cuts into his duck. Any interesting reactions to our sudden nuptials? Most people have been surprisingly supportive. Got more congratulations cards than I can count. I twirl my fork through the risotto. Though I suspect not everyone's buying our fairy tale romance. Oh, Cameron's interest peaks. Anyone specific? Gabrielle Watkins. The name tastes bitter on my tongue. She's made it her mission to scrutinize every move I make since she transferred from the Chicago office last year. What's her deal? We were both up for the lead strategist position on an old campaign for the mayor. I take a sip of wine. I got it, she didn't. Ever since then, she's been, let's say, persistent in trying to prove I'm not qualified for the role. Cameron sets down his fork. And now she keeps making these little comments. Such a whirlwind romance with this knowing smirk. Or it must be nice to have connections in tech. She asked if we'd known each other before the marriage, real innocent-like, but her tone, I shake my head. She's fishing for something. Sounds like she's jealous. It's more than that. Gabrielle's smart. Too smart. She knows something doesn't add up, and she won't stop until she figures out what. I push a piece of lobster around my plate. She's already tried to poach 2 of my clients by suggesting I'm distracted by my new marriage. Cameron leans forward, his expression hardening. Has she succeeded? Please, I didn't get where I am by letting sharks like Gabrielle Watkins steal my clients. I straighten my shoulders. But she's definitely a problem we need to keep an eye on. Cameron's jaw clenches, a muscle ticking beneath his skin. You think Gabrielle might have been the one who leaked that Miami video to the press? I pause mid-bite, setting down my fork. The thought has crossed my mind. She has the resources, the motivation, and the ruthlessness. Steam rises from my lobster as I push it around the plate. But I can't exactly march into HR throwing accusations without proof. That would tank my reputation faster than any bar video could. Someone deliberately tried to destroy your career with that leak. His knuckles whiten around his wine glass. They should face consequences. Trust me, I want nothing more than to nail whoever did it to the wall. But right now, I need to focus on the wins. A smile tugs at my lips. Like Senator Matthews finally greenlighting my education reform pitch. Cameron's expression shifts from anger to interest. You got Matthews on board with that. Last I heard, he was firmly against any changes to the current system. 3 months of research, 2 comprehensive presentations, and 1 very convincing cost-benefit analysis later. I take a victorious sip of wine. He's ready to champion the initiative. That's incredible, Rosalie. The genuine pride in his voice catches me off guard. Getting Matthews to change his stance on education reform, that's like moving a mountain. He's a conservative man, through and through. A mountain who really liked the projected voter approval numbers I showed him. I can't help the satisfaction creeping into my voice. The point is, I can't let Gabrielle or anyone else derail this momentum. The reform package needs to be my priority. Well deserved. Cameron raises his glass. To moving mountains. Our glasses clink, crystal singing in the intimate space between us. The rest of our meal passes in comfortable conversation about work and Washington's endless political circus. Cameron's natural charm makes it easy to forget we're just playing roles for the public eye. As the server clears our plates, Cameron catches his attention. "We'll take the chocolate souffle." He turns to me with a knowing smile. "With 2 spoons." "You don't have to do that." I wave my hand. "I'm already stuffed." "Nonsense. This calls for celebration." He leans back, loosening his tie. "Besides, I'm obligated now. What kind of husband would I be if I didn't share dessert with my wife?" He punctuates the statement with a wink that sends an unexpected flutter through my stomach. The souffle arrives, a masterpiece of dark chocolate and vanilla bean ice cream nestled alongside. Steam escapes in delicate wisps as Cameron breaks through the perfectly risen surface with his spoon. The rich aroma of chocolate fills the air between us, making my mouth water despite how full I claimed to be moments ago. "First bite's yours." He gestures with his spoon, that signature confidence in his voice. "Wife's privileges?" The way he says wife sends shivers down my spine. That flutter returns, stronger this time, spreading from my stomach to my chest. I blame it on the wine, definitely the wine, as I dip my spoon into the decadent dessert. The chocolate melts on my tongue, intense and bittersweet, the texture impossibly smooth. "Oh my God." "Good?" His voice has dropped lower, more intimate. "Sinful." I take another bite, closing my eyes to savor it, unable to hold back a small sound of pleasure. When I open them, Cameron's watching me with an expression I can't quite read, his blue eyes darker than usual in the restaurant's dim lighting. "What?" I ask, suddenly self-conscious under his intense gaze. "Nothing." He shakes his head, smile playing at his lips. "Just enjoying seeing you enjoy yourself?" The flutter in my stomach transforms into something warmer, spreading through my chest. I push the feeling aside, focusing on the dessert instead of the way his eyes crinkle at the corners when he smiles. Cameron's eyes dart to the window, then back to me. "We should kiss." His voice drops low, intimate. "The cameras would love it." I glance toward the window, but from our secluded corner, there's no way any paparazzi could get a clear shot. The angle's all wrong, and the curtains partially obscure the view. Something tells me he knows this too, but I push the thought aside. "You're right." The words come out breathier than intended. "Keep up appearances." He leans across the table, one hand coming up to cup my cheek. His thumb traces my jawline, and my pulse kicks up. I meet him halfway, telling myself this is just another performance for our carefully crafted narrative. His lips brush mine, soft at first. Then his fingers thread into my hair, and the kiss deepens. He tastes like chocolate and wine, flavors that make my head spin. A small sound escapes my throat as his tongue sweeps across my bottom lip. Heat floods my body. My fingers grip his shirt collar, pulling him closer despite the table between us. Electricity shoots through me at his touch. I break away first, breath coming fast. Cameron's eyes are dark, intense. His thumb strokes my cheek once more before he pulls back. Reality crashes in. That kiss was nothing like our carefully choreographed pecs for the cameras. It was real, raw, dangerous. I smooth my dress with trembling hands, avoiding his gaze. This fake marriage is starting to feel anything but fake, and that terrifies me more than any scandal ever could.
Chapter 10. Cameron. The streetlights cast shifting shadows through the SUV's tinted windows as Jerry navigates through DC's evening traffic. I adjust my bow tie, stealing another glance at Rosalie beside me. The black dress she's chosen hugs every curve, the slit revealing just enough leg to make my mouth go dry. Her natural curls are swept up elegantly, exposing the graceful line of her neck. "You keep fidgeting with that tie." Rosalie turns, reaching over to straighten it herself. Her fingers brush against my collar, and I catch a whiff of her jasmine perfume. "There, now stop touching it." "Yes, ma'am." I smirk, but my heart rate kicks up at her proximity. Jerry pulls up to the Morrison Foundation's entrance, where photographers already crowd the red carpet. Before he opens our door, I lean closer to Rosalie. "Ready for this?" "Born ready." I step out first, extending my hand to help her from the car. Camera flashes explode around us. My hand finds the small of her back, protective instinct taking over as we navigate the press line. When she shivers slightly in the evening air, I slip off my jacket and drape it over her shoulders. "Such a gentleman." She tilts her head up at me, playing her part perfectly. "Anything for my wife." The words come easily, too easily. I pull her closer against my side, breathing in that intoxicating jasmine scent again. We pose for photos, my thumb absently stroking her waist. She laughs at something I whisper in her ear, and the cameras go wild. It's all supposed to be an act, this display of newlywed affection. But watching her charm everyone around us, feeling how perfectly she fits against me, I'm starting to question just how much I'm actually pretending. I guide her up the steps, hyper-aware of every point where our bodies connect. The line between real and fake blurs more with each passing moment, and I'm not sure I want to find it again. Inside, crystal chandeliers cast a warm glow over the Morrison Foundation's grand ballroom. The space buzzes with DC's elite, senators rubbing shoulders with tech moguls while philanthropists work the room. A string quartet's melody floats above the din of conversation and clinking glasses. Quite the turnout. I accept 2 champagne flutes from a passing waiter, handing one to Rosalie. "Cameron McDaniels!" Senator Morales' booming voice cuts through the crowd. "And this must be the new Mrs. McDaniels we've all been hearing about." "Please call me Rosalie." She extends her hand with practiced grace. I slide my arm around her waist as we chat, falling into an easy rhythm. The senator drones on about his latest bill while his wife interrogates Rosalie about our whirlwind romance. Sometimes, when you just know. I lock eyes with Rosalie, impressed by how naturally she plays along. We make our way through the room, stopping to greet familiar faces. My thumb traces absent patterns on her hip as we walk. The gesture feels instinctive, like muscle memory from years together, instead of weeks of rehearsed intimacy. "McDaniels, you old dog!" Rodney Albrecht, my former Stanford roommate, approaches with his signature grin. "How'd you convince this goddess to settle for your sorry face?" Pure luck. I wink at Rosalie, though my billions probably didn't hurt. She elbows me playfully. "Don't let him fool you, he had me at hello." The easy banter continues as more guests join our circle. I keep my touch light but constant, a hand at the small of her back, fingers brushing her arm. Each point of contact sends electricity coursing through me. The fake marriage may be for show, but my body's response to her is anything but pretend. When the foundation director takes the stage to begin speeches, I guide Rosalie toward our assigned table. Her jasmine scent mingles with my cologne, creating an intoxicating blend that makes it hard to focus on anything else. We take our seats at table 12 as servers glide through the room with the first course. A man in a tailored navy suit rises to greet us, his attention immediately zeroing in on Rosalie. Keith Baldwin, CEO of Baldwin Technologies. He extends his hand to her first, holding it a beat too long. "And you must be the talk of DC, the new Mrs. McDaniels. Rosalie Clark McDaniels." She offers that megawatt smile that usually makes my knees weak. "Pleasure to meet you." I clear my throat. "Keith, heard great things about your quantum computing division." He barely glances my way before turning back to Rosalie. "So tell me, how did McDaniels manage to snag a woman like you? Last I heard, you're a big deal in politics." My jaw clenches. The salad in front of me suddenly becomes fascinating as I stab a cherry tomato. Actually, Cameron's brilliant innovations in AI ethics are what first caught my attention. Rosalie's voice carries that warm tone she usually reserves for me. His commitment to responsible tech development is inspiring. But surely politics is more your speed. Keith leans forward, invading her space. I heard you were quite the campaign strategist before. Before she joined my foundation's education initiative, I cut in, placing my hand over hers on the table. Her insights have been invaluable to our STEM programs. Keith's eyes narrow slightly at the interruption. Must be quite a change from the campaign trail. Speaking of changes, I interject again. How's that antitrust investigation going, Keith? Must be keeping your legal team busy. Rosalie's heel connects with my shin under the table, but I don't care. Keith's smug expression falters for a moment. Just a routine review. Nothing like your recent difficulties. He smirks, though I suppose marriage has a way of smoothing over scandals. My fingers tighten around my water glass. Before I can respond, Rosalie jumps in with a perfectly timed question about his company's charitable giving, steering the conversation to safer ground. But I catch every lingering look he gives her, each attempt to monopolize her attention. By the time the main course arrives, I've interrupted their exchanges at least 5 times. Keith's snide comments about my company continue through dinner, each barb more pointed than the last. When he makes another move to monopolize Rosalie's attention, something in me snaps. At least I built my company from the ground up instead of riding Daddy's coattails. I set my fork down with a sharp clink, my jaw clenched so tight it hurts. The smug bastard has been taking shots all night, and I'm done playing nice. Keith's face reddens like a goddamn tomato. That's rich coming from someone who stole their core technology. You want to say that again? I push my chair back with enough force to make the glasses rattle, hands flat on the table as I lean forward. Every muscle in my body is coiled, ready to do something I probably shouldn't in a room full of DC's elite. Gentlemen. Rosalie's voice cuts through the tension like a blade. Her fingers wrap around my wrist, the gentle pressure somehow both soothing and commanding. She tugs me up from my seat with surprising strength. I believe I was promised a dance. Before I can protest or finish what Keith started, she's leading me to the dance floor where other couples sway to the string quartet's waltz. Her hand slides into mine while the other rests on my shoulder, and I catch a whiff of her jasmine perfume. It's probably for the best. I was about 2 seconds away from ruining both our reputations. What the hell was that about? She hisses through her smile as we move to the music. I wasn't going to let some trust fund clown disrespect me at my own table. By causing a scene? Real smooth. Her nails dig slightly into my shoulder. The press would have loved that headline. He kept looking at you like... Like what? A knowing smile plays at her lips. Cameron McDaniels, were you jealous? I roll my eyes, pulling her closer as we turn. You're my wife. I'm supposed to act protective. Right. Your wife. Her expression shifts, something unreadable flickering across her face. Just for show. The waltz continues, and I focus on the warmth of her hand in mine, the subtle jasmine scent that's becoming dangerously familiar. Maybe I was jealous. Maybe this fake marriage is starting to feel a little too real. Kiss me. Rosalie's whisper catches me off guard as we sway to the music. What? Keith's still watching. Kiss me. Make it look good. My heart hammers against my ribs as I study her face. The soft lighting catches the flecks of gold in her dark eyes, and for a moment I forget this is all pretend. My hand slides up her back, drawing her closer until our bodies press together. You sure about this? My voice comes out rougher than intended. She nods, tilting her face up to mine. Just for show, right? I lean down, meaning to keep it light, a simple brush of lips for our audience. But the moment I taste her, everything else fades away. Her lips are soft, warm, moving against mine with a hunger that matches my own. My fingers tangle in her curls, careful not to mess up her elegant updo. She makes a small sound in the back of her throat that sends electricity down my spine. This isn't pretend, this isn't for show. This kiss burns through every carefully constructed wall I've built. When we finally break apart, her eyes stay closed for a beat longer than necessary. A satisfied smile plays at her lips. The same lips I can still feel tingling against mine. That should convince them. She smooths her hands over my lapels, straightening my bow tie again. Yeah. I clear my throat, trying to slow my racing pulse. Very convincing. She rests her head against my chest as we continue dancing, and I catch glimpses of other guests watching us with knowing smiles. They see exactly what we want them to see. A happily married couple lost in each other. The problem is, I'm not sure how much I'm acting anymore. The way she fits against me, how natural it feels to hold her close. It's becoming harder to remember this is temporary. A business arrangement with an expiration date. But watching her charm everyone in the room, seeing that genuine smile she saves just for me, I can't help wanting more, even if I know I shouldn't. Her head stays nestled against my chest as we sway to the music. The jasmine scent of her perfume fills my senses, making it hard to focus on anything else. You know, Rosalie murmurs, when we first started this arrangement, I thought you'd be like every other tech billionaire. Not that I've met many, but I already had some preconceived judgments about you. Oh, my thumb traces circles on the small of her back. And what's the verdict? You've got a good heart, Cameron, even when you're being stubborn. She tilts her head up, those dark eyes catching mine. I didn't want to believe it at first, but you've got a solid head on those shoulders. Could have fooled me with that display earlier. I glance toward Keith's table. Hey! Her hand slides up to cup my jaw, forcing me to look at her. Don't let jerks like him get under your skin. You're better than that. The genuine concern in her voice catches me off guard. This close, I can see every fleck of gold in her eyes, the slight curve of her lips as she studies my face. I promise. My voice comes out softer than intended. No more almost fights at charity galas. Good. She settles back against my chest, her fingers playing with the hair at my nape. Because I'd hate to have to bail you out of jail in this dress. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 11. Rosalie. The glittering lights of the Morrison Foundation Gala fade behind us as Cameron guides me through the grand doors. His hand warm and steady against my lower back. The moment we step outside, camera flashes erupt like lightning strikes, momentarily blinding me. The crisp air hits my face, a stark contrast to the stuffy ballroom we just left. Mrs. McDaniels, over here. Cameron, this way. Rosalie, how was the gala? When are you planning to start a family? Cameron's arm wraps around my waist. pulling me closer as we navigate the crowd. His jaw tightens at the press of bodies, the microphones thrust in our faces. His cologne wraps around me like a shield against the chaos. I can feel the tension radiating off him, his protective instinct taking over. "Back up," he growls at a photographer who steps too close, nearly tripping me with his aggressive stance. "Give her some space." His voice carries that dangerous edge I've come to recognize, the one that means he's about to lose his patience, like how he did with Keith Baldwin earlier. The crowd parts slightly, but the cameras keep flashing, documenting every micro-expression between DC's newest power couple. I place my hand on Cameron's chest, feeling his heart race beneath his tuxedo. "It's okay, darling." I turn to address the reporters with a bright smile. The Morrison Foundation outdid themselves tonight. The work they're doing for education reform is incredible. How does it feel being married to one of DC's most eligible bachelors? I lean into Cameron's embrace, tilting my head to look up at him. Every day with him is an adventure. His passion for innovation and dedication to giving back to the community. I let my voice soften. It's what made me fall for him in the first place. Cameron's eyes lock with mine, something fierce and protective flickering in their depths. His thumb traces circles on my hip. "What about the recent tech controversy?" Someone shouts from the back of the press line, their voice dripping with barely concealed antagonism. "My husband's integrity speaks for itself," I reply smoothly, years of PR training kicking in. His commitment to ethical business practices is unwavering. I couldn't be prouder to stand by his side. I maintain my camera-ready smile, even as I feel Cameron's fingers press more firmly into my hip. "Time to go," Cameron murmurs against my ear, his warm breath sending an involuntary shiver down my spine as he steers me toward our waiting car. The crowd parts like the Red Sea as his security detail, led by the ever-stoic James, creates a path through the sea of reporters and photographers. I wave one last time at the cameras, my diamond wedding ring catching the flash of the paparazzi lights. "Thank you all for coming out tonight. The Morrison Foundation appreciates your support." My voice carries that perfect blend of gracious appreciation and polite dismissal. Cameron opens the car door, shielding my body with his broad frame as I slide inside, my black dress rustling against the leather seats. The moment he joins me, the partition goes up with a soft whir, muffling the chaos outside. The sudden quiet feels like coming up for air after being underwater. The silence wraps around us like a cocoon as the car pulls away from the curb. I reach up to massage my cheeks, sore from maintaining my picture-perfect smile all evening. "You were fabulous tonight." Cameron's deep voice cuts through the quiet. "Your first official appearance as Mrs. McDaniels. Couldn't have gone better." I turn to face him, raising an eyebrow. "Minus your little verbal sparring match with Keith Baldwin, you weren't so bad yourself." That pompous jerk had it coming. Cameron loosens his bow tie with one hand, letting it hang around his neck. "Did you hear what he was implying about the source code when we came back from our dance?" "The whole room heard." I kick off my heels, curling my feet under me on the leather seat. "But you handled it. Eventually." His laugh fills the car, rich and genuine. "You mean after you stepped in and smoothly changed the subject to his NEPO acceptance to Yale?" "Someone had to save you from yourself." Cameron shifts in his seat, his knee brushing against mine. The streetlights cast shadows across his face as we wind through DC's streets. "You looked beautiful tonight." The compliment catches me off guard, stealing my practiced comebacks. His eyes lock with mine, intense and unreadable in the dim light. My throat goes dry, and I struggle to maintain my usual composure. I clear my throat, my fingers playing with the hem of my dress. "Did you mean that? For real?" The question comes out softer than intended, lacking my usual confident edge. Cameron shifts to face me fully, one arm draped across the back of the seat. Yes, his voice drops an octave. And I know I should probably keep some boundaries here, given our arrangement, but I can't. He runs his fingers through his hair, messing up its perfect styling. You're beautiful, Rosalie. Having you on my arm tonight, I've never been prouder. The air between us crackles with something I can't name. My lips part, but no words come out. This isn't part of our carefully crafted script. There are no cameras here, no audience to perform for. Just us. The hum of the engine as Jerry drives us home, and words that make my carefully constructed walls tremble. I search his face for any sign of pretense, any hint that this is another layer of our charade. But his blue eyes hold nothing but raw honesty, and it knocks the breath from my lungs. My political training has prepared me for every situation, except this. I've faced down ruthless opponents, navigated scandal, crafted perfect sound bites on the fly. But Cameron's earnest admission leaves me speechless, my usual quick wit deserting me entirely. I realize I'm still staring at him, caught in this moment I never expected to face. A slow smile spreads across Cameron's face, his eyes dancing with amusement at my uncharacteristic silence. The great Rosalie Clark, speechless? I should mark this day on my calendar. Stop! I swat his arm, but can't help matching his smile. I don't know what to think or say. The admission cost me something. I've built my career on always knowing exactly what to say. Try being honest. His voice softens, losing its teasing edge. Just say what's on your mind. The streetlights paint shifting patterns across his face, highlighting the sharp line of his jaw, the intensity in his eyes. My heart pounds against my ribs. You're the most attractive man I've ever been around. The words tumble out before I can stop them. And I don't just mean physically. The way you command attention when you walk into a room, how fiercely protective you are, your brilliant mind. I trail off, shocked by my own candor. Cameron's hand finds my leg, his thumb tracing lazy patterns on my skin just above my knee. The touch sends electricity racing through my body, and I fight to keep my breathing steady. His fingers draw invisible circles that make my skin tingle, each sweep of his thumb making it harder to remember why this is such a dangerous line to cross. I brush his hand away, though my skin protests at the loss of contact. Cameron, we can't. My voice comes out steadier than I feel. This has to stay professional. Why? He leans closer, his cologne making my head spin. I see how you look at me when you think I'm not watching, the way your breath catches when I'm near. Tell me you don't feel this too. Of course I feel it. The words escape before I can stop them. I shift away, putting space between us. But that's exactly why we can't act on it. This arrangement is too important to risk over. Whatever this is. Whatever this is, his eyebrows shoot up. That's what you're calling it? Yes, that's what I'm calling it. We have a good thing going here. The press loves us. Your company's reputation is recovering, and my political career is back on track. I straighten my spine, falling back on logic. One wrong move could mess up everything we've built. Cameron's jaw tightens. So we're just supposed to ignore this? Pretend we don't want each other? Yes, that's exactly what we're supposed to do. I smooth my dress, needing something to do with my hands. The stakes are too high. The stakes are always high with you, Rosalie. He runs his fingers through his hair in frustration. But what if this is worth the risk? I shake my head. It's not. You don't sound convinced. His eyes search mine, challenging. You sound scared. I'm practical. I lift my chin. One of us has to be. Cameron's expression hardens, but I catch something else in his eyes, determination. He sits back, but the tension between us only grows thicker. We'll see about that. The car rolls to a stop in front of Cameron's sprawling estate. Before Jerry can come around to open my door, I grab the handle and push it open. My heels dangle from my fingers as I bolt across the circular driveway, my bare feet hitting the cool pavement. "Rosalie, wait!" Cameron's voice carries across the night air. I rip open the front doors with trembling hands and duck inside. The grand foyer stretches before me, marble floors gleaming under crystal chandeliers. I take the stairs 2 at a time, my dress hiked up around my thighs. My bedroom door clicks shut behind me, and I press my back against it. My chest heaves as I try to catch my breath. The room spins slightly, whether from the champagne or Cameron's words in the car. I'm not sure. I drop my shoes, hearing them clatter against the hardwood floor. My legs feel weak as I slide down the door until I'm sitting, knees pulled to my chest. "Get it together, Clark," I whisper to myself, pressing my palms against my eyes. This is exactly what you can't do. But Cameron's words echo in my head. The raw honesty in his voice when he called me beautiful, the electricity that sparked through my body at his touch, the way his eyes held mine, daring me to admit what's building between us. I bang my head back against the door in frustration. Running away like this isn't my style. I face problems head on, tackle them with strategy and precision. But Cameron, he makes all my carefully laid plans crumble, makes me question everything I thought I knew about keeping my heart locked away. My fingers trace my knee where his touch lingered in the car. The phantom sensation sends another shiver through me. Damn. I let out a shaky breath. Did I make the right call? Or did I just mess everything up? The look in Cameron's eyes promised something more. Something that terrifies and thrills me in equal measure. And my body craves more of that, despite my mind's insistence that it's the bad choice. If it's so bad, why do I want it so passionately?
Chapter 12. Cameron. The quarterly projections blur across the screen as Derek drones on about market penetration and social media engagement. Something about our stock prices soaring since my romantic marriage announcement. I shift in my leather chair, loosening my tie. The boardroom feels stifling today. As you can see, Mr. McDaniels, the public's response to your relationship with your wife has been overwhelmingly positive. Our brand recognition is up 40%. My mind wanders to Rosalie's face this morning, that slight eye roll and shake of her head when I suggested having breakfast together. The way she practically sprinted out of the kitchen, muttering about maintaining boundaries. The marriage narrative has humanized quantum nexus technologies in ways our PR team couldn't achieve in years, Derek continues, clicking through another slide. Boundaries. What a load of nonsense. The electricity when our hands brushed passing the coffee pot wasn't imagined. Mr. McDaniels, your thoughts on leveraging this momentum? I snap back to attention. Sorry. What? The board members exchange glances. I clear my throat, straightening in my chair. Let's take 5. Get some coffee, stretch our legs. The room empties, but I remain seated, running a hand through my hair. This arrangement is messing with my head. Every time I think I've got Rosalie figured out, she throws up another wall. Professional distance, she says. Keep things clean, she insists. But I've caught her looking. Those lingering glances when she thinks I'm not paying attention. The slight catch in her breath when I stand too close. Damn. I loosen my tie completely, tossing it on the table. This isn't just attraction anymore. It's becoming an obsession, and that's dangerous territory. I need my head in the game, focused on running this company. Instead, I'm sitting here thinking about the curve of her neck, the fire in her eyes when she argues with me, the way her lips... The boardroom door opens, and it's just Ezekiel poking his head in. Mr. McDaniels? They're ready to continue. I wave off my assistant. 2 more minutes. I need to get my thing together. Rosalie Clark is officially off limits. By her own choice. Too bad my body hasn't gotten that memo. When my 2 minutes of brooding is finally over, I straighten my collar and school my expression as the board members file back in. Time to be the CEO, they expect. Right, where were we? I click to the next slide, forcing myself to focus on the quarterly numbers. For the next hour, I dive deep into expansion plans, market strategies, and our upcoming product launches. The marriage PR boost gets mentioned a few more times, but I keep the discussion strictly professional. When we finally wrap up, I grab my jacket and head for the elevator, already planning my next move. The board members' voices fade behind me as the doors slide shut. Instead of my usual route back to the office where mountains of paperwork await, I leave the building entirely, my shoes clicking against the polished marble floor of the lobby. The cold morning air hits my face like a wake-up call as I walk the few blocks to Georgetown Florist. My breath creates small clouds in front of me, and I shove my hands deep in my pockets. A bell chimes cheerfully as I push open the door, and the scent of fresh flowers envelops me. Roses, lilies, and a dozen other varieties I couldn't name if I tried. "Can I help you?" A middle-aged woman with kind eyes approaches from behind the counter, wiping her hands on her green apron. "I need something impressive. Purple flowers." I run a hand through my hair, realizing I probably should have researched this more before coming in. She raises an eyebrow, a knowing smile playing at her lips. "Special occasion?" "You could say that." I scan the displays, trying to look like I know what I'm doing, when my eyes land on deep purple irises mixed with lighter lavender blooms. Perfect. Those. What are they? Purple iris and delphinium. Beautiful combination. She moves to gather the flowers, her experienced hands already arranging them with practiced ease. "Would you like to add some white accent flowers? Maybe some baby's breath or white lilies to make the purple really pop?" "No. Keep it all purple." I've seen how Rosalie's eyes light up at anything in that color. Her phone case, that scarf she wore last week, even her coffee mug that sticks out against my array of black mugs. The florist works quickly, arranging the flowers with expert hands. Deep purple ribbon ties it all together. Perfect. I hand over my credit card, not even glancing at the total. The bouquet is striking, elegant but bold, just like her. Now I just need to deliver them, and maybe finally get her to stop pretending there's nothing between us. "Have a wonderful day," the florist calls after me as I leave, the impressive bouquet cradled carefully in my arms. The drive to Rosalie's office takes longer than usual with DC traffic, but I manage the steering wheel one-handed, keeping the flowers steady in the passenger's seat. The security guard at the parking garage recognizes me immediately, waving me through with a grin and a thumbs up at the flowers. Inside the lobby, the woman behind the receptionist desk lights up. "Mr. Cameron McDaniels, those are gorgeous." "Thank you. Is Rosalie in meetings?" "Just finished one, actually. Perfect timing." She buzzes me through, and I catch several admiring glances as I make my way past the offices. A few of the women whisper and smile. The gossip that spread like fireworks after the marriage announcement means that everyone knows that I'm Rosalie's husband. Oh my, aren't those lovely? I turn to find a sleek woman in a fitted red dress approaching, her smile sharp as glass. The way she's eyeing me sets off immediate warning bells. Everything about her screams predator, from the calculated sway of her hips to the way her eyes rake over me like I'm her next meal. "You must be Cameron." She extends a manicured hand, blood-red nails gleaming under the office lights. "I'm Gabrielle Watkins. I've heard so much about you." So this is the infamous Gabrielle, the rival, the one who's been making Rosalie's work-life hell since day one. I've heard plenty about her too, none of it good. "Miss Watkins?" I shake her hand briefly, keeping my tone professionally distant. She steps closer, her perfume overwhelming. Something expensive and cloying that makes me want to step back and get some air. Please, call me Gabi. You know, I was just about to grab coffee. Her voice drops to what I assume she thinks is a seductive tone. Care to join me? No, thank you. I step back, adjusting my grip on the flowers. The stems crinkle under my fingers as I resist the urge to put more distance between us. I'm here to see my wife. Her smile falters slightly at the emphasis I put on wife. Another time, then. She trails her fingers along my arm as she passes. I resist the urge to wipe my sleeve and continue down the hallway, the purple blooms leading the way. That woman is exactly as Rosalie described, all predatory charm and calculated moves. No wonder they clash. I reach Rosalie's office, taking a deep breath before knocking. The door swings open and she freezes mid-step, her eyes widening at the sight of the purple bouquet. Surprise. I can't help the smirk that tugs at my lips as I watch her reaction. Her mouth parts slightly, those dark eyes moving from the flowers to my face and back again. Cameron. She steps back, letting me into her office. The morning sun streams through her window, catching the gold undertones in her curls. These are... they're beautiful. Noticed you have a thing for purple. I hold out the bouquet, watching as she carefully takes it. Her fingers brush mine in the exchange, sending that familiar spark through my system. The irises reminded me of you. Bold, striking. You really didn't need to go through all this trouble. But she's already burying her nose in the flowers, inhaling deeply. The smile that spreads across her face is genuine, unguarded, the kind I rarely get to see. Wanted to. I shove my hands in my pockets to resist reaching for her. Besides, seeing that look on your face, worth every minute. She cradles the flowers close, and for a moment, that professional mask she usually wears slips completely. There's something soft in her expression, something that makes my chest tighten. Thank you, she whispers, fingers trailing over the purple ribbon. I watch as she moves to her desk, treating the flowers like they're made of glass. Her fingers arrange each stem with careful precision, adjusting the bouquet until it sits perfectly centered on her mahogany desk. The purple blooms catch the sunlight, casting soft shadows across her paperwork. There's another gala coming up next week. I lean against her doorframe, hands still in my pockets. The Children's Technology Foundation. You up for playing the happy couple again? She smooths an invisible wrinkle from her blazer. Of course. It's good PR for both of us. Listen, about lately. I run a hand through my hair. If I've been pushing too hard or making things uncomfortable... Cameron? She turns to face me, her expression composed. But there's a slight tension in her shoulders I've started noticing lately. Everything's fine. This arrangement is working exactly as intended. You don't have to stress about anything. Right. The word tastes bitter in my mouth like day-old coffee. The arrangement. Exactly. She adjusts one of the irises, not meeting my eyes, her fingers trembling almost imperceptibly. We're good. Professional, like we agreed. Something in her voice catches, a tiny break that makes my chest tighten. But before I can analyze it, she's already moving past me to grab a file from her cabinet. The scent of her perfume trails in her wake, and I grip the doorframe harder, my knuckles turning white. Professional, I echo, watching as she efficiently sorts through papers, her movements precise and practiced. Every graceful motion feels like another brick in the wall between us. That's what you want. That's what works. She closes the cabinet with a decisive click that sounds too damn final for my liking. I nod, swallowing the bitter taste of disappointment. My jaw clenches as I fight back the urge to push harder, to make her see what's right in front of us. But pushing only makes her retreat further into that professional shell she wears like armor. I'll see you at home, then. The words feel heavy, weighted with everything left unsaid. Goodbye, Cameron. Her voice is steady, controlled, exactly like everything else about her these days. I turn and stride down the hallway, my shoes clicking against the polished floor with more force than necessary. The flowers sit perfectly arranged on her desk behind me, a splash of purple defiance in her meticulously organized space. Movement catches my eye. Gabrielle Watkins leaning against a doorframe down the hall. She's watching me like a cat that spotted a mouse, red lips curved in a predatory smile. I roll my eyes, not even trying to hide my disdain. The last thing I need is that woman causing more complications for Rosalie. The elevator can't arrive fast enough. I jab the button harder than necessary, shoving my hands in my pockets to keep from running them through my hair again. Professional distance. Right. Because that's working so...
Chapter 13. Rosalie. The sleek black town car glides through DC's evening traffic, streetlights casting intermittent shadows across the leather seats. I sit with my tablet, reviewing the night's agenda for the Children's Technology Foundation event, while Cameron occupies the other end of the back seat, focused on his phone. Jerry navigates the car with his usual expertise, but the silence feels different tonight, heavier. I sneak a glance at Cameron. His jaw is set in that determined way I've come to recognize, his fingers tapping out messages with rapid precision. A week ago, he would have been leaning over, trying to peek at my screen or making jokes about my compulsive schedule checking. But I'd asked for professionalism in private, demanded it really, and now, traffic's worse than usual tonight, Jerry calls from the front seat. Take Constitution Avenue instead, Cameron suggests, without looking up. Should be clearer this time of evening. I shift in my seat, the leather creaking beneath me. The space between us feels vast, though it's merely inches. My fingers itch to break this carefully constructed wall of propriety, to poke him and ask what's so fascinating on his phone. But I remain still, gripping my tablet tighter. The car turns onto Constitution Avenue, and the Washington Monument looms ahead, illuminated against the darkening sky. Cameron's cologne drifts across the seat, that subtle mix of cedar and something distinctly him. Usually this would be when he'd lean over, pointing out some random historical fact about the monuments, just to see me roll my eyes. Instead, he adjusts his tie and continues his silent phone conversation. I force my attention back to my tablet, though the words blur together. This is what I wanted, isn't it? No distractions, no confusing signals. Just two people maintaining a professional arrangement. So why does the quiet feel so wrong? The car rolls to a stop, and instantly, camera flashes explode against the tinted windows like a strobe light show. Cameron's demeanor shifts, the wall between us vanishing as he slides closer, his hand finding mine with practiced ease. His warmth seeps through my skin, a stark reminder of how good we've gotten at this charade. Ready? His smile transforms his entire face, eyes crinkling at the corners. For a moment, I forget this is all for show. He's that convincing. I squeeze his fingers, ignoring the little flutter in my chest. Absolutely. The door opens and Cameron steps out first, turning to help me emerge with the fluid grace of someone born into the spotlight. His strong grip steadies me as my heels hit the pavement. The paparazzi surge forward like a wave, their questions overlapping in an eager swarm, microphones thrust toward us like weapons. Mrs. McDaniels, how's married life treating you? I beam, leaning into Cameron's side as his arm wraps around my waist, pulling me close enough that I can feel his heartbeat through his expensive suit. It's better than I could have imagined. This one keeps surprising me. The words come easily now, perhaps too easily. After all, the best lies always contain a grain of truth. You two are gorgeous. When are the little ones coming? Cameron's laugh rumbles against me, the deep sound making my stomach flutter traitorously. We're enjoying being newlyweds right now, though tonight's event reminds us both how amazing children are. His fingers flex against my hip, a subtle gesture that feels oddly possessive. We make our way down the red carpet, stopping for photos. Cameron's hand never leaves my waist, his thumb tracing small circles that send shivers up my spine. For these moments, I can pretend this isn't all for show. I can almost convince myself that the tender way he guides me past the cameras, the protective stance he takes when photographers get too close, means something more. Inside the grand ballroom, displays of cutting-edge technology line the walls. But what catches my attention are the bright-eyed kids manning their stations, practically vibrating with excitement to share their innovations. One little girl with braids bouncing catches my eye, eagerly waving us over to her robotics display. Cameron's face lights up. He's always had a soft spot for encouraging young minds in STEM. It's one of the many things that makes this facade harder to maintain, seeing glimpses of the genuine man beneath the billionaire exterior. "Look at them," I whisper to Cameron. As we pause at a booth where a 12-year-old girl demonstrates her app for teaching sign language through augmented reality. Her display screen shows colorful animations of hands forming letters and common phrases. The girl's eyes widen when she recognizes us. "Mr. and Mrs. McDaniels, would you like to try it?" She practically bounces on her toes, her NASA t-shirt wrinkled from a long day of demonstrations. Cameron gently nudges me forward, his hand warm against the small of my back. "Show us how it works." For the next few minutes, I forget about maintaining appearances or the weight of our arrangement. The girl's enthusiasm is infectious as she guides me through the app's features, her small hands gesturing animatedly. She shows me how the camera tracks my movements, correcting my finger positions when I attempt to spell my name. "This is incredible," I tell her, meaning every word. "You're going to help so many people communicate better." I catch Cameron watching me with an intensity that makes my stomach flip, but I keep my focus on the young innovator in front of us. Her beaming smile reminds me why events like these matter so much. As we move through the exhibits, I can't help but notice how Cameron crouches down to meet each child at eye level. His entire demeanor shifts, the sharp-edged business titan melting away into someone softer, warmer. At the robotics station, a little boy with thick glasses drops his controller, his lower lip trembling as his carefully constructed robot stumbles. Before I can react, Cameron's there, steadying the machine. "Hey, buddy, what's this guy's name?" Cameron picks up the controller, his large hands gentle as he shows the boy how to adjust his grip. "T-Rex 3000. The boy's voice strengthens as Cameron nods with genuine interest. "That's a solid name. Want to show me what he can do?" The boy's face lights up as he demonstrates the robot's features, Cameron responding with questions that draw out more confidence with each answer. My throat tightens watching them, something warm and dangerous unfurling in my chest. A little girl in pigtails tugs Cameron's sleeve, wanting him to see her science project. He gives her his full attention, praising her hypothesis about plant growth in different light conditions. His eyes crinkle with joy as she explains her findings, his patience never wavering. The image hits me hard. Cameron surrounded by children, being the kind of father who'd attend every science fair, who'd build pillow forts and read bedtime stories. My vision blurs, and I blink rapidly, grateful for the dim lighting. For one reckless moment, I let myself imagine a future. A little girl with his blue eyes and my curls. A boy with his mischievous smile learning to code at our kitchen table. But that's not our story. This marriage is a business arrangement, nothing more. I forced the dream away, locking it behind walls of practicality where it belongs. Still, watching him high-five another young inventor, the ache lingers. A woman in an elegant navy dress sidles up beside me, her silver hair swept into an immaculate updo. "He's quite something with the children, isn't he?" I turn to find warm brown eyes studying me. She extends a perfectly manicured hand. Mandy Whitaker. I've known Cameron since he was knee-high to a grasshopper. It's lovely to meet you, Mrs. Whitaker. I shake her hand, noting the impressive diamond ring that catches the light. We watch as Cameron helps a young boy adjust the wiring on his science project. The child's face lights up when the circuit board finally blinks to life, and Cameron's answering grin is genuine. None of that polished charm he usually deploys at events. You know, dear, Mrs. Whitaker's voice drops to a whisper. When I heard Cameron McDaniels was finally settling down, I had my doubts. But watching him with you, she pats my arm. You've got yourself quite a catch there. My chest tightens as Cameron scoops up a little girl who's struggling to reach her display board, lifting her easily so she can adjust her presentation. He really is, isn't he? The way he looks at you when you're not watching. Mrs. Whitaker sighs contentedly. Reminds me of how my Harold used to look at me. 45 years we had together. I smile, ignoring the twist in my stomach. You're absolutely right about him being a catch. The words come out softer than intended, more honest than they should be. I'm very lucky. Cameron chooses that moment to glance our way, his eyes finding mine across the room. His smile shifts, becoming something private and warm that makes my breath catch. For a second, I forget this is all pretend. And you, my dear, Mrs. Whitaker squeezes my shoulder. You are exactly what he needs. Someone strong enough to challenge him, but kind enough to understand his heart. She winks. Don't sell yourself short. Her words follow me as she glides away to join a group of donors. I wrap my arms around myself, watching Cameron say goodbye to the young inventors. The way he high-fives each child, promising to keep track of their progress, makes something inside me crack open. He weaves through the crowd toward me, and I find myself moving before I can think. My arm slides through his, pulling him close enough that his warmth seeps through my dress. Hey. His voice drops low, just for me. You okay? I press closer, inhaling his familiar scent. The words tangle in my throat. How do I tell him that watching him tonight has undone something in me? That seeing his genuine care for these kids, his patience, his kindness, it's all too much? His hand covers mine where it rests on his arm, his skin warm and calloused against my fingers. Rosie. The concern in his voice nearly breaks me. The way he says it, soft and intimate, cuts straight through my defenses. I shouldn't want this. His touch, his attention, the way he says my name like it matters. But I do. God help me, I do. Every logical argument I've made about keeping my distance crumbles when he's this close. You're incredible with them, I manage, nodding toward the children. I've never seen you so real, so completely yourself. The words feel inadequate to describe how watching him tonight has affected me. His thumb traces circles on my skin, sending tiny shivers up my arm. They make it easy. No pretense, no expectations. Just pure enthusiasm for creating something new. There's a vulnerability in his voice I've never heard before, and it makes my heart clench. The emotions spiraling within my chest right now. There's something I've never experienced before. Not for anyone, not even for any of my ex-boyfriends. It's something new and terrifying and wonderful. Something that feels dangerously close to real feelings for a fake husband. I lean my head against his shoulder, letting myself have this moment, breathing in the subtle notes of his cologne. In moments like these, I'm his, entirely his. I don't have to pretend, I just am. But I'm wanting to stay in these moments forever with him by my side. Slowly but surely, I'm not treating it as a problem anymore. It's something natural, real and all-encompassing. And I only ever feel this way with him around, and that means the world to me.
Chapter 14. Cameron. The Children's Technology Foundation event winds down as donors mingle over drinks and gourmet appetizers. I'm caught in a conversation about quantum computing with a tech executive when I feel Rosalie's hand slip into mine. She leans against my arm, her curls brushing my shoulder. The neural network applications sound fascinating. She jumps into the discussion with ease, her grip on my hand tightening. I can't help but notice how different this feels from the past week. She's been keeping her distance, barely speaking beyond what's necessary for our public appearances. But tonight she's close, present, engaged. You should hear Cameron's thoughts on AI ethics, she says, beaming up at me. Her thumb traces circles on my palm, a gentle motion that feels intimate despite the crowd surrounding us. The gesture sends electricity through my spine. I've missed her being this close. I love it. After days of cold shoulders and careful distance, this shift in her behavior has my head spinning. Actually, Rosie here knows more about the social implications than I do. I wrap my arm around her waist, pulling her closer. She doesn't resist. Instead, she melts against me like we've done this 1,000 times before. You're too modest. She presses into my side, the scent of her perfume intoxicating. We make our rounds, saying goodbye to the other donors. Each time we move to a new group, she stays within arm's reach, maintaining this newfound connection. When we pause at the bar for a final drink, she rests her hand on my chest, laughing at something I've said. Her fingers curl slightly into my shirt, and I have to fight the urge to capture her hand in mine. The warmth of her touch through the fabric is driving me crazy. I'm not questioning this change. I'm savoring it. The way her eyes linger on mine, how her fingers find excuses to touch my arm, my back, my hand. This version of Rosalie, warm and affectionate, feels like coming up for air after being underwater. I just hope it isn't temporary. Ready to head out? I ask, finishing my whiskey. She nods, sliding her arm through mine. Take me home, Mr. McDaniels. The words send heat through my chest. I've fallen hard for this woman. Fake marriage be damned. The night air hits us as we exit the venue, a welcome relief from the stuffy ballroom. Jerry stands beside the black SUV, opening the door as we approach. Evening, Mr. and Mrs. McDaniels. Rosalie slides in first and I follow. The leather seat creaks beneath us as Jerry closes the door. Through the partition, I catch his nod in the rearview mirror before he pulls away from the curb. The city lights stream past our window, casting shifting shadows across Rosalie's face. She nestles against my arm, her head finding that perfect spot between my shoulder and chest. The scent of her shampoo fills my senses, something tropical and sweet that makes my fingers itch to touch her. I give in to the urge, running my fingers through her curls. The silky strands wrap around my fingers as I trace gentle patterns against her scalp. She lets out a soft hum of contentment, pressing closer. Your hair's so soft, I murmur, twirling a curl around my index finger. She shifts, burrowing deeper into my side. That feels nice. The steady motion of the car and the quiet intimacy of the moment wraps around us like a cocoon. I continue playing with her hair, memorizing the weight of her against me, the warmth of her body seeping through my suit jacket. The streetlights create a hypnotic pattern as we drive, but I can't take my eyes off her. The way her lashes cast shadows on her cheeks, how her lips curve into a slight smile as I massage her scalp. This feels real. Too real for a marriage built on convenience and scandal management. What changed? I whisper against her hair, unable to hold back the question any longer. You've been different all week, keeping your distance. And now? Rosalie stiffens against me, her fingers curling into my jacket. She takes a deep breath, and I feel her chest rise and fall against my side. I thought if I kept my distance, I could protect myself. Her voice comes out soft, vulnerable in a way I've never heard before. This arrangement, it was supposed to be simple. Just business. We both know that. I continue stroking her hair, giving her space to find her words. The lights dance across her face as she tilts her head up to meet my gaze. But you... She swallows hard. You've somehow managed to capture a piece of my heart when I wasn't looking. My chest tightens at her confession. I cup her face with my free hand, thumb brushing across her cheekbone. That's what you were afraid of? Yes. She leans into my touch. I didn't expect you to be... You, with your stupid charm and the way you actually listen when I talk. How you remember my coffee order and leave those ridiculous sticky note messages on my laptop before I leave for work. I can't help but smile. The one about the penguin joke really got you, didn't it? Shut up. She smacks my chest lightly. I'm trying to be serious here. Sorry. Continue. But I'm not sorry at all, especially when I see that smile playing at the corners of her mouth. The point is, I tried to keep my distance. But tonight, watching you work that room, how you talk to those children, seeing how passionate you got talking about making technology accessible to underprivileged kids. She shakes her head. I just couldn't stay away anymore. I can't take it anymore. Her words, her vulnerability, the way she's looking at me, it's too much. I capture her lips with mine, keeping the kiss gentle at first. A soft brush. Testing, savoring. Her mouth is warm and pliant against mine, and she makes this little sound in the back of her throat that drives me wild. My hand slides from her cheek to the back of her neck, fingers tangling in her curls. She shifts, turning more fully toward me, and suddenly the kiss deepens. Her tongue traces my bottom lip, and damn if that doesn't make me groan. I pull her closer, drinking in the taste of her. Champagne and the mints she had back at the event. The kiss turns hungry, desperate. Her fingers dig into my shoulders as she practically climbs into my lap. The leather seat creaks beneath us, and the partition reminder hits me like a bucket of cold water. I break away, pressing my forehead against hers as we both catch our breath. Patience, baby. My voice comes out rough. I brush my thumb across her swollen lips. We're almost home. She makes a frustrated sound that shoots straight to my groin. You're terrible. That's not what you were saying a minute ago. I press a quick kiss to the corner of her mouth, loving how she chases my lips when I pull back. But Jerry might have a heart attack if we give him a show. Fine. She settles back against my side, but her hand finds its way to my thigh, fingers drawing maddening patterns on my leg. But you better make this worth the wait. I catch her wandering hand, bringing it to my lips. Trust me, Rosie, I plan to. The city lights blur past as Jerry navigates through the traffic. Rosalie's hand hasn't left my thigh, her touch setting my skin on fire even through my suit pants. The drive feels endless, each red light an eternity. Finally, the iron gates of my estate come into view. Jerry pulls up to the front entrance, and I'm out of the car before he can get to our door. I extend my hand to Rosalie, helping her step onto the circular driveway. She lets out a soft laugh as she emerges, and I wrap my arm around her waist, pulling her close. Thanks, Jerry. Have a good night. I catch his nod before leading Rosalie up the steps. My fingers fumble with the keys. Her lips are trailing along my jaw, making it impossible to focus. The door finally swings open, and we stumble inside. Before she can take another step, I spin her around, pressing her back against the heavy wooden door. It closes with a solid thud. Damn, you're beautiful. I capture her mouth in a searing kiss, then trail my lips across her cheek, down to that spot just below her ear. Her skin is silk beneath my touch. Do you know what you do to me? Sitting so close in the car, touching me like that? She gasps as I nip at her pulse point. Cameron? You've been driving me crazy all night. My hands slide down her sides, gripping her hips. The way you looked at me during the event. How you stayed close. I kissed down her neck, savoring the taste of her skin. I wanted to drag you out of there hours ago. Her fingers thread through my hair, tugging me closer. Then why didn't you? Because, I growl against her throat, I needed everyone to see exactly who you belong to. She arches into me, a soft moan escaping her lips. Show me. I capture her lips again, pouring every ounce of need and desire into the kiss. Her mouth opens beneath mine, eager and demanding. The taste of her sends fire racing through my veins. Her tongue slides against mine, and I groan into her mouth, pressing her harder against the door. My hands find her waist, fingers digging into the silky fabric of her dress. She arches into my touch, her body molding perfectly against mine. One of her hands tangles in my hair while the other grips my shoulder, pulling me impossibly closer. The kiss deepens, turns desperate. Each stroke of her tongue, every soft gasp she makes when I nip at her bottom lip. It's driving me insane. I slide one hand up her side, cupping the back of her neck to change the angle. She makes this little whimpering sound that shoots straight to my core. Breaking away, I rest my forehead against hers. We're both breathing hard, and her lips are swollen from my kisses. I take her hand, intertwining our fingers. Come with me. My voice comes out rough as I guide her toward the grand staircase. She follows eagerly, tightening her grip on my hand as we ascend each step together. I lead her up the stairs, through the dimly lit hallway to my master bedroom. Her hand stays firmly in mine, her thumb tracing patterns on my skin that make it hard to focus on walking straight. I guide Rosalie into my bedroom, the moonlight filtering through the windows, casting a silver glow across her skin. She turns to face me, her dark eyes filled with an intensity that takes my breath away. Wait here. I cross to the bedside table, clicking on the lamp. Soft light bathes the room in a warm glow. When I turn back, she's watching me, her lips curved in a gentle smile. Come here, I say, holding out my hand. She walks toward me and I take her hand, pulling her close, wrapping my arm around her waist. I need you to understand something. My fingers trace the curve of her spine. This isn't just about tonight. It's not about the arrangement or the scandals or any of that nonsense. Her breath catches as I cup her face with my free hand. What is it about then? I've fallen for you, Rosie. Hard. I press my forehead against hers. And I'm going to spend tonight showing you exactly how much. Her eyes meet mine, vulnerable and fierce all at once. Go for it, McDaniels. I capture her lips in a kiss that's different from the ones we shared downstairs. Slower, deeper, filled with everything I can't put into words. She melts against me, and I pour all my feelings into each touch, determined to prove this is real. This is what I've been waiting for all along.
Chapter 15. Rosalie. Cameron's hands, confident and eager, find the zipper of my dress, drawing it down with a swiftness that sends shivers dancing across my skin. His lips meet mine in a fierce, passionate dance, a rhythm that has my heart racing to keep up. The room is bathed in the soft glow of the nightstand lamps, casting long shadows that seem to mimic our desperate embrace. He breaks away from my lips, his breath hot against my skin, as he trails kisses down the column of my neck. Each touch of his lips is a whispered promise, a secret shared between us. I feel the smooth fabric of my dress slip from my shoulders, pooling around my waist as Cameron's hands explore my exposed skin. His touch is electric, igniting a fire that burns deep within me. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 16. Cameron. I scroll through another puff piece about DC's newest power couple, my jaw clenching at the photo of Rosalie and me leaving last night's charity gala. The headlines paint us as a perfect match, the tech mogul and the brilliant political strategist finding love amid scandal. If they only knew. My phone buzzes on the glass desk. A text from Sarah Wellington at the Washington Post. My stomach drops as I read. Mr. McDaniels. Working on a story about Mrs. McDaniels' time at Georgetown. Sources claim there's more than just that Miami video. Care to comment before we run it? What the hell? I lean back in my chair, running a hand through my hair. More dirt on Rosalie? The Miami video nearly torpedoed her career. Her dancing on a bar in a bikini top during spring break. Ancient history that some jerk dug up to sabotage her latest campaign. But I had no idea there would be more scandals hidden beneath the gilded surface of her college days. I pull up my background file, the extensive dossier Sandra compiled for me about Rosalie. Nothing flags from her college years except standard political activism and Dean's List achievements. My phone buzzes again, another text from Wellington. Deadline's 5 p.m. These allegations could impact both your reputations. A swarm of thoughts flies through my mind. But most importantly, what the hell is this? This wasn't part of the deal. And the fact that it blindsided me means either my team missed something major, or Rosalie kept secrets that could blow up in both our faces. Damn. I grab my phone to call her, then stop. Maybe Sandra knows what's going on. She's usually on top of these things, and right now I need someone who can make sense of this nonsense. I dial Sandra's number, drumming my fingers against the desk while it rings. Each second feels like an eternity as my mind races through possible scenarios. She picks up on the second ring. Sarah Wellington just reached out. I cut straight to the point, my jaw clenched tight. Says she's got more dirt on Rosalie from Georgetown. The Miami video again? Sandra's voice sharpens with concern. I thought we buried that story with your marriage. We had agreements in place. No, something else apparently. Wellington claims there's more than just the bar incident. I run my fingers through my hair. What? Papers rustle in the background. That's impossible. I vetted everything thoroughly before we arranged this marriage. Her Georgetown records were clean except for that spring break nonsense. Sandra's voice carries that edge of frustration I recognize from when someone threatens to derail her carefully laid plans. I push back from my desk, pacing the length of my office. Well, Wellington's threatening to run the story by 5. Says it'll impact both our reputations. Both your... Sandra cuts off. Give me a minute. More rustling. I'm pulling up her file now. This makes no sense. We had PIs dig through everything before setting this up. Every academic record, social media post, campus newspaper. Nothing raised red flags. Could someone have missed something? Cameron, I personally oversaw that investigation. The Miami video was the only skeleton we found. And believe me, we looked. Frustration edges into her voice. Did Wellington give any hints about what kind of allegations? No details, just vague threats about damage control. Damn, Sandra rarely swears. This isn't good. Either our team completely dropped the ball or Rosalie wasn't entirely forthcoming when we vetted her. Let me make some calls. I'll get to the bottom of this. Have you talked to Rosalie yet? Haven't reached out. Wanted to check with you first. Smart move. Give me an hour to dig around before you confront her. Last thing we need is both of you blindsided. I end the call with Sandra, tossing my phone onto the desk. My office feels too small suddenly, the walls closing in as I pace from window to door and back again. In the short time we've been together, I've watched her work her magic at fundraisers and events. The way her eyes light up when she talks political strategy. How she turns heads without trying. That brilliant mind that keeps me on my toes. Damn. I stop at the window, pressing my forehead against the cool glass. This wasn't supposed to happen. The marriage was meant to be a business arrangement. Mutually beneficial PR to weather our respective scandals. Clean, simple, temporary. But somewhere between the public appearances and private moments, things shifted. My chest tightens. Whatever Wellington has, does it matter? The plagiarism accusations against my company nearly destroyed everything I built. But Rosalie came to me like a light in a dark night and saved me by marrying me on short notice. I owe her a lot, but the knot in my gut won't ease. If she kept secrets during the vetting process, what else might she be hiding? Trust matters, especially now that my feelings run deeper than I ever planned. I grab my phone again, pulling up our text thread. Her last message from this morning. Thanks for the wonderful night. You're getting good at this husband thing. The casual flirtation that's become our norm hits differently now. Is it all just part of the act? Or is there something real beneath the carefully crafted facade we present to the world? Crossing the room, I grab my phone and unlock it, scrolling to my phone's contact list. I stare down at Rosalie's contact photo for a solid minute before saying, screw it, and hitting dial. Sandra can yell at me later. Right now, I need answers. Hey, stranger. Rosalie's warm voice fills the line. Missing me already? Wellington from the Post contacted me. My words come out sharper than intended. Says she's got dirt on you from Georgetown. More than the Miami video. The line goes quiet. Then, what are you talking about? That's what I'd like to know. She's running a story at 5 unless we comment. Cameron, I have no idea what this is about. Her voice loses its playful edge. The Miami thing was the only scandal from college. You know that. Your team went through everything with a fine-tooth comb. Did they? Because Wellington seems pretty confident. Are you seriously questioning me right now? The hurt in her voice hits me like a punch to the gut. After everything we've been through. Oh, look, I just need to know. Need to know what? Her voice rises. If I'm hiding some deep, dark secret that'll ruin your precious reputation, is that what you think of me? Rosie, don't Rosie me. I've been nothing but honest with you from day one. I thought you knew every skeleton in my closet before we signed those papers. Her words crack slightly. I can't believe you doubt me like this. The silence stretches between us, heavy with unspoken things. I put my career on the line marrying you, she continues, quieter now. Tied my reputation to yours even though it was the craziest thing I've ever done. And this is how you repay that trust? Guilt twists in my chest. She's right. She took a massive risk with our arrangement. I haven't done anything wrong, Cameron, and it hurts that you'd think otherwise. You're right. I drag a hand down my face. I'm sorry, Rosie, I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions. This whole thing caught me off guard, and I handled it badly. Yeah, you did. Her voice still holds an edge, but some of the hurt has faded. It's just... Wellington's message threw me, made me worry about... I trail off, not wanting to admit how much the thought of hidden secrets between us bothers me. About what this means for us? Yeah. I lean against my desk, tension knotting between my shoulders. Look, could someone be trying to plant fake dirt on you? Make up allegations? The line goes quiet. Too quiet. Rosie? Her breath catches, barely audible through the phone. Actually... My fingers tighten on the phone. What is it? I think I know who might be behind this. Her voice drops lower, almost to a whisper. Who? I straighten up. Tell me who it is and I'll... No. The firmness in her tone stops me cold. I need to handle this myself. But, Cameron, trust me on this one. Like I trusted you. There's movement in the background, papers shuffling. I'll talk to you later, okay? I need to run some errands. Wait, at least tell me. The line goes dead. I pull the phone away from my ear, staring at the ended call screen. What the hell just happened? 1 minute she's hurt that I doubted her. The next she's hiding whatever she knows about Wellington's source. The urge to call her back burns in my fingers, but something in her voice tells me she won't appreciate it. Still, the sudden shift in her demeanor leaves me uneasy. Whatever, or whoever is behind this, Rosalie clearly knows more than she's letting on. With my phone still in my hand, I pull up my text conversation with Sandra and type out a message. Someone's trying to plant dirt on us. Rosalie's reaction confirms it. This feels like a targeted hit job. Sandra's response comes quickly. Already on it. The timing is too convenient. No way this many skeletons stayed buried during our initial sweep. Someone's digging, and they're digging deep. Can you shut Wellington down? Working on it now. Have some leverage from an old story she killed last year. Plus reminding her about the NDAs your legal team has in place. Trust me, she'll think twice about running anything without solid proof. I pace the length of my office, relief warring with lingering unease. Thanks, Sandra, you're the best. That's why you pay me the big bucks. Don't worry, I'll make this go away. Been doing damage control long before you came along, remember? I set the phone down but can't shake the knot in my gut. The tension in my shoulders refuses to ease. Someone's deliberately trying to blow up our arrangement, and they're being damn methodical about it. The question is who? And why now? The timing, right when things with Rosalie are starting to feel complicated. That can't be a coincidence. The plagiarism accusations against my company have died down. Rosalie's Miami video is old news. Our marriage helped weather both storms. So why would someone dig for more dirt? Unless they know it's all fake. Unless someone figured out our marriage is just for show. My hand clenches into a fist. Whoever's behind this better pray Sandra kills the story. Because if they're trying to hurt Rosalie... I force myself to take a deep breath. Getting angry won't solve anything. But the thought of someone gunning for us, trying to destroy what we've built, even if it started as just a business arrangement, makes my blood boil. I need a drink, and maybe some answers from my wife about who she suspects is behind this mess.
Jacob, I wonder if you still remember the way I used to touch your face when I was trying not to fall apart. I wonder if you ever forgave me for how it ended, or if you even should. I broke a lot of things, but I never stopped loving you. That part, that was always real. Chapter 17. Rosalie. The click of my heels echoes through the marble hallway as I make my way toward Gabrielle's office. Her laughter carries down the corridor. That familiar, calculated sound that always sets my teeth on edge. The way it bounces off the walls reminds me of nails on a chalkboard, making my shoulders tense with each step. I round the corner to find her perched on the edge of her desk, surrounded by Mariah and Wendy. They're all huddled around her phone, faces lit with amusement. The scene is so perfectly staged, it could be a photo op. I hate to break up this little social hour. My voice cuts through their laughter. But I need to speak with Gabrielle, alone. I plant my feet firmly, adjusting the strap of my designer bag on my shoulder. A power move I've perfected over years in DC politics. Gabrielle's perfectly lined lips curve into a smirk. Of course you do, Mrs. McDaniels, always so serious. She draws out my new last name like it's some kind of joke, which makes my jaw clench. Mariah and Wendy exchange glances before gathering their things. Their heels tap a hasty retreat across the hardwood floor. Mariah pauses at the door, her laptop tucked under her arm. "We'll catch up later about that fundraiser, Gabby." Her words hang in the air like a reminder of all the connections she's cultivated while I've been dealing with my PR nightmare. "Looking forward to it." Gabrielle's voice drips honey, but her eyes stay locked on me as they leave. The door clicks shut. The artificial warmth drops from her face like a discarded mask. She slides off her desk and settles into her chair, crossing her legs. "To what do I owe this pleasure?" Her manicured fingers drum against the armrest. "Come to admit defeat on the Matthews campaign?" I step further into her office, letting the tension build between us. The space feels charged, like the air before a storm. "You know exactly why I'm here." I plant my hands on her desk, leaning forward. "And it has nothing to do with Matthews." "Oh?" One perfectly shaped eyebrow arches. "Do enlighten me then." Sarah Wellington reached out this morning. I straighten up, watching Gabrielle's face for any flicker of recognition. Maybe she'll call my bluff, but I don't want her to know just yet that Cameron and I know what's up. Apparently, she's sitting on quite the story about my college days. Gabrielle's fingers stop their drumming. A micro-expression crosses her face. Satisfaction, maybe pride, before she schools her features back to neutral. "Sarah, what makes you think I have anything to do with that?" "Please." I circle her desk, my heels silent on the plush carpet. "You two are practically joined at the hip. Every fundraiser, every gala, there's Sarah, hanging on your every word. We're old friends." She swivels in her chair to face me. "Nothing more. Last month's charity auction, you spent the entire evening whispering in her corner. The Christmas party at Senator Miller's, you left together." I lean against her filing cabinet, arms crossed. "So drop the act." "Paranoia doesn't suit you, Rosalie." Her lips twitch. "Though I suppose with your colorful past, you have reason to be nervous about reporters digging around. My past is exactly that. Past. But you couldn't stand seeing me bounce back from that video leak, could you? Had to try and dig up more dirt? If Sarah's investigating you, that's her prerogative as a journalist." Gabrielle stands, smoothing her skirt. "Though I have to say, your accusations are starting to sound desperate. Marriage troubles already?" The mention of my marriage makes my fingers curl into fists. "Don't deflect. You and Sarah have been thick as thieves since your days in college. You expect me to believe you didn't point her in my direction?" "Believe what you want." She gathers her phone and tablet. "But maybe instead of storming into my office with wild accusations, you should be preparing your response to whatever Sarah finds. That is, if there's anything to find." Her smug tone confirms everything I need to know. The woman's never been good at hiding her victories. Always too eager to twist the knife. I take a step closer, my voice dropping low. "Whatever game you're playing, drop it, now. Lawrence won't appreciate you stirring up drama in the office." "Lawrence?" Gabrielle laughs, the sound sharp and dismissive. "You really want to drag our boss into your paranoid delusions? Be my guest, but without proof. You'll look like an idiot making baseless accusations against a colleague." My stomach knots. She's right. I have no concrete evidence linking her to Sarah. Just circumstantial connections and gut instinct. The doubt must show on my face because her smile widens. "Having second thoughts about your little crusade?" She adjusts her blazer. "Though I have to wonder, who else would care enough about your past to dig into it?" The question hits home because it's exactly what I've been asking myself. In DC's political sphere, I've made my share of enemies, but none with the personal vendetta Gabrielle's carried since I landed that one campaign over her last year. You know what I find interesting? She moves toward her office door. How quickly you and Cameron McDaniels tied the knot after both your unfortunate situations. Almost too perfect timing, wouldn't you say? My pulse quickens. My marriage is none of your business. A tech billionaire and a political strategist with image problems. She taps her chin. Quite the convenient arrangement, though I must say you don't exactly seem his type. Makes one wonder what's really going on there. Watch yourself, Gabrielle. Or what? She pulls open her door. Face it, Rosalie. A man like Cameron McDaniels doesn't just fall for someone like you overnight. There's something off about this whole thing, and I'm not the only one who sees it. Actually, Cameron's completely in love with me. I let a slow smile spread across my face. You should see how he looks at me when we're alone. The way he can't keep his hands off me. Gabrielle's perfectly composed expression cracks. Her nostrils flare, and her fingers tighten around the door handle until her knuckles go white. Please, she spits the word. A man like Cameron McDaniels would never genuinely fall for someone like you. He's sophisticated, cultured, and absolutely crazy about me. I step closer, watching the muscle in her jaw twitch. It must kill you, seeing us together. Is that what this is about? You wanted him for yourself? Her eyes flash with fury. He's too good for you. Everyone knows it. A billionaire tech genius settling for a political fixer with a scandal-ridden past? The venom in her voice confirms my suspicion. My lips curve into a knowing smirk as the pieces click together. Oh my God. I let out a laugh that echoes through the office, watching her composure crack. You're actually jealous. That's what this is about. You couldn't stand that he chose me. What, did you think your designer wardrobe and country club connections would be enough? Chose you? Her perfectly manicured hand slashes through the air, diamond tennis bracelet catching the light. Don't flatter yourself. This whole marriage is clearly a PR stunt. Anyone with half a brain can see that. He needed someone to clean up his image, and you needed to bury that Miami disaster. My eyes narrow as I study her flushed face. The way her chest heaves with barely contained rage, the pristine facade she works so hard to maintain, is crumbling right in front of me. This isn't just professional rivalry anymore. This is personal. She wanted Cameron, and I got him first. The thought sends a delicious thrill of satisfaction through me. The difference between you and me, Gabrielle? I adjust my blazer, savoring the moment like a fine wine. I didn't have to throw myself at him to get his attention. He came to me, and he'll never want to leave. I tap my wedding ring against the desk, watching her eyes track the movement. But keep telling yourself whatever helps you sleep at night. Gabrielle's composure shatters. Her face contorts with rage. Go screw yourself, Rosalie. She practically spits the words. You think you're so special because you landed Cameron McDaniels? This won't stand. I'll make sure everyone knows what a fraud you are. Careful, Gabrielle. I keep my voice steady, unfazed by her outburst. If any more hit pieces show up in the Post, I'll know exactly where they came from. And trust me, you don't want to see what happens when I actually fight back. Get out. She points at the door, her whole arm shaking. Get the hell out of my office. I turn on my heel, maintaining my dignity as I stride out. The door slams behind me hard enough to rattle the glass. The sound of something, probably her coffee mug, shattering against the wall, follows. Once I'm around the corner, I pull out my phone and fire off a quick text to Jessica. Heads up, Gabrielle's working with Sarah Wellington at WAPO. Pretty sure they're cooking up more stories about me. Need you on high alert. Jessica's response comes instantly. On it. I'll start monitoring. I slip my phone back into my bag, my mind already racing through potential countermoves. Gabrielle's just shown her hand, and her weakness. Now it's time to prepare for whatever she throws at me next. With a deep breath, I return to my office and gently shut the door behind me. I sink into my office chair, letting out a long sigh. The confrontation with Gabrielle has my nerves crackling, but memories from last night with Cameron flood back, washing away the tension. The way his fingers traced my spine as he unzipped my gown, how he pressed me against the door of his mansion before kissing me passionately, making my head spin. His hands tangled in my curls, while his lips found that spot on my neck that drives me wild. My fingers drift to the marks he left below my collarbone, hidden beneath my silk blouse. The memory of his touch sends electricity through my body. Cameron isn't just playing a part in this arrangement anymore. The way he looks at me across a crowded room, how his hand finds the small of my back, guiding me through galas and events, it's real. The heat between us is real. The thought of Gabrielle trying to sink her claws into him makes my blood boil. She'd probably throw herself at him the second she got the chance, batting those fake eyelashes and playing the sophisticated socialite card. I've seen her do it before with other powerful men in D.C. That calculated giggle, the strategic touch on their arm, the way she tilts her head just so. But Cameron sees through that type. He told me this morning at dawn, between sleepy, languid kisses, that he's never met anyone like me. Someone real. Someone who challenges him. The way he traced his fingers down my spine as he said it made me believe every word. "You're not just arm candy," he'd said, his blue eyes intense as he cupped my face. "You're my equal, my partner." His thumb had brushed across my bottom lip, making my breath catch. The rawness in his voice told me he meant every word. I touched my wedding ring, remembering how he slipped it on my finger at the courthouse when we made this official. What started as a business arrangement has become something else entirely, something I can't bear to lose. The press may think we're just another power couple, but they don't see the way he looks at me when no one's watching, or how perfectly we fit together. The question is, how far will Gabrielle go to try to take it from me? I've learned the hard way never to underestimate her ambition or her ruthlessness. She's been gunning for my position since day one, and now she's set her sights on something far more precious.
Chapter 18. Cameron. I'm leaning against the cool marble countertop, glass of Cabernet in hand, scrolling through the day's news on my phone. The house is quiet, too quiet, but that's nothing new. The click of the front door echoes through the grand foyer, and I know who it is without looking. Rosalie. Her heels strike the floor with a sharp staccato rhythm, a sound that commands attention. I look up just as she storms into the kitchen, her briefcase hitting the floor with a thud. She kicks off her heels, her eyes locked onto mine. There's a fire in her gaze, a mix of determination and something else, something raw, intense. She approaches me, her stride confident and purposeful. Before I can say a word, she's right in front of me, her hands reaching up to cup my face. Her touch is electric, sending a jolt through me. Then her lips are on mine, urgent and demanding. I'm stunned for a moment, the wine glass nearly slipping from my hand. But the surprise dissolves as quickly as it came, replaced by a heat that spreads through me like wildfire. I wrap my free arm around her waist, pulling her closer. Her lips part, deepening the kiss, and I match her intensity, my tongue exploring hers. Her fingers tangle in my hair, tugging gently, sending a shiver down my spine. I set the wine glass down blindly, my other hand now free to roam her back, tracing the curve of her spine. Her body presses against mine, fitting perfectly. The kiss becomes a dance, a give and take, a battle of wills. Her lips taste like victory, like a promise of more. I can feel her passion, her desire, and it fuels mine. The kitchen, the news on my phone, the quiet house, all of it fades away. There's only Rosalie, her fiery touch, her intoxicating kiss. I'm not one to be caught off guard, but damn, this woman knows how to make an entrance. I pull back, breath ragged, my heart pounding like a drum in my chest. Rosalie's lips are swollen from our kiss, her eyes filled with a hunger that mirrors mine. I lift her effortlessly, setting her on the cool marble countertop. Her legs part, inviting me closer, and I step between them, my hands resting on her thighs. "What's going on with Sarah Wellington?" I ask, my voice rough with desire. "Did you figure it out? Who's trying to sabotage us?" Rosalie's fingers trail down my chest, her touch lighting a fire beneath my skin. "Gabrielle," she says, her voice dripping with disdain. "She's always been jealous, always trying to undermine me. But don't worry about her. I'm handling it." Her hands slide lower, her fingertips tracing the waistband of my pants. I can feel the heat of her touch, the promise in her eyes. "Right now, I only want you, Cameron." I capture her mouth again, a hungry, demanding kiss that leaves no room for doubt. Her fingers work at my belt, unbuckling it with a swift, sure movement. I groan into her mouth as she unbuttons my pants, her hand slipping inside to touch me. Her touch is electric, sending a jolt of pleasure through me. I deepen the kiss, my tongue exploring hers, my hands sliding up her thighs to grip her hips. She strokes me, her touch confident and sure, driving me to the edge of control. I break the kiss, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Her eyes meet mine, filled with a passion that matches my own. Her hand still moves, driving me wild with every touch. I grasp her wrist, stilling her movements.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 19. Rosalie. The lunch crowd at Le Diplomate thins as Cameron leans back in his chair, sunlight catching his profile. His rolled-up sleeves reveal tan forearms, and I catch myself staring longer than I should. "You've barely touched your coq au vin." He gestures to my plate with his fork. Just distracted with work. I push the food around, but work isn't what's occupying my thoughts. It's the way his knee brushes mine under the table, how his hand lingers when he passes me the bread basket. The electric current that seems to flow between us even in these casual moments. Nonsense. His blue eyes lock onto mine. You've got that look. What look? The one where you're overthinking everything. He reaches across the table, his fingers grazing my wrist. Talk to me, Rosie. The nickname sends warmth spreading through my chest. When did this arrangement start feeling so real? I was just thinking about how natural this feels. The words slip out before I can stop them. Us, I mean. Cameron's expression softens. It does, doesn't it? We should probably discuss what happens when... Don't. His grip on my wrist tightens slightly. Let's not talk about endings. Not today. The waiter approaches with our check, and Cameron handles it with his usual efficiency. As we stand to leave, he places his hand on the small of my back, guiding me through the restaurant. It's these little gestures that make me forget this isn't real. Or at least, it wasn't supposed to be. Outside Le Diplomate, camera flashes assault us from every angle. A wall of reporters materializes, microphones thrust forward like weapons. "Mrs. McDaniels? Is it true you accepted bribes to tank Senator Johnson's campaign in the past? My stomach drops like a stone. Another scandal, and this one is a downright lie. I maintain my professional smile, years of media training kicking in. My fingers curl into my palm, nails digging into flesh, but my face betrays nothing. That's completely false. I've always conducted my campaigns with the utmost integrity and transparency. Senator Johnson's campaign failed because of his own shortcomings. There are documents showing payments to offshore accounts. A reporter cuts in, shoving his microphone closer to my face. Care to comment on the exact amounts transferred? Cameron's hand tightens on my waist, his fingers pressing into the silk of my dress. I feel the tension radiating through his body. That protective energy that makes me want to lean into him despite knowing better. Those allegations are baseless, I say, keeping my voice steady and measured, like I'm explaining something to a child. My work speaks for itself. Every campaign I've run has been thoroughly documented and vetted. Get those cameras out of her face. Cameron's voice cuts through the chaos like a blade. The muscles in his jaw clench as he steps forward, positioning himself between me and the press. Mr. McDaniels, as her husband. As her husband, I'm telling you vultures to back off. His words come out in a low growl. You want to throw around accusations? Show me proof. Real proof, not whatever garbage you're being fed by people with their own agendas. I touch his arm, trying to calm him. Cameron. No, Rosalie, I'm done with this. He turns to face the reporters again. You want a story? Here's one. My wife is one of the most ethical people in this cesspool of a city. Anyone saying different better have ironclad evidence, or they'll be hearing from our lawyers. The threat in his voice is unmistakable. Some photographers lower their cameras, taking involuntary steps back. Now move, Cameron commands, and the crowd parts like the Red Sea. His arm wraps protectively around me as we make our way to the waiting car. I know I should be worried about the scandal, about where these accusations came from, though Gabrielle's fingerprints are all over this. But all I can focus on is how Cameron called me his wife without hesitation. How naturally he jumped to my defense. The leather seat cradles me as Cameron slides in beside me, slamming the car door with more force than necessary. Jerry pulls away from the curb, leaving the rabid press pack behind. Through the tinted windows, I can still see their cameras flashing uselessly in our wake. Thank you for that. I smooth my dress, trying to steady my hands. The silk fabric catches against my clammy palms. You didn't have to step in. Like hell I didn't. Cameron's fingers fly across his phone screen. Sandra needs to know about this. We have to get ahead of it. His voice carries that edge of authority that seems to come so naturally to him. The same tone that made those reporters back off. I watch his jaw work as he types, the muscles still tense from our encounter. His protective display stirred something in me, something I'm not ready to examine too closely. The way he positioned himself between me and those vultures. How his voice dropped to that dangerous octave when he issued his warning. It awakened feelings I'd been trying my best to ignore since this whole arrangement began. Gabrielle must be feeling bold. I lean my head back against the seat. This has her fingerprints all over it. She's never been able to beat me fairly, so she's resorting to outright lies. Cameron looks up from his phone. Your rival? The same. I talked to her the other day when you mentioned Sarah Wellington with the Post. Those two are good friends, so I knew it was her from the start. The memory of her smug face during our last encounter makes my blood boil. And now she's stepped up her game from petty office politics to character assassination. Sandra's on it. He sets his phone down, turning to face me. We'll shut this down before it gains traction. The city blurs past our tinted windows as Jerry navigates through traffic. I catch glimpses of tourists clustered around monuments, their lives untouched by the drama unfolding in the political underbelly of D.C. Cameron's hand closes over mine, his thumb tracing circles on my palm. The gesture pulls my attention from the passing scenery outside our car window. I want you to meet my parents. His voice carries that quiet intensity that makes my pulse quicken. Officially, I mean, not as part of our arrangement. I jerk my head toward him. What? My mother's been asking about you. They're coming to D.C. next weekend. Cameron, we don't have to do that. I try to pull my hand away, but he holds firm, his grip warm and sure against my skin. This is just an arrangement, remember? We shouldn't drag your family into... Damn the arrangement. His blue eyes bore into mine with an intensity that steals my breath. The muscle in his jaw ticks as he shifts closer, his cologne, spicy and masculine, surrounding me. You feel this too, Rosie. Whatever's between us, it stopped being fake a while ago. My heart hammers against my ribs. The truth of his words hits me like a physical force. Every shared dinner, every stolen glance, every moment we've spent together floods my mind. Don't tell me you don't feel it. His fingers thread through mine. The way you lean into me when we walk. How your breath catches when I touch you. That look in your eyes right now. We agreed this was temporary. And I'm saying to hell with that agreement. He shifts closer, his knee pressing against mine. You think I defend just anyone like that? You think I get this goddamn protective over a business arrangement? The air feels thick between us, charged with everything we've been dancing around for weeks. My heart hammers against my ribs as his intense blue eyes search mine, looking for answers I'm not sure I'm ready to give. Tell me you don't want this to be real, he challenges, his voice dropping lower, sending shivers down my spine. Look me in the eyes and tell me this is still just for show. I take a shaky breath, his words hanging between us in the charged air of the car. The leather seat creaks as I shift, hyper aware of every inch between us. Fine. Dinner with your parents. His eyes light up, that signature smirk playing at his lips, the one that never fails to make my stomach flip. Yeah. My fingers tighten around his, drawing strength from his warmth. But Cameron, this thing between us, it's starting to feel more real by the day. The admission costs me something, makes me feel exposed in a way I'm not used to. Good. He tugs me closer, until our thighs press together, the heat of him bleeding through my dress. Because it is real, Rosie. Has been for a while now. His thumb traces circles on my palm, each touch like a spark against my skin. The certainty in his voice, the intensity in those blue eyes, it steals my breath. Jerry pulls up to the curb outside my office building, but I can't tear my gaze away from Cameron. I should go, I whisper, though everything in me wants to stay. I'll see you tonight at 7. I've already made dinner reservations. His thumb traces my jawline. Wear that blue dress I like. I slip out of the car, my heels clicking against the pavement. The warm breeze catches my hair, but I barely notice. My mind spins with Cameron's confession, with the way he looked at me when he said this was real. The security guard nods as I enter the building, but I float past him in a daze. Cameron McDaniels, billionaire, tech genius. The man I married for convenience just admitted he's falling for me. And the most terrifying part, I think I'm falling for him too. I float through the lobby toward the elevators, my mind still replaying Cameron's words. The familiar ding of the elevator barely registers as I step inside, pressing the button for my floor. Hold the door? Gabrielle's voice cuts through my Cameron-induced haze. Any other day, sharing an elevator with her would set my teeth on edge. But right now, nothing can touch me. I'm floating too high on the memory of Cameron's intense blue eyes and the warmth of his confession. She steps in, designer heels clicking against the marble floor. Her perfectly pressed suit and rigid posture broadcast her usual air of superiority. Everything about her screams calculated perfection, from her sleek hair to her Louboutin shoes. Rough lunch? Her lips curl into a smirk. I saw the news alerts. Must be difficult, having your personal life splashed all over the media again. I turn to her, maintaining my smile. The same smile I've perfected through countless political events and hostile negotiations. You'd know all about those alerts, wouldn't you, Gabrielle? Funny how they always seem to pop up right after our conversations. I have no idea what you're implying. She examines her manicure, but I catch the slight tension in her shoulders. The way her jaw tightens tells me I've hit a nerve. Come on. We both know your game. It's getting a bit obvious. The elevator climbs higher, and I lean against the wall.
Chapter 20. Cameron. The hostess leads us through Fiola Mare, the candlelit tables casting a warm glow across the waterfront restaurant. Rosalie's fingers dig into my forearm, her grip tightening with each step toward my parents' table. I can't do this. Her whisper carries an edge of panic. What if they see right through us? I halt our progress, turning to face her. The light catches the gold threads woven through her emerald dress, making her skin glow. Hey, look at me! Her dark eyes snap to mine, uncertainty swimming in their depths. You're Rosalie Clark. Well, Rosalie McDaniels now, and you're one of the top political strategists in D.C. My parents will respect that about you without a doubt. A shaky laugh escapes her. Your mother's on the board of 3 major charities and your father practically built Silicon Valley. They're not exactly lightweights. Trust me. I brush my thumb across her knuckles. They're going to love you. And if they don't, well, that's their loss. We're in this together. Some of the tension eases from her shoulders. She straightens, chin lifting with that familiar determination I've come to admire. You're right. There's my girl. The words slip out before I can catch them. I clear my throat. Ready? She smooths her dress, a gesture I've noticed she does when gathering her courage. Her fingers linger on the fabric, and I fight the urge to catch her hand and stop its nervous movement. As I'll ever be. We approach the table where my parents wait. My father stands first, his silver hair catching the light from the crystal chandeliers overhead. My mother follows suit, her signature pearls gleaming at her throat, her shrewd eyes already assessing Rosalie. Mom. Dad. I rest my hand on the small of Rosalie's back, feeling the tension in her muscles through the silk of her dress. My touch is both protective and possessive. Meet my wife. The word still feels strange on my tongue, even after nearly a month of marriage. Strange, but not entirely unwelcome. Watching Rosalie extend her hand with perfect poise, you'd never guess this whole thing started as a PR strategy. She carries herself like she was born for this world of wealth and privilege, which only makes me respect her more. Mr. and Mrs. McDaniels. Her voice carries just the right note of warmth, hitting that sweet spot between professional and personal that I've seen her perfect during countless political events. I've been looking forward to meeting you both. My parents settle into their seats, the practiced grace of old money evident in every movement. I pull out Rosalie's chair, letting my hand linger on her shoulder longer than necessary. A silent reminder that I have her back. Her skin is warm through the silk of her dress, and I catch a hint of her jasmine perfume as I lean close. The wine list here is exceptional, my father says, adjusting his Rolex. Though I suppose you two haven't had much time to explore DC's fine dining scene, given how quickly everything happened. His tone carries that familiar edge of judgment, the one I've heard my entire life whenever I deviate from his carefully laid plans. I catch the slight pause, the careful selection of words. Classic Richard McDaniels, always wielding politeness like a weapon. He's been doing this dance since I was old enough to understand what passive-aggressive meant, and I'm not about to let him make Rosalie uncomfortable. Actually, Rosalie interjects, her voice smooth as honey. Cameron took me here on our third date. The seafood risotto is divine. She shoots me a knowing look, and damn if she isn't perfect at this game. The way she handles my parents makes me want to kiss her right here at the table. My mother's perfectly manicured eyebrows arch, her diamond tennis bracelet catching the light as she reaches for her water glass. Third date? So you were dating before the incident? The word drips with disdain, and I feel my jaw tighten. The waiter approaches before I can respond, saving us from that particular minefield. We order Dover sole for Mom, ribeye for Dad, seafood risotto for Rosalie, and the black cod for me. Speaking of timing, my mother continues once the waiter leaves, swirling her martini. Most couples take months just to plan their wedding. Yet you two managed everything in, what, a few weeks? When you know. You know. I reach for Rosalie's hand under the table, feeling her fingers tremble slightly against mine. Why wait? My mother takes a delicate sip. I suppose that's one perspective, though careful consideration tends to yield better results than hasty decisions. Wouldn't you agree, Richard? Indeed. My father's tone is measured, especially when those decisions affect company shares. The board wasn't thrilled with the timing, son. Walter called me, throwing a fit over the phone about the suddenness of the whole thing. Rosalie's spine stiffens beside me. I watch her throat work as she takes a long drink of water, her other hand still gripping mine beneath the crisp white tablecloth. The board's concerns have been addressed, I say firmly, and our personal life isn't up for committee review. Of course not, darling. My mother's smile doesn't reach her eyes. We just want to ensure you're both thinking clearly. Marriage is a serious thing, after all, my father adds on, tossing a glance at my mother. You must stick together through thick and thin, no matter what. No matter what, my mother gives an affirmative nod. I raise an eyebrow, leaning back in my chair. What exactly are you implying? Nothing at all, dear. My mother dabs her lips with her napkin. We just want to make sure you understand the gravity of marriage. The McDaniels name carries certain responsibilities. And certain assets, my father adds, his eyes fixed on Rosalie. The implication hits like a slap. I feel Rosalie's hand go rigid in mine. I don't plan on divorcing my wife, if that's what you're getting at. Ice coats each word, and I'd appreciate it if you'd show her some respect. My mother's laugh tinkles like broken glass. Oh, Cameron, we're just being practical. These days, young women can be so opportunistic. Rosalie sets down her water glass with careful precision. Her shoulders are tight, her breathing measured. I know that look. She's using every ounce of her political training to maintain composure. For Christ's sake! I slam my hand on the table, making the silverware jump. Several nearby diners turn to stare. Rosalie is one of the most successful political strategists in D.C. She doesn't need my money. Watch your language, my father warns. We're simply looking out for your interests. My interests? The laugh that escapes me is harsh. My interests include not having my parents insult my wife at our first dinner together. Rosalie has worked harder than anyone I know to get where she is. The fact that you'd reduce her to some gold-digging stereotype is exactly why I avoided introducing you sooner. Cameron, Rosalie starts, her voice low. No! I cut her off, my blood boiling. They need to hear this. I won't sit here and let them disrespect you. Darling, we're only being realistic. My mother's voice drips condescension. A woman with her background. The video speaks for itself. Rosalie's fingers go slack in my grip. And let's not forget how convenient the timing was, my father adds. Right when your company needed positive press. A strategic marriage to clean up both your images. He shakes his head. Though I must say, Cameron, you could have aimed higher. There are plenty of suitable women from proper families. Mr. and Mrs. McDaniels. Rosalie's voice cuts through the tension, steady despite the slight tremor in her hands. Thank you for dinner. She rises from her chair, smoothing her dress with practiced grace that makes my heart ache. I need to excuse myself. Rosie! I reach for her, desperate to stop her, to shield her from their venom, but she's already walking away. The sound of her footsteps echoes in my head like gunshots. Well... My mother picks up her martini, swirling it with the kind of practiced indifference that's always made my skin crawl. That was rather dramatic. The rage building in my chest threatens to explode. Every muscle in my body coils tight as I lean forward, my voice low and dangerous. The crystal glasses on the table rattle as my fist connects with the white tablecloth. You two are unbelievable. You want to talk about proper families? At least Rosalie's family taught her basic human decency. They raised someone with actual values. Now, see here. My father starts, his face turning that familiar shade of purple that used to intimidate me when I was younger. Not anymore. No. I slam my napkin on the table. You don't get to speak. You just humiliated my wife with your elitist nonsense. The same wife who's been working so hard to make a difference in this city while you two sit in your mansion, judging everyone who doesn't fit your narrow world view. Cameron McDaniels, you will not speak to us this way. I'll speak to you however I damn well please. I stand, my chair scraping against the floor. And for the record, Rosalie is the best thing that's ever happened to me. Your approval means absolutely nothing. My father rises from his chair, looming over the table like he used to when I was a kid. You're making a fool of the McDaniels' name with this sham of a marriage. Is that what you want? To destroy everything we've built? The words hit different than they used to. I straighten my spine, meeting his gaze. You want to know what's real? I'm in love with her. The truth of it burns in my chest, sharp and undeniable. I love Rosalie. Nothing you say or do will change that. My mother's wine glass clatters against her plate, the Cabernet sloshing dangerously close to the pristine white tablecloth. My father's face freezes, mouth half open, like he can't process what I just admitted. I turn away from their shocked expressions, from the other diners who pretend not to stare while hanging on every word of our family drama. I stride toward the exit, past the hostess station where the staff huddle together whispering. Their eyes follow me, and I know by morning this will be all over the society pages. Let them talk. Let them stare. For the first time in my life, I don't give a damn what anyone thinks about a McDaniels making a scene. The old me would have cared about maintaining our perfect family image, would have sat there and taken my father's nonsense like the good son he wanted me to be. I need to find Rosalie. She's the only thing that matters now, and I've wasted too much time trying to please people who will never understand what we have.
Chapter 21. Rosalie. The crisp nighttime air bites at my cheeks as I fumble with my phone, vision blurred by tears I refuse to let fall. My fingers shake while I type in my destination, desperate to escape the soft glow emanating from Fiola Mare's windows. The gentle lap of the Potomac River against the waterfront does nothing to soothe the ache in my chest. I tap my heel against the sidewalk, willing my ride to materialize faster. A couple exits the restaurant, their laughter carrying across the empty street. I turn away, not wanting anyone to see my mascara-stained eyes. What a fool I'd been, thinking I could handle dinner with Cameron's parents. I should have known better. Known that beneath their polite smiles and designer clothes lurked judgment, sharper than any knife on that white tablecloth. My phone buzzes. 5 minutes until my ride arrives. Stupid, 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 I mutter, digging through my clutch for tissues. The fact that this isn't even a real marriage makes it worse somehow. I'm not actually trying to get my hands on their precious family fortune, but I can't even defend myself without exposing our arrangement. A gust of wind sends a shiver down my spine, and I wrap my arms around myself, cursing my decision to wear this sleeveless dress. The restaurant's valet gives me a concerned look, probably wondering why I'm standing out here alone. I shift further into the shadows of a nearby tree, away from his pitying gaze. My phone screen lights up again. 3 minutes. I close my eyes, taking deep breaths like my mama taught me. Don't let them see you cry. Don't give them the satisfaction. But here, in the dark, with only the stars as witnesses, I allow myself this moment of weakness. Heavy footsteps echo behind me, followed by the sound of dress shoes scuffing against concrete. Rosalie, wait. Cameron's voice cuts through the night air. I keep my back turned, not wanting him to see my face. Go back inside, Cameron. Your parents are waiting. Damn them. His words come out sharp, angry. What they said was completely out of line. It's fine. It's not fine. He moves closer, and I can smell his cologne. That scent I've grown far too familiar with these past weeks. The one that clings to his expensive suits and makes my head spin in the most inconvenient ways. The way they treated you, the things they implied about you and our relationship, it was nonsense. My parents have no right to judge you or question your motives. I spin around, meeting his intense blue gaze. My stomach drops at the fire burning in those eyes. Stop, please. My voice cracks on the last word, betraying every emotion I've tried so desperately to hide. I don't need you to defend me. I've dealt with prejudiced people my entire life. Rose, he reaches for my hand, but I step back, pressing my arms against my sides to stop their trembling. I need space. The words taste bitter on my tongue, like medicine I don't want to take but know I need. This whole arrangement, it's becoming too complicated. We're supposed to be keeping things professional, but your family, the media, everyone keeps pushing for more. Confusion flashes across his face, followed by something that looks dangerously close to hurt. The expression seems foreign on someone usually so self-assured. What are you talking about? Since when do you care what anyone else thinks? Oh, come on, Cameron. We can only pretend for so long. I mean, they're right to an extent. I only married you to save my own skin and for you to save your company's reputation. It's all fake, and they're right to be so skeptical of me. I wrap my arms tighter around myself. I signed up for a business arrangement, Cameron, not this. He runs a hand through his hair, messing up the careful styling. The streetlight catches the gold of his wedding band. This what? This mess. These feelings. These complications. My ride pulls up to the curb. The black sedan, a welcome escape. I need time to remember what this really is, what we agreed to. Because lately, I can't tell what's real and what's just really good acting. The hurt in his eyes makes my chest ache, and I hate how much power that look has over me. He opens his mouth to speak, but I'm already moving toward the car, my heels clicking against the sidewalk in a desperate rhythm. Rosalie, please. Good night, Cameron. I slide into the back seat before I can change my mind, before I can let myself wonder if maybe this isn't pretend for him either. The rideshare driver keeps glancing at me in his rearview mirror. I turn toward the window, watching the streets blur past as tears stream down my face. The leather seat squeaks as I shift, trying to make myself smaller, invisible. My phone vibrates. Cameron's face lights up the screen. That stupid candid photo I snapped of him laughing at something I'd said over breakfast. I silence it, shoving the device deep into my clutch where I won't have to see his calls or messages. "You okay back there, miss?" The driver's voice is gentle, concerned. I manage a weak nod, not trusting my voice. He hands me a travel pack of tissues without another word. The car winds through the city, past the illuminated storefronts and late-night crowds. Every couple I see walking hand in hand feels like a punch to the gut. This is exactly why I needed to leave. These feelings, this ache in my chest whenever I think about Cameron, it wasn't part of our agreement. My phone buzzes again in my bag. And again, and again. "Stop," I whisper, though I know he can't hear me. "Please, just stop." The drive to DuPont Circle feels endless. By the time we pull up to my building, my makeup is completely ruined. I thank the driver, tipping him extra for his kindness, and hurry inside before anyone can see the state I'm in. The elevator ride to my floor is torture. I lean against the wall, letting out a shaky breath as more tears fall. I'd promised myself I wouldn't do this, wouldn't let myself fall for Cameron McDaniels. It was supposed to be simple, a mutually beneficial arrangement to save both our reputations, nothing more. But somewhere between the fake dates and shared meals, between his morning coffee routine and the way he absently hums while reading reports, I'd broken that promise. And now I'm paying the price. My phone starts vibrating again as I unlock my apartment door. 3 new messages from Cameron, 5 missed calls. I silence the phone. I drag myself to my bedroom, not bothering to turn on the lights. On my desk, I found my sleek laptop and take it with me to the bed. The glow from my laptop screen illuminates the space as I pull it onto my lap, sinking into the plush comforter. My fingers hover over the keyboard before typing Cameron McDaniels Rosalie Clark marriage into the search bar. Dozens of articles pop up, each featuring photos of us looking like the perfect power couple. There we are, his hand on the small of my back, as I laugh at something he's saying. Another shows us leaving a charity gala, his jacket draped over my shoulders to shield me from the cold weather. The photos make my throat tight. Cameron in that perfectly tailored tux, looking at me like I'm the only person in the room. America's new power couple takes DC by storm, one headline declares. The article praises our natural chemistry, calling us a match made in heaven. If they only knew. I click through more photos, each one a knife to my chest. The way he looks at me in every single one. Was that all just acting? Because the warmth in those blue eyes seems so real. The gentle touches, the protective stance, the genuine smiles, it's all there, captured in high definition for the world to see. Damn it. I wipe fresh tears from my cheeks. The plan worked perfectly. We fooled everyone. My reputation recovered from that stupid college video. His company's stock soared after the plagiarism accusations died down. Mission accomplished. So why does it feel like I'm the one who got played? I closed the tabs on the laptop, unable to look at any more evidence of our perfectly crafted lie. The worst part is, I can't even blame Cameron. He never promised me anything more than this arrangement. I'm the idiot who broke the cardinal rule of fake relationships. Don't fall for your co-star. Curiosity continues to gnaw at me. One more search won't hurt. My fingers tight before I can stop them. Rosalie Clark Scandal, 2024. My breath catches. These aren't the same articles from before. They're fresh, with timestamps from just hours ago. Political strategist's secret past. Sources reveal dark truth. The headline makes my stomach turn. I click, knowing I shouldn't, hating myself for giving in to the compulsion. The words blur together as I read. Multiple sources confirm. History of manipulating powerful men. College video, just the tip of the iceberg. Each sentence feels like a knife twisting deeper. The article paints me as some kind of professional con artist, suggesting the Miami bar video was just the beginning of my supposed misdeeds. No. I scroll faster, recognizing the writing style, the subtle jabs, the carefully crafted insinuations. Gabrielle, of course she'd strike now, when I'm most vulnerable. She's probably sitting at her desk, perfectly manicured nails tapping away, as she sends these tips to the journalist she knows personally. More headlines catch my eye. Marriage of convenience, inside Rosalie Clark's plan to climb the social ladder. Another, former colleagues speak out. The real reason behind the McDaniels Clark union. The quotes are vague enough to avoid libel, but specific enough to plant seeds of doubt. Classic Gabrielle tactics. I slam the laptop shut, but the damage is done. The articles will spread and Cameron's parents will feel vindicated in their suspicions. Everything I've worked for, everything we've built, even if it started as fake, is being twisted into something ugly. My phone screen lights up with another call from Cameron. I stare at his photo, my finger hovering over the answer button. But what would I say? That his parents were right to worry? I wipe my tears, anger replacing the hurt. No, I won't let Gabrielle win. Not this time. Opening my email, I draft a message with shaking fingers. Sandra, Jessica, I need your help. These new articles hitting the press, I'm certain Gabrielle Watkins is behind them. She's been gunning for my position since day one, and these anonymous sources have her fingerprints all over them. The timing, right after dinner with Cameron's parents, is too perfect to be coincidence. We need to shut this down before it gets worse. Rosalie. My phone pings almost immediately with Sandra's response. Already on it. Been tracking similar patterns in hit pieces for the past week. Have recordings of her meeting with journalists at Compass Coffee, compiling evidence as we speak. Don't worry, we'll nail her. Jessica's reply follows seconds later. This ends now. Once I get the physical evidence in my hands, I'm going to schedule a meeting with your boss, Lawrence. With Sandra's evidence and the clear pattern of sabotage, Gabrielle won't just get fired. She'll never work in DC politics again. I've got your back, Rosie. Relief floods through me. I'm not alone in this fight. My fingers fly across the keyboard as I respond. Thank you both. Send me whatever you have. For the first time tonight, a smile tugs at my lips. Gabrielle picked the wrong woman to mess with. She might think she's clever, feeding stories to her media contacts, but she forgot one crucial detail. I didn't get where I am by playing nice. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 22. Cameron. The king-sized bed feels empty without her. I reach across to Rosalie's side, finding cold sheets where her warmth should be. Last night's dinner disaster plays through my mind on repeat. My parents' condescending looks, their pointed remarks about her, the way my mother's lips pursed every time Rosalie spoke. I grab my phone from the nightstand. No messages. Of course not. She left in tears and scrambled into that Uber when I tried to talk to her. The memory makes my jaw clench. Throwing off the covers, I pace the master bedroom. My footsteps echo through the mansion's silence. This place never felt too big before, but now every room amplifies her absence. God damn it! I slam my fist against the wall. The thud reverberates through the empty hallway. The worst part? Rosalie proved herself over and over last night. Her grace under their interrogation, her intelligent responses, how she held her own even as they picked her apart. And for what? To have my father accuse her of chasing my money? I grab my phone again, pulling up my father's number. The rage builds as I type. What you did to Rosalie was unacceptable. She's accomplished more on her own merit than most people I know. The way you treated her? That's not how we welcome someone into this family. My thumb hovers over send. Family. The irony hits me. This marriage may have started as a PR move, but Rosalie deserves better than their judgment. She's become more than just a convenient solution to our scandals. I hit send, then draft another message to my mother. You raised me to respect others, to judge people by their character. What happened to those values last night? The messages deliver with sharp pings that cut through the morning quiet. I run my fingers through my hair, the anger still burning in my chest. They had no right to reduce her to some stereotype. No right to make assumptions about her intentions. The bedroom feels suffocating. I need coffee. Need to move. Need to fix this somehow. But the thought of Rosalie alone in her apartment, probably replaying every cutting comment, every disapproving glance, it makes me want to put my fist through a wall. The kitchen feels too quiet without Rosalie's morning playlist filling the space. I grab the coffee beans she picked out last week, some fancy Ethiopian roast that spoiled me for anything else. The grinder whirs to life, but it's not the same without her dancing around the island, spatula in hand. I measure the grounds into the filter, remembering how she teased me about my caveman coffee the first morning she stayed over. You're a billionaire who drinks instant. That's practically criminal. She showed up the next day with this fancy pour-over setup and proper beans. The water heats while I lean against the counter, staring at the empty spot where she usually stands. Last Sunday, she made French toast with this incredible orange zest thing happening. Didn't even look at a recipe. Just threw ingredients together like some kind of breakfast wizard. When I asked how she learned to cook like that, she told stories about Sunday mornings with her grandmother, both of them covered in flour and laughing. Steam rises from my mug, but I don't reach for it. Instead, I open the fridge and spot the container of fresh berries she bought. Because you eat like a college freshman, she'd said, arranging them in the produce drawer. Someone has to keep you alive. That's what she does. Takes care of things, takes care of me, without making it feel like charity. She organizes my chaos into something manageable, calls me out on my nonsense. Makes this massive house feel like a home. The coffee grows cold as I stand there, hit with the reality that I can't imagine mornings without her anymore. This arrangement, this fake marriage, somewhere along the way it stopped being fake for me. The way she throws her head back when she laughs, how she absently twirls her curls when she's reading, the fierce look in her eyes when she's passionate about something. I need to fix this. My phone buzzes with a security alert. Someone's at the front gate. My pulse quickens. Maybe Rosalie came back to talk. I grab a shirt and rush out the door, nearly stumbling over myself as I slip on my shoes. The security feed shows my mother's Mercedes idling at the entrance. My shoulders drop as I buzz her through, watching her wind up the long driveway. Perfect timing, as always. Just when I need space to think, she shows up to meddle. Cameron. She steps out of her car in her signature pearl gray suit, not a hair out of place despite the DC humidity. We need to talk about last night. There's nothing to discuss. I cross my arms, blocking the path to the front door. My jaw clenches as I remember how they'd cornered Rosalie at dinner. You and Dad made your opinions crystal clear. Please, darling, let me explain over coffee. Her perfectly manicured hand reaches for my arm, the same pleading gesture she's used since I was a kid. I brought those almond croissants you love from Jacques. Trying to buy my forgiveness with pastries? Really? I shake my head, fighting the urge to run my fingers through my hair in frustration. The scent of fresh-baked pastries wafts from the bag she's holding, but I stand my ground. She sighs, dropping her hand. Her composed facade cracks just slightly. Your father and I, we were wrong. The things we said to Rosalie, they were completely out of line. The admission catches me off guard. My mother rarely admits to being wrong about anything. You think? We were only trying to protect you. Your father's still haunted by that tech scandal news. And when we saw Rosalie's background... Stop! My voice cuts through the morning air. Rosalie has worked so hard to get where she is. She doesn't need my money or my name. I know that now. She meets my eyes. The way she handled herself last night, even when we were being horrible. She showed more class than we did. I run my fingers through my hair, remembering Rosalie's quiet dignity as she endured their interrogation. You really hurt her, Mom. I know. We were wrong to judge her without really knowing her. Your father and I, we want to make it right. I shake my head, stepping back from my mother. I appreciate you coming here, but I need to handle this myself. I'm the one who let her down by not standing up to you both sooner. Cameron. My mother's voice softens. Sometimes the grandest gestures aren't what win a woman's heart. It's the little things that show you truly know her. What do you mean? She adjusts her pearl necklace. Think about what matters to Rosalie. What makes her eyes light up? What small details does she notice? The memory of Rosalie gushing about her grandmother's recipes hits me. How she'd light up talking about those Sunday mornings in the kitchen. When your father and I had our first real fight, my mother continues, he didn't show up with diamonds or flowers. He remembered how I'd mentioned missing my mother's garden back home. The next day, he planted her favorite roses in our backyard. I think about Rosalie's workspace in the study, how she arranges everything just so, with her collection of campaign buttons displayed on the wall, how she spends hours organizing and planning, finding comfort in bringing order to chaos. The way to apologize isn't just saying sorry, my mother adds. It's showing her you see her, really see her, that you understand what matters to her. The wheels start turning in my head. Rosalie's always talking about supporting local businesses, especially minority-owned ones. And that bakery she loves in Georgetown, the one run by that Caribbean family. Thanks, Mom. I pull out my phone, already making notes. I mean it, but I need to do this my way. Of course, darling. She places the bag of croissants on the front step. Just remember, sometimes the most meaningful gestures are the ones that show you've been paying attention all along. I watch my mother's Mercedes disappear down the winding driveway, the tension in my shoulders easing slightly. At least she owned up to their mistakes. That's more than I expected when I saw her pull up. The morning sun beats down as I grab the bag of croissants and head inside. My phone weighs heavy in my pocket, a reminder of all the unanswered messages I sent Rosalie last night. Back in the kitchen, I pull out my phone and check our conversation thread. Every message still shows delivered, not read. Please let me know you got home safe. I'm so sorry about tonight. Can we talk? Rosalie, please. The timestamps mock me. 8:47 p.m., 9:15 p.m., 10:32 p.m., midnight. Each one representing another hour she spent hurting because of my family. Each message a reminder of how badly I messed up by not stepping in sooner. My fingers hover over the keyboard, a frustrated sigh escaping my lips. What do you say to make up for your parents treating someone like they're beneath them? How do you apologize for not shutting it down the moment they started their elitist nonsense? For letting them throw around subtle jabs about her while pretending they were making polite conversation? I run a hand through my hair and type out another message. I know words aren't enough right now, but I promise I'll make this right. You deserve better than what happened last night. My parents were way out of line. The message delivers with a soft whoosh. Still, no read receipt. The silence from her end is deafening, and the guilt sitting in my gut feels like a lead weight. I've dealt with hostile takeovers and billion-dollar negotiations, but right now Rosalie's silence is more intimidating than any boardroom showdown. I pull up the website for Sweet Jasmine's, the Caribbean bakery Rosalie raves about. Their coconut bread makes her eyes light up like nothing else. Last time we visited, she spent an hour chatting with the owner, Mrs. Adamson, about traditional island recipes. My fingers tap against the counter as I dial the number. Sweet Jasmine's Bakery, Mrs. Adamson's warm voice answers. Mrs. Adamson, this is Cameron McDaniels. I was in last week with Rosalie. Ah, yes, the young man with the lovely wife. How can I help you today? I pause, the word wife hitting different now. I need to make things right with Rosalie. She loves your pastries more than anything. Could you put together a box of everything she usually gets? Of course. The coconut bread, guava pastries, and those cinnamon rolls she always eyes. While she lists off Rosalie's favorites, I pull up my banking app. Mrs. Adamson, there's something else. I know your lease has been a concern lately. Oh dear, did Rosalie mention that? The landlord's been raising rates all over Georgetown. I'd like to cover your rent for the rest of the year. The line goes quiet. Mr. McDaniels, that's... Please. Your bakery means a lot to Rosalie. She talks about how places like yours make D.C. feel like home. Let me help. After working out the details with Mrs. Adamson, I call Blooms and Bliss, the florist down the street. Rosalie always stops to admire their window displays. I need an arrangement. Lots of purple. Orchids, lilacs, whatever you've got that's in season. She loves deep, rich purples. The florist suggests a mix of purple dendrobium orchids and dark purple calla lilies. Perfect. Elegant but not stuffy, just like Rosalie. Between the bakery and flowers, it's a start. But more importantly, it shows I pay attention to the things that matter to her. The small businesses she champions, her favorite colors, the flavors that remind her of home. I'm going to win her back. I won't stop until I've managed it.
Chapter 23. Rosalie. The aroma of bacon and coffee wafts through my apartment as I slump onto one of the bar stools at my kitchen counter. Dolly hums while flipping pancakes, her hair bouncing with each movement. I can't believe you actually called in sick. She slides a steaming mug of coffee toward me, the rich aroma making my mouth water. You never miss work. Like ever. Even that time you had the flu, I had to physically block the door. Yeah, well, I wrap my hands around the warm ceramic, trying to draw strength from its heat. Last night was a lot, and I mean a lot, even by Washington standards. Spill it, honey. What happened at the fancy dinner? Dolly's eyes are wide with curiosity, and I can tell she's already preparing herself for some prime gossip. I take a long sip, letting the caffeine hit my system before I dive into this mess. His parents basically called me a gold digger to my face, made some pointed comments about me and my relationship with Cameron. Dolly's spatula clatters against the stovetop. They did not. Oh, they did. And it was so humiliating. I couldn't even stand to look at them. I just up and left. Didn't even get to try my comically overpriced meal. I stare into my coffee. The worst part was how they smiled while saying it, like they were doing me a favor by putting me in my place. Bastards. Dolly plates the pancakes and bacon, sliding them in front of me with an emphatic thunk. What did Cameron do? My throat tightens. He defended me, actually got into it with his dad. I pushed the food around my plate. That's part of the problem. How is that a problem? Because I set my fork down. Because I'm falling for him, dolls. Like, actually falling for him. And now I don't know if I should stay in this whole arrangement. Why not? His family hates me. They think I'm using him. I run a hand through my curls. What if they're right? What if this whole fake marriage thing is just me taking advantage of him? Girl, please. Dolly leans across the counter. That man is worth billions. He doesn't need anyone's protection from gold diggers. And from what you've told me, he's just as into you as you are into him. That's not the point. I push my plate away. His parents will never accept me. They'll always see me as the opportunistic black girl who trapped their son. Dolly's eyes flash with anger. Hold up. Are you seriously letting some crusty old money people make you doubt yourself? The same Rosalie Clark who orchestrated Senator Martinez's impossible win years ago? The strategist who turned around Governor Wilson's campaign when everyone said it was dead in the water? That's different. Different how? She crosses her arms. You've been planning your Senate run since you were in college. You've built connections, handled crises, shaped policy. Your record speaks for itself. I push away from the counter, pacing the kitchen. Politics is one thing. This is personal. And you think the Senate won't get personal? Come on, Rose. You're smarter than this. She rounds the counter to block my path. Those people looking down their noses at you, they're exactly the kind of obstacles you've been crushing your whole career. But no buts. You graduated top of your class, built a reputation that has politicians begging for your help, and you're telling me you're going to let some country club prejudices shake you. My shoulders slump. I don't want to be the thing that comes between Cameron and his family. That's their choice, not yours. Dolly grabs my shoulders. And if they're too blind to see what an amazing daughter-in-law they're getting, that's their loss. You're going to be a senator someday, and they'll be the ones looking like fools. The certainty in her voice makes me want to believe her, but doubt still gnaws at my stomach. Maybe, if another scandal doesn't tank my chances first. Gabrielle is doing her best right now to sink my name in the press. Dolly waves her hand dismissively. Please, Gabrielle is just a pest who can't handle that you're better than her at everything. Karma's gonna bite her in the face for lying to the press about you. I stab at my pancakes. She told the Washington Post I leaked confidential campaign information. And did anyone believe her? Dolly drizzles syrup over her stack. No, because everyone knows you'd rather die than compromise a client's trust. She's just scrambling because she knows she can't compete with you fairly. The pancakes are fluffy, melting on my tongue. Still hurts, though. Of course it does. But look at her. She's running around making up stories while you're handling major campaigns and about to become the youngest senator in D.C. when you run in 2 years. Dolly crunches into a strip of bacon. Meanwhile, she's still trying to convince people that intern incident wasn't her fault. God, that was a mess. I can't help but smile, remembering how Gabrielle's star candidate had tanked after she'd ignored red flags about his behavior. Remember how she tried to blame the HR department? Exactly. And now she's coming for you because you're actually talented. Dolly points her fork at me. Eat your breakfast. We're not letting her or Cameron's stuck-up parents ruin your appetite. I take another bite, letting the sweetness of maple syrup and the saltiness of bacon ground me. Dolly's right. I've dealt with worse than this. Much worse. You know what the funny thing is? I say between bites. Cameron's actually nothing like them. He donates to education programs, mentors kids from low-income backgrounds. See? That's what matters, not what his parents think. He's been so... I trail off, searching for the right words while cutting into my pancakes. Different than what I expected. Last week, he noticed I was stressed about the Matthews campaign and had my favorite Thai food delivered to the office. Didn't even make a big deal about it. That's sweet. Dolly tops off my coffee. And remember when that reporter ambushed me outside the grocery store? Cameron showed up within minutes of my text, just stood there, arm around my waist, answering questions like we'd rehearsed it. Which you hadn't. Not at all. I smile at the memory. He just gets it. Understands the pressure I'm under. And last Tuesday, he left this sticky note on my laptop. You're going to crush that meeting today. Show them what Rosalie McDaniels can do. Dolly raises an eyebrow. For a fake husband, he's putting in real effort. That's what I mean. He doesn't have to do any of this. The marriage certificate is enough for the optics. I push a piece of bacon around my plate, but he keeps showing up. Like when my car wouldn't start, he dropped everything to come get me, then had his mechanic fix it the next day. Didn't I tell you the same thing when this whole thing started? That he was different. Dolly leans forward. What were my exact words? I want to hear them come from your mouth. I roll my eyes. I know. And hasn't he proven himself every step of the way? The man literally built computer labs for underfunded schools last year instead of buying another yacht. The press called it a PR stunt. Girl, please. I saw how excited he got explaining those coding programs to those kids. That wasn't for the cameras. Dolly points her fork at me. Face it, you found yourself a good one. Fake marriage or not. My phone buzzes against the counter, Cameron's name lighting up the screen. I let it ring, just like I did last night after fleeing the restaurant. Oh, hell no. Dolly snatches my phone. What is wrong with you? The man stood up to his own parents for you, and you're giving him the silent treatment? I needed space to think. Space? She waves the still ringing phone. He's probably worried sick. You ran out of there and then ghosted him. Answer it. Now. But, no buts. You're punishing him for something that wasn't his fault. His parents were awful, and he chose you. Do you know how rare that is? She crosses her arms, giving me that look she reserves for when I'm being particularly dense. Answer the damn phone, Rosalie. My thumb hovers over the screen, my stomach doing nervous flips. The weight of last night's disaster dinner sits heavy in my chest. What do I even say? How about, I'm sorry for being an idiot? Dolly raises an eyebrow, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Or, thank you for defending me? Or maybe, sorry I ran away like a scared teenager when you stood up to your snobby parents for me? The phone stops ringing, then immediately starts again. Cameron's not giving up, which is so typically him. Stubborn, persistent man. If you don't answer that phone right now, I swear I'll call him myself and tell him you're being ridiculous. Dolly's expression brooks no argument, her hands planted firmly on her hips. And trust me, you don't want me explaining your behavior to that man. I take a deep breath, my heart hammering against my ribs, and swipe to answer. Hello? Rosie. Cameron's voice comes through with such relief that my chest tightens. Thank God, I've been calling and texting since last night. Couldn't sleep wondering if you made it home safe. I'm fine, The words stick in my throat. I know. My parents were way out of line. I should have shut that down sooner. His voice drops lower, rougher. Waking up without you here this morning? Damn, I hated it. First time in weeks I haven't had you next to me, and it felt wrong as hell. I don't want that to happen ever again. Heat spreads through my chest at his admission, and my fingers tighten around the phone. Dolly's eyebrows shoot up, her super hearing apparently picking up every word. She's not even trying to hide the fact that she's eavesdropping anymore. Listen, Cameron continues, that commanding tone creeping into his voice that always makes my stomach flip. I want to make it up to you. Can you come over to the house? I've got something planned. What kind of something? I try to keep my voice steady, but there's no hiding the interest that creeps in. A surprise? The smile in his voice is obvious, and I can picture that cocky grin of his. One that'll make you forget all about last night's disaster. Trust me on this one, sweetheart. I glance at Dolly, who's practically vibrating with curiosity. She mouths, "Go," and makes shooing motions with her hands, looking like she might physically push me out the door if I hesitate too long. I don't know, Cam. I called in sick today. I bite my lip, thinking about the mountain of work waiting for me, not to mention Gabrielle probably already plotting ways to use my absence against me. Perfect. Then your schedule's clear. His tone leaves no room for an argument. Come on, Rosie. Let me do this for you. Dolly starts nodding so vigorously I worry she'll hurt her neck. Okay, I say, my curiosity getting the better of me. Give me an hour to get ready. I'll send Jerry with the car. Don't want you driving if you're not feeling well. Cameron? See you soon, wife. He hangs up before I can protest the car service. Dolly claps her hands together. Well, what are you waiting for? Go get dressed. I don't even know what he's planning. Does it matter? That man's voice alone could melt chocolate. She starts clearing the breakfast dishes. You've got a hot billionaire waiting to surprise you.
Chapter 24. Cameron. I paced the floors of my living room, adjusting the display of Jamaican treats on the silver platter for the 10th time. The scent of sweet Jasmine's signature pastries fills the air, making my stomach growl despite my nerves. Damn! I run my fingers through my hair, checking my phone again. Rosalie should be here any minute. The purple flowers from Blooms and Bliss catch my eye. I shift the crystal vase an inch to the left on the coffee table, then back to the right. The late morning sun streaming through the windows hits the petals just right, casting delicate shadows across the polished surface. My phone buzzes. A text from my security team letting me know Jerry's car just passed through the main gates, carrying Rosalie inside. I straighten my navy button down, rolling up the sleeves. The house staff have cleared out for the day, giving us privacy. Though this whole marriage may be for show, there's something about her that makes me want to get every detail right. The warm pastries, her favorite flowers, the privacy. It's all calculated. But my racing pulse? That's something else entirely. A knock echoes through the foyer, 3 sharp raps, decisive just like her. I take one final look around the room. Everything's perfect, yet my palms are damp. What the hell is wrong with me? I've closed billion-dollar deals without breaking a sweat, but here I am nervous about pastries and flowers. I pull open the heavy oak door, and there she stands, a vision in a fitted emerald dress that makes her brown skin glow. Without thinking, I step forward and wrap my arms around her. Her curls tickle my chin, and the scent of her shampoo fills my senses. You made it. I hold her close for a moment longer than necessary, feeling her tension melt away. Her body fits perfectly against mine, and I have to resist the urge to bury my face in her hair. Traffic was brutal on the Beltway. Her voice is muffled against my chest. Some jerk in a Lexus kept cutting people off. I guide her inside with my hand on the small of her back, savoring the warmth of her through the silky fabric. As we enter the living room, she stops short, and I feel a surge of satisfaction at her reaction. Cameron! Her eyes land on the flower arrangement, then drift to the spread of pastries. Are those from Sweet Jasmine's? The wonder in her voice makes my chest tight. Your favorite? I scratch the back of my neck, suddenly feeling like a teenager with his first crush. Christ's sake, I'm a grown man. Listen, about last night, don't. She shakes her head, but I press on. I'm not letting this go. No, I need to say this. The way my parents treated you was completely unacceptable. My jaw clenches at the memory of their condescending looks and barely veiled insults. They had no right. My hand curls into a fist at my side, anger burning in my gut all over again. Rosalie's fingers trace the edge of a purple petal, her eyes glistening. You didn't have to do all this. Yes, I did. I step closer, ducking my head to meet her gaze. You're my wife now, even if it's just on paper. Nobody disrespects you like that, especially not my own family. A tear escapes down her cheek. I reach out and brush it away with my thumb. The flowers, the pastries. She gestures at the spread, her voice thick with emotion. You remembered everything I mentioned. Of course I did. I guide her to the couch, and I've already told my parents they need to apologize to you directly, or they won't be welcome at any of our public appearances. Rosalie dabs at her eyes with the back of her hand, careful not to smudge her makeup. Thank you for all of this, but I can't let you fight with your parents because of me. This isn't about you. I lean forward, elbows on my knees. It's about them and their prejudices. Cameron, stop. She places her hand on my arm. The touch sends electricity through my skin. This started as a business arrangement, a way to save both our reputations. I won't be the reason you cut ties with your family. You think that's all this is to me? The words burst out before I can stop them. My heart pounds against my ribs. Damn the arrangement. Damn the press. Damn what anyone else thinks. Her eyes widen. I take her hands in mine, marveling at how small they feel against my palms. I fell in love with you, Rosalie. Somewhere between those late-night talk sessions and early morning coffee runs. Between watching you charm senators and seeing you kick off your heels to dance in the kitchen. She starts to speak, but I press on. I need to get this out. I love how your nose scrunches when you laugh. How you always order the spiciest thing on the menu just to prove you can handle it. The way you fight for what you believe in, even when the odds are stacked against you. My thumbs trace circles on the backs of her hands. This might have started as fake, but my feelings for you are real. So damn real, it scares me sometimes. Rosalie's hands tremble in mine. She swallows hard, her eyes searching my face. The silence stretches between us, making my heart hammer against my ribs. I want this to be real too, Cameron. Her voice comes out barely above a whisper. God, I want it so much it hurts. I lean forward, hope blooming in my chest, but she places a hand on my chest. But what happens when people find out? This whole thing started as a PR move. The press will have a field day if they discover we faked our marriage. Her fingers curl into the fabric of my shirt. Everything we've built could come crashing down. Hey! I cup her face in my hands, forcing her to look at me. Her skin is warm beneath my palms, and those gorgeous brown eyes of hers lock onto mine. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Right now, all that matters is us. What we feel. What we want. You make it sound so simple. There's a tremor in her voice that makes my chest tighten. Because it is. I pull her into my arms, breathing in the familiar scent of her shampoo. That damn coconut vanilla that drives me crazy. Her body melts against mine, her arms wrapping around my waist, fingers digging into my back like she's afraid I'll disappear. We'll figure it out together. I'm not letting you go, Rosalie. Not now, not ever. She buries her face in my chest, and I feel her release a shaky breath. My hands run up and down her back, steadying her, grounding us both in this moment. The silk of her dress is smooth under my fingers, but it's the heat of her body pressed against mine that sets my blood on fire. Everything else, the press, the rumors, the whole world can wait. Rosalie pulls back, wiping her eyes. I catch her hand and press a kiss to her palm. Come on. Those pastries aren't going to eat themselves. I guide her toward the spread, and they're best when they're still warm. Her eyes light up as she surveys the selection like a kid on Christmas morning. You got the guava ones too? She picks up a flaky pastry, breaking it in half with delicate fingers. The sweet filling glistens in the morning light streaming through the windows. Here. She hands me one half, her fingers brushing mine, sending sparks through my skin. These are my absolute favorite. Mrs. Adamson makes them fresh every morning. I take a bite, savoring the way the buttery layers melt on my tongue. The guava filling is the perfect balance of tart and sweet. Watching her enjoy the first bite, eyes closed in bliss, makes my heart skip. There's something intimate about sharing food like this, about seeing her let her guard down. God, I needed this. She licks a crumb from her lip, and I have to force myself to look away. Did you hear Sweet Jasmine's might have to close? The rent keeps going up, and with everything happening downtown, the construction, the new developments, it's pushing all these small businesses out. They'll be fine. I grab a napkin, brushing some sugar off the coffee table. My tone is casual, but I can't help feeling satisfied at her concern for the bakery. I took care of their rent for the next year when I placed the order. Mrs. Adamson's pastries are too damn good to lose to some corporate developer's greed. She freezes mid-bite, her fork suspended in the air. You what? I shrug, trying to play it casual even though her reaction makes me want to grin like an idiot. It's a local business that deserves support. Plus, where else am I supposed to get your favorite pastries? Those tarts you love so much aren't going to bake themselves. I certainly can't replicate them. Cameron. She sets down her pastry, eyes wide with that mix of shock and admiration that does things to my chest. That must have cost... Don't worry about the money. For God's sake, I have too much of it to know what to do with. I cup her face, thumb stroking her cheek, loving how she instinctively leans into my touch. And the look on your face right now is worth every penny. Besides, Mrs. Adamson's grandson needs braces, and her arthritis has been acting up. The least I could do was take some stress off her plate. Hell, I'd buy the whole damn building if it meant keeping that smile on your face. Rosalie shakes her head, but there's a smile playing at her lips that makes me want to kiss her senseless. You're something else. You know that? So I've been told. I reach for another pastry. Now, are you going to help me finish these? Or do I have to eat them all myself? Rosalie settles back into the plush cushions of my couch, tucking her feet under her. The pastry flakes scatter across her lap as she takes another bite. These are heavenly, but I should probably stop. She eyes the remaining treats. Tomorrow's going to be hell. Gabrielle's been plotting something while I was away. I can feel it. I shift closer, draping my arm across the back of the couch behind her. What makes you say that? She's been too quiet. Last time I checked my emails, she hadn't sent a single passive-aggressive comment about my work. That's not like her. Rosalie's fingers fidget with the hem of her dress. She's probably gathering ammunition, waiting to strike the moment I walk through those doors tomorrow. Let her try. My hand finds its way to her shoulder, squeezing gently. Whatever she's planning, we'll handle it together. That's what marriage is about, right? Even the fake ones. She turns to face me, a half-smile playing on her lips. You can't just march into my office and fight my battles for me, Cameron. Watch me. I grab another pastry, breaking it in half and offering her the bigger piece. My protective instincts are in overdrive, and the thought of Gabrielle giving her a damn makes my jaw clench. I've got connections in DC too, remember? If Gabrielle wants to play dirty, she'll learn exactly who she's messing with. One phone call is all it takes. My knight in shining Armani. She rolls her eyes but takes the pastry anyway. The way her fingers brush against mine sends a jolt through my system that I try my best to ignore. Just promise me you won't do anything drastic. The last thing I need is more office drama. Fine, but I'm keeping tabs on her. I brush some crumbs from her dress, letting my fingers linger against the soft fabric. The urge to pull her closer is getting harder to resist. Nobody messes with my wife. Fake marriage or not, you're under my protection now.
Chapter 25. Rosalie. I stride through the office doors, coffee in hand, ready to tackle another day of campaign strategizing. The usual morning buzz fills the air. Phones ringing, keyboards clicking, hushed conversations about polling numbers. The scent of printer toner and someone's too strong perfume mingles with my vanilla latte. Mrs. McDaniels? Margaret intercepts me before I reach my office. Her expression is more pinched than usual, which isn't a good sign. Lawrence wants to see you, right away. My stomach drops, and I grip my coffee cup a little tighter. Lawrence never calls impromptu meetings, especially not first thing Tuesday morning. Every interaction with him is meticulously scheduled, planned down to the minute. He's the kind of man who color codes his calendar and gets twitchy if meetings run even 30 seconds over. Did he say what about? I keep my voice steady, professional, though my mind is already racing through every possible scenario. Did the opposition drop a bomb? Has another scandal surfaced? No details. Just said to send you in as soon as you arrived. Margaret shifts her weight, clutching her tablet to her chest like a shield. That's another bad sign. She usually knows everything that happens in this office. I set my untouched coffee on Margaret's desk and smooth down my blazer. My mind races through every project, every decision, every potential misstep from the past weeks. Nothing stands out as catastrophic enough to warrant this. The walk to his corner office feels longer than usual. Through the glass walls, I see him at his desk, phone pressed to his ear, expression unreadable. He waves me in without looking up. I step into Lawrence's office, and my breath catches. Gabrielle sits in one of the leather chairs, her normally perfect posture rigid with tension. Her red-soled heels tap an agitated rhythm against the hardwood floor. Lawrence ends his call with a sharp click. Rosalie, thank you for joining us. His voice has that controlled calm that always makes my stomach clench. He slides open his desk drawer and pulls out a thick manila folder. The sound of it hitting his desk echoes through the silent room like a judge's gavel. I've received some disturbing information that I would like to discuss with you ladies. He opens the folder, spreading out documents, emails, and what looks like phone records across his mahogany desk. Miss Watkins, would you care to explain these? Gabrielle's face remains stone cold, but her fingers grip the armrests until her knuckles pale. I've never seen her this rattled before. She's usually the one doing the rattling. These are communications between you and Sarah Wellington at the Washington Post. Lawrence's voice carries an edge I've rarely heard, sharp enough to cut through the tension filling the room. He pushes forward a particular email chain, the paper sliding across the polished wood with an accusatory whisper. Fabricated polling numbers, manufactured quotes, false donor information. Each charge lands like a bullet, and I find myself holding my breath. My eyes scan the documents, pieces clicking into place. Jessica and Sandra, they've been building a case against her. This kind of breach, Lawrence shakes his head. It's not just unethical, it's potentially illegal. Gabrielle's lips press into a thin line. Those documents are authenticated. Lawrence cuts her off. By 3 separate sources. I grip the back of the empty chair, steadying myself. The scope of her deception unfolds before me. Carefully crafted lies designed to undermine our campaigns, our clients, our firm's reputation. All those mysterious leaks, the conveniently timed hit pieces, they all led back to her. Lawrence steeples his fingers, his calm demeanor more unnerving than any display of anger. I'd like to understand your reasoning, Miss Watkins. What drove you to compromise not just your own integrity, but the reputation of this entire firm? Gabrielle's perfectly manicured nails drum against the armrest. I was just trying to. She stops, swallows hard. The information wasn't exactly what? Lawrence's voice remained steady, but his eyes narrow. Wasn't exactly meant to be discovered. Wasn't exactly supposed to trace back to you. I lean back in my chair, crossing my legs at the ankle. The satisfaction of seeing Gabrielle squirm wars with my disgust at her actions. You know, the constant snide comments and attempts to undermine my work were one thing, but this? I gesture at the damning evidence spread across Lawrence's desk. This is a new low, even for you. I didn't. Gabrielle's voice cracks. Her usual sharp tongue seems to have deserted her. You don't understand? Then help us understand, Lawrence interrupts. Because right now, I'm looking at documented evidence of you feeding false information to the press, deliberately sabotaging our campaigns, and potentially violating several confidentiality agreements. Gabrielle's mouth opens and closes, but no words come out. Her usual polished facade crumbles under the weight of exposure, revealing the desperate ambition beneath. The harassment I could handle, I say, my voice steel-edged. The snide remarks about my marriage, the little digs at my competence, that's playground stuff. But fabricating data, leaking false information to the press, you crossed a line you can't uncross. Lawrence taps the folder with his index finger. An anonymous source brought these communications to my attention last week. His gaze shifts between Gabrielle and me. When I reached out to Sarah Wellington directly, she was remarkably forthcoming about the nature and extent of your conversations. I press my lips together, fighting back a laugh. Sarah Wellington, the hard-hitting investigative journalist, known for protecting her sources like a mama bear, just handed over everything? That's about as likely as Congress agreeing on a budget without drama. Jessica and Sandra's faces flash through my mind. I can almost picture them tag-teaming Sarah over coffee at that pretentious little cafe she loves near the Post building. Those two are terrifying when they work together. All honey-sweet smiles and razor-sharp minds. Miss Wellington provided complete transcripts of your conversations, Lawrence continues, spreading out more papers, including discussions about smearing Rosalie's reputation in the press. I was disgusted to read these conversations, Gabrielle. I really was. Gabrielle's perfectly contoured face has gone ashen. Sarah promised. Promised what? Lawrence's voice cuts through her protest like a knife. To keep your illegal activities secret? To help you destroy this firm's reputation? Because when you attack Rosalie, you attack all of us. You attack me. You attack my discernment at choosing only the best of the best political strategists this damn city has to offer. I lean back, watching Gabrielle's carefully constructed world crumble. The woman who spent months trying to tear me down now sits here, exposed and scrambling. The irony would be delicious if the whole situation weren't so pathetic. The timestamps on these communications are particularly interesting, Lawrence says, pointing to specific dates. They align perfectly with several leaked stories that caused significant damage to our clients' campaigns, including Senator Matthews' campaign with Rosalie. My suspicions about Jessica and Sandra's involvement grow stronger. This level of detailed documentation, the precise timeline, the way Sarah folded so easily, it all bears their signature. They're too smart to leave their fingerprints on it. But I know their work when I see it. Gabrielle's composure finally breaks. Tears streak down her face, leaving trails in her flawless makeup. I've never seen her like this. The woman who's tormented me for years, who's always maintained that air of superiority, now reduced to mascara-stained desperation. Lawrence, please. I didn't mean for it to go this far. I was just trying to... To what? Lawrence's voice remains glacial, and I have to suppress a shiver at his tone. I've heard him negotiate with the toughest politicians in D.C., but this cold fury is something else entirely. Destroy careers? Compromise client relationships we've spent years building? Create chaos in our organization? It wasn't like that. She dabs at her eyes with a tissue, her hands shaking. The designer tissue box on her desk, the one she used to mock my Target-bought office supplies, now serves as her last line of defense. I was just playing the game. Everyone does it. No, Miss Watkins. Everyone does not fabricate data and feed it to journalists. Lawrence closes the folder with a decisive snap that makes me flinch. You've become a liability this organization cannot afford. Clear out your office by noon. But my clients? Her voice cracks, and for a split second I almost feel sorry for her. Almost. After all the time she's tried to sabotage my campaigns, you'd think I'd enjoy this moment more. We'll be reassigned. He stands, signaling the end of the discussion. Security will escort you to pack your things. Lawrence's tone leaves no room for negotiation, something I've always admired about him. Gabrielle's head whips toward me, mascara running down her cheeks. Her perfectly curated image is crumbling faster than her career. This is your doing, isn't it, Rosalie? You couldn't stand the competition, so you orchestrated this whole thing. I arch an eyebrow at her desperate accusation, maintaining the composure she clearly lacks. The only person who orchestrated anything here is you. Those are your emails, your phone calls, your lies. Each word lands like a precise hit, and I refuse to back down from her wild-eyed stare. You've always been jealous of my success. Her voice rises, taking on a hysterical edge that echoes off the office walls. Always trying to undermine me. Always. The tremor in her voice betrays the panic setting in, and I can practically see the wheels turning as she realizes there's no way out of this mess she created. That's enough. Lawrence's palm slams against his desk. Security is waiting outside. I suggest you leave with whatever dignity you have left. Gabrielle stands on wobbling legs, clutching her designer handbag like a lifeline. You'll regret this, both of you. I'm the best strategist this firm has ever. Was. Lawrence cuts her off. Was the best strategist. Now you're just another cautionary tale about letting ambition override ethics. Goodbye, Miss Watkins. I watch Gabrielle storm out, the glass door rattling in its frame as she slams it. The echo of her heels fades down the hallway, punctuated by what sounds like muffled sobs. Through the office windows, I see security flanking her as she makes her way to her desk. A heavy sigh escapes my lips. Thank you, Lawrence, for handling this so quickly. My shoulders relax for what feels like the first time in months. The weight of constantly looking over my shoulder, wondering what scheme she'd cook up next, finally lifts. Lawrence removes his glasses, rubbing the bridge of his nose. You know, I've seen it countless times in this industry. People let envy consume them until there's nothing left but bitterness and desperation. He gestures to the chair Gabrielle vacated. She had real talent. Could have gone far if she'd focused on her own growth instead of tearing others down. You're right. I sink into the leather chair, smoothing my skirt. The sad part is, she didn't need to resort to any of this. There was room for both of us to succeed. The irony isn't lost on me. Her attempts to destroy my career ended up destroying hers instead. Through the glass walls, I catch glimpses of Gabrielle throwing items into a box, her movements jerky and uncontrolled, such a contrast to her usual calculated precision. Security stands nearby, watching her every move like hawks. The sight makes my stomach twist, not from satisfaction, but from a strange mix of pity and disappointment. Sometimes people can't see past their own jealousy, Lawrence says, organizing the damning documents back into their folder. His methodical movements are a stark contrast to Gabrielle's chaos. They convince themselves that someone else's success diminishes their own. I nod, thinking of all the snide comments, the undermining, the constant competition she created in her mind. The way she'd accidentally leave me off important emails or schedule meetings when she knew I had conflicts. Couldn't agree more. I watch as she yanks a framed award off her wall, the glass rattling in its frame. You know what's funny? All those times she tried to sabotage my projects, she was really just sabotaging herself. And I can't help but wonder the role my marriage with Cameron played in making her snap. Perhaps that was the straw that broke the camel's back for her. The moment she realized she needed to take me down no matter what, all because I nabbed DC's best bachelor.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 26. Cameron. I wipe sweat from my brow, squinting at the recipe card. Maria, is the sauce supposed to be this thick? My personal chef peers into the pot, her weathered face crinkling with amusement. Add a splash of cream, Mr. McDaniels. Keep stirring. Following her instructions, I pour a measured amount of cream into the Alfredo sauce. The kitchen fills with the aroma of garlic and herbs as I work beside Maria, determined to create something edible for Rosalie's return from her job. Like this? I demonstrate my stirring technique, trying not to let my frustration show. Cooking shouldn't be this damn complicated. Faster. You don't want it to stick. Maria guides my hand, showing me the proper motion. Her experienced touch makes the sauce swirl smoothly. When did you say Mrs. McDaniels would be home? 7. I check my watch. 6:30. Damn, time's running out. The pasta water bubbles on the stovetop, and I reach for the fettuccine, wondering how the hell I got myself into this situation. A billionaire tech mogul learning to cook. The press would have a field day. Break it in half first, Maria interjects before I can dump the whole package in. She moves with the efficiency of someone who's done this 1,000 times. Right? I snap the noodles, dropping them into the rolling water with what I hope is some semblance of skill. Was that too many? The pot looks more crowded than I expected. Language, Mr. McDaniels. Maria tuts, but her eyes sparkle with the same amusement she's had all evening watching me fumble around the kitchen. It's fine. Better too much than too little. Besides, leftovers never hurt anyone. The kitchen counter is a disaster zone of flour, scattered herbs, and various measuring cups. There's even some splatter on the backsplash from my overzealous stirring earlier. But the chicken is perfectly cooked, thanks to Maria's watchful eye, and the garlic bread is crisping in the oven, filling the space with an aroma that almost makes up for the mess I've created. You know, Maria says, sampling the sauce with a small spoon, her expert palate assessing my amateur attempt. In 20 years of working for you and your family, this is the first time I've seen you attempt to cook. Usually you're more interested in takeout menus than cooking utensils. I run fingers through my hair, leaving a streak of flour. Yeah, well, Rosalie mentioned missing home-cooked meals the other day. Thought I'd give it a shot. The words come out casual. But there's an undercurrent of something more that I'm not ready to examine too closely. Maria's knowing smile makes me turn back to the stove, pretending to be absorbed in stirring the sauce. Damn if she doesn't see right through me, just like she has since I was a kid sneaking cookies before dinner. You're in love with her. The spoon clatters against the pot. Not a question. A statement. My throat tightens as I stare into the creamy sauce, watching it bubble and thicken. That obvious, huh? The way you light up when she enters a room? The cooking lessons, please. She wipes her hands on her apron, shaking her head with that maternal expression I know so well. I've known you since you were stealing chocolate chips from my cookie dough. I see how you look at her, like she hung the damn moon. I grip the counter, steadying myself against the surge of emotion threatening to overwhelm me. My knuckles turn white from the pressure. She's the best thing that's ever happened to me. And that's not something I say lightly. Not with everything I've built, everything I've achieved. Maria's hand rests on my shoulder, warm and reassuring. Her touch carries decades of comfort, from scraped knees to broken hearts. Love is a gift, Cameron. When it finds you, you must cherish it deeply, even if it comes wrapped in unexpected packaging. I know. The words come out rough, like they're scraping past all my defenses. I turn to face her, needing her wisdom more than ever. The weight of everything unsaid sits heavy in my chest. Can I ask you something? She nods, patient as always, her dark eyes holding the same kindness they did when I was just a kid seeking refuge in her kitchen. Rosalie and we didn't exactly start this thing conventionally. My fingers drum against the marble countertop, a nervous habit I thought I'd outgrown years ago. The rhythmic tapping echoes my racing heartbeat. Is it too late to build something real? Something that'll last? Maria's eyes soften, and that familiar warmth spreads through her expression, the same look she gave me when I confessed to breaking her favorite valse at 13. For the right person, mi amor, anything is possible. She adjusts the temperature under the sauce, the rich aroma of her secret recipe filling the kitchen. I've seen how she looks at you too, you know, when you're not watching. Yeah? The word comes out more hopeful than I intended, and I curse myself for sounding like a lovesick teenager. Like you hung the moon. She pats my cheek, leaving a flower handprint, I'm sure. Her gentle touch carries the weight of years of motherly wisdom. Stop doubting yourself and show her what's in your heart. Life's too damn short for maybes, especially when it comes to love. Thanks, Maria, for everything. I squeeze her shoulder, the gesture carrying more weight than just gratitude for cooking lessons. She's been more than just my personal chef these past years. She's family. She adjusts the heat one final time, her silver-streaked hair catching the kitchen's warm light. Now watch closely. The sauce needs to coat the pasta evenly. Her practiced hands work the fettuccine into the creamy mixture with expert precision, the same way she's done thousands of times before. See how it clings? That's what you want. The sauce should embrace the pasta like a lover, not drown it. I follow her movements carefully, transferring portions onto warmed plates, determined not to mess this up. The chicken, sliced into perfect medallions, nestles against the pasta like it was meant to be there all along. Fresh parsley adds a splash of color, and damn if it doesn't look exactly like the photo she showed me earlier. Not bad for your first try. Maria reaches into the wine cellar, emerging with a bottle of cakebread Chardonnay. Her eyes twinkle with approval as she hands it to me. This will complement the richness perfectly. And Cameron? A woman appreciates a man who knows his way around the kitchen. Trust me on this. The crunch of tires on gravel outside draws my attention. Through the kitchen window, I spot Jerry's black town car pulling up to the house. My pulse quickens and I wipe my damp palms on my jeans. Quick. Maria hustles me toward the dining room, plates balanced expertly in her hands. Crystal wine glasses appear on the table, catching the light from the chandelier. She arranges everything with practiced efficiency. The silverware, the napkins, the breadbasket. The table looks like something out of a damn magazine, which is exactly what I was going for. The candles! I remember suddenly, patting my pockets for a lighter, the one detail I can't forget, and I nearly do. Maria produces one from her apron, already 2 steps ahead. The flames flicker to life, casting a warm glow across the table. There, now go greet your wife. She gives me a gentle push toward the foyer, her weathered hands firm against my back. And Cameron! I turn back, catching the knowing look in her eyes. Remember what I said. Life's too short for maybes. Her words hit home, reminding me that this whole fake marriage thing isn't feeling so fake anymore. Not when my heart's hammering like this at the mere thought of Rosalie walking through that door. I head to the foyer, my heart racing with anticipation. The front door opens and Rosalie steps in, her curls windswept from the evening breeze. She's still in her work attire, a fitted navy blazer and pencil skirt that hugs her curves in all the right places. Welcome home. I close the distance between us in 2 strides, cupping her face in my hands. Her lips part in surprise before I capture them with mine, pouring days of pent-up feelings into the kiss. She melts against me, her briefcase dropping to the floor with a soft thud as her fingers curl into my shirt. When we break apart, her eyes are wide, searching mine with surprise and something deeper that makes my pulse quicken. What was that for? Because I wanted to. I brush my thumb across her lower lip, savoring the way her breath catches. The soft warmth of her skin against my fingers sends electricity through my veins. And because I've been thinking about doing that all damn day, come on, I have something to show you. Taking her hand, I lead her toward the dining room, enjoying how perfectly her fingers fit between mine. The candlelight spills into the hallway, casting dancing shadows on the walls. And as we round the corner, Rosalie stops dead in her tracks. Oh my God! Her grip on my hand tightens as she takes in the spread. The perfectly plated fettuccine Alfredo steaming in elegant white dishes, the golden brown garlic bread arranged just so, the expensive Cabernet Sauvignon breathing in crystal glasses. The soft glow from the candles highlights the wonder in her expression. Cameron, did you? Made it all myself. I scratched the back of my neck, suddenly self-conscious. Well, Maria supervised, taught me everything. How to make the sauce from scratch, proper pasta technique, the works. You learned to cook? For me. Her voice carries a note of wonder that makes my chest tight. You mentioned missing home-cooked meals. I pull out her chair, gesturing for her to sit. Thought it was time I learned my way around a kitchen. Rosalie's eyes shimmer in the candlelight as she settles into her seat. I can't believe you did this. It looks amazing. Let's hope it tastes as good as it looks. I pour the wine, trying to hide how her reaction affects me. Maria says I have potential, but she might just be being nice. I take my seat across from her, watching as she picks up her fork and twirls the pasta around with practiced grace. My throat tightens as she takes her first bite. Her eyes close, and a soft moan escapes her lips. Holy cow, Cameron. This is incredible. She reaches for her wine glass, taking a sip to complement the flavors. The sauce is perfect. Creamy but not too heavy. And the chicken. She spears a piece, savoring it. How long did this take you to learn? Been practicing all afternoon while you were at work. I sample my own creation, relief flooding through me. It actually tastes good. Really good. Maria's lessons paid off. Burned the first 3 batches of sauce, nearly set off the smoke alarm twice. Rosalie laughs, the sound warming me more than any glass of wine could. You really went all out, didn't you? Worth it. I lean back, captivated by the way the candlelight plays across her features, how her eyes sparkle with genuine pleasure at each bite. Something primal and possessive stirs in my chest watching her enjoy the meal I prepared. It's different from closing a multi-million-dollar deal or launching a successful product. The satisfaction runs deeper, more intimate. The garlic bread, too. She tears off a piece, steam rising as she pulls it apart. From scratch. Maria taught me her secret recipe. Been in her family for generations. She dips the bread in the sauce, and I find myself mesmerized by the simple act. The way her fingers handle the bread, how her lips part slightly before each bite. Every appreciative sound she makes sends a surge of pride through me. I never thought I'd see the day. She gestures with her fork, a playful glint in her eye. Cameron McDaniels, tech billionaire turned chef. What's next? Are you going to start growing your own herbs? Actually, I take a sip of wine to hide my smile. Maria mentioned something about a kitchen garden. Her delighted laughter fills the room, and I realize I'd learn to cook 1,000 dishes just to hear that sound again.
Chapter 27. Rosalie. The chicken Alfredo lingers on my tongue, a perfect blend of creamy sauce and al dente pasta. Cameron outdid himself tonight. Who knew a tech billionaire could cook? I take another sip of the crisp white wine, letting the cool glass rest against my palm as moonlight streams through the dining room windows. Something happened at work today. I trace the rim of my wine glass, fighting back a smile. The satisfaction I've been holding in all evening threatens to burst out like champagne from a shaken bottle. Cameron leans back in his chair, loosening his tie. The dark blue silk slides easily through his fingers as he makes himself comfortable. Yeah? Must be good from that look on your face. Gabrielle got fired. Wine sprays across the table as Cameron bursts out laughing. The expensive Chardonnay creating a Jackson Pollock on our pristine white tablecloth. The office snake finally got what was coming to her. He grabs his napkin, wiping drops of wine from his chin, his blue eyes dancing with amusement. How'd it go down? Someone sent Lawrence a detailed file. I take another satisfied sip, savoring both the wine and the memory of this morning's events. Every single time she tried to sabotage my projects, as well as all of her conversations with Sarah Wellington at WAPO. There were screenshots, recordings, everything. Damn. Cameron whistles low, leaning forward with a genuine interest. Someone really had it out for her. Must have been collecting dirt for a while. Absolutely. Lawrence was livid. Called us both into his office this morning and had security escort her out by the end of it. You should have seen her face, like she'd swallowed a whole lemon. I can't help the smirk that spreads across my face as I remember Gabrielle's perfectly manicured hands shaking as she tried to explain herself. She tried to blame it all on office politics, but the evidence was pretty damn clear. Couldn't have happened to a nicer person. Cameron raises his glass, that signature mischievous glint in his eyes growing brighter. To karma finally catching up to office snakes. I clink my glass against his, the crystal making a satisfying ring. To karma. The wine tastes even better now, victory adding an extra note of sweetness to the expensive Chardonnay. I set my glass down, tracing patterns in the condensation. I have a pretty good idea who was behind it, actually. Oh? Cameron's eyebrows shoot up as he serves himself another helping of pasta. Sandra and Jessica. I lean in, lowering my voice despite us being alone in the house. After I told them about Gabrielle's pettiness towards me, they started digging, and they've been meeting Sarah Wellington for coffee. Suddenly, all these receipts about Gabrielle's scheming show up. Can't be a coincidence. Those devious masterminds. Cameron's fork pauses halfway to his mouth, a grin spreading across his face. They tag-teamed that thing, didn't they? Got Sarah to spill everything over those fancy lattes they're always drinking? Had to be them. Sarah's been dying to move up at the Post. A few well-placed promises about exclusive coverage of your next tech launch, maybe some insider political scoops from my end. I shrug, picking up my wine again. They probably didn't even have to push that hard. Remind me to give them both a raise or a bonus. Something. Cameron chuckles, shaking his head. Seriously, those two are brilliant. Taking out Gabrielle while keeping our hands clean, that's some next-level PR work right there. They do make quite the team. I can't help but smile, remembering how Sandra and Jessica clicked from day one of our arrangement. Who would have thought your PR agent and mine would end up being such a deadly combination? Best money I've ever spent. Cameron raises his glass again. To Sandra and Jessica, the real MVPs of this whole mess. Our glasses clink and we down more white wine together. But then the warmth from our celebratory moment fades as Cameron's expression shifts. He sets down his fork, jaw tightening. You know, Rosalie, we really need to revisit what happened at dinner with my parents last week. My stomach drops. Cameron, it's fine. No, it's not. He pushes his plate aside, leaning forward. The gold digger comments? That doesn't fly with me. I focus on smoothing my napkin across my lap, avoiding his intense gaze. They're your parents. They're protective of you and your wealth. It's natural for them to be cautious. Nonsense. The sharp edge in his voice makes me look up. There's being cautious, and then there's being deliberately cruel. What they did was disrespectful. We both knew this arrangement would raise eyebrows. This isn't about the arrangement. Cameron runs his fingers through his hair, a gesture I've learned means he's truly agitated. You're my wife now. They need to apologize to you directly. That's really not necessary. It is to me. His blue eyes lock onto mine, unwavering. I don't care if this marriage started as a PR move. Nobody treats you like that, especially not my family. They're going to sit down with you and apologize properly. Heat rises to my face at his protective tone. Cameron, forcing an apology will just make things more awkward. Then let it be awkward. He reaches across the table, his hand covering mine. I'm serious about this, Rosalie. They crossed a line, and they need to acknowledge it. I won't have them thinking they can disrespect you and get away with it. The intensity of his conviction catches me off guard. His thumb traces small circles on my wrist, the gentle motion at odds with the steel in his voice. Let me handle this, he says softly. Please? I let out a heavy sigh, my fingers idly playing with the stem of my wine glass. Fine. What exactly do you have planned? Cameron's face lights up with that determined look I've come to recognize, the one that means he's already 3 steps ahead. It's simple, really. My parents leave for Europe next week. 6 months touring every wine region they can find. He leans forward, still holding my hand. They won't want to head off with this hanging over them. It'll eat at them. And I'll invite them here for dinner. Another home-cooked meal, but this time we do it right. His thumb continues those maddening circles on my wrist. We sit down, clear the air, and they apologize to you properly. I arch an eyebrow. Just like that? Mom actually came to see me recently. Cameron's expression softens slightly. She feels like trash about what happened. She even tried to bribe me with food so I can tell her heart is in the right place. He shakes his head. Dad's stubborn as hell, but he'll follow her lead on this. Trust me. Cameron, look, I know you think this will make things worse. His grip on my hand tightens slightly. But they need to do this. And honestly, I think you need to hear it. The sincerity in his voice makes my chest tighten in an unfamiliar way. I take another sip of wine to cover my confusion. You really think this will help? I know it will. The confidence in his voice is unwavering. Mom's already halfway there, feeling guilty as hell. Dad just needs a push. They're not going to want to spend 6 months in Europe knowing they treated my wife like trash. I'm willing to cut them off over something like this. And I'm their only son. That would kill them. I fidget with my napkin, guilt gnawing at my stomach. The expensive fabric feels delicate between my restless fingers. Maybe if I'd been more outgoing at dinner, shown them more of who I really am. Stop. Cameron's voice cuts through my self-doubt like a blade. You have absolutely nothing to feel guilty about. They were out of line, period. You were nothing but gracious while they acted like entitled brats. His words sink in, and I straighten my shoulders, feeling the tension in my neck ease slightly. He's right. I'd maintained my composure through their thinly veiled insults and sideways glances. You know what? You're absolutely right. I do deserve that apology. Damn right you do. Cameron lifts my hand to his lips, pressing a gentle kiss against my knuckles. The gesture sends an unexpected flutter through my chest, and I find myself mesmerized by the warmth of his touch and the intensity in his eyes. I push back from the table, my stomach pleasantly full. That was incredible, by the way. I'm absolutely stuffed. The homemade pasta had been divine, and knowing Cameron cooked with such confidence has been a surprising turn-on. Good. His smile is warm as he stands, gathering plates with practiced ease. Let me help you clean up. You cooked. We're a team, remember? He's already heading toward the kitchen, dishes balanced expertly in his hands. An equal partnership. I follow him, gathering the wine glasses and what's left of our demolished tablecloth. The domesticity of the moment strikes me, working in tandem, moving around each other in the kitchen like we've done this 100 times before. His arm brushes mine as he reaches for the dish soap, and that simple touch sends electricity coursing through me. It's scary how natural this feels, how easily we've fallen into this rhythm together. I can't remember the last time I did dishes with someone else, I laugh, plunging my hands into the warm soapy water. Between campaign events and networking dinners, I'm usually eating at places where someone else handles the cleanup. Plus, you're always taking me out to fancy dates. Cameron hip checks me playfully as he grabs a dish towel. What, you mean you don't miss the glamorous life of scrubbing pots and pans? Hey, I used to be great at this domestic stuff. I hand him a clean plate, watching as he dries it with precise movements. But DC changes you. Everything's always rush, rush, rush. Power lunches and fancy galas. Tell me about it. He stacks the dried plate in the cabinet. I'm not used to this. I mean, I've had someone to cook for me and my family for my entire life, so I never had to learn, but it feels nice. He shrugs. I wouldn't mind to do this more. It feels normal. Domestic. I scrub at a particularly stubborn spot of Alfredo sauce. Normal is overrated. Is it, though? His voice takes on a thoughtful tone. I mean, look at tonight. No cameras, no schmoozing, no pretense. Just good food and better company. He pauses, taking the next plate from my hands. Actually, it's kind of nice working hard to make something special for someone you love. My hands freeze in the soapy water. Did he just... I turn to look at him, but he's focused on drying the plate, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The casual way he dropped that word, love, makes my heart skip several beats. The domesticity of the moment hits me full force. Here we are, doing dishes together after he cooked me dinner, and he just admitted he loves me. Not for the cameras, not for our PR teams, but here in the privacy of our kitchen with soap suds up to my elbows. I watch him methodically dry another plate, the muscles in his forearms flexing with each movement. He means it. He actually loves me, and he's showing it not with grand gestures or public declarations, but with home-cooked meals and shared chores. The realization warms me more than any expensive wine ever could.
Chapter 28. Cameron. The kitchen fills with the aroma of garlic and herbs as Maria guides us through preparing Audiobook. Steam rises from the Dutch oven, where veal shanks simmer in white wine and broth. "No, Mr. McDaniels, you're chopping those carrots too thick." Maria's accent carries a hint of amusement. "They need to be uniform like this." She demonstrates with quick, practiced movements, her knife a blur against the cutting board. I adjust my grip on the knife, trying to mimic her technique. Damn, this is harder than it looks. You'd think after all these cooking lessons I'd have mastered basic knife skills. The carrots under my blade look more like chunks than the precise pieces Maria created. "At least you haven't cut yourself today." Rosalie glances up from where she's preparing the gremolata, her curls pulled back in a neat bun. The way she handles her own knife with such confidence pisses me off a little. "Remember the Great Basil incident?" "That was one time." I start to defend myself, but she's already shaking her head. "3 stitches," she counters with a smirk, her hands never stopping as she continues to chop the parsley and lemon zest. "And you whined about it for days straight." Maria shakes her head. "Both of you, focus. Mrs. McDaniels loves this dish. We need it perfect." I watch Rosalie's hands as she chops parsley with surprising precision, her movements quick and confident. It's just another thing she excels at, making me wonder if there's anything she can't master when she sets her mind to it. "Here, taste this." Rosalie holds up a spoon of the saffron risotto she's been stirring. Her other hand cups underneath to catch any drips. The golden color reminds me of sunset, and the aroma is intoxicating. The rice is creamy with just the right bite. Damn, that's good. The flavors explode on my tongue. Butter, wine, and that distinct saffron richness that costs more per ounce than gold. "Language in my kitchen," Maria scolds, but her eyes sparkle. She's been trying to clean up my vocabulary since I was 12 with limited success. "Sorry, but seriously, Rosie, you've got a talent for this." I reach for another taste, but she swats my hand away with the wooden spoon, leaving a smear of risotto on my knuckles. She shrugs, but I catch the pleased smile she tries to hide. "I had a good teacher." She bumps Maria's shoulder affectionately, and I can't help but notice how at home she looks in our kitchen, even in her designer work clothes. "The secret is love," Maria says, checking the veal, "and patience. 2 things Mr. McDaniels is still learning." She gives me that knowing look she's perfected over 20 years of service. "Hey, I'm patient." The carrots under my knife would beg to differ, their shapes wildly inconsistent. Some are chunks, others paper-thin slivers. Knife skills might never be my strong suit, despite Maria's best efforts. We work together, the 3 of us falling into an easy rhythm. The tension that usually surrounds any mention of my parents feels lighter today. Maybe it's the way Rosalie hums while she cooks, or how Maria keeps slipping us tastes of everything. But for once, I'm actually looking forward to dinner with them. "Time to plate," Maria announces, lifting the veal from the Dutch oven with practiced care. The meat falls off the bone, tender from hours of slow cooking. I grab the warmed plates from the warming drawer while Rosalie ladles perfect portions of risotto. Her movements are precise, creating identical golden pools on each plate. Maria positions the veal shanks, and Rosalie adds the final touch, bright gremolata scattered across the top. "Beautiful," Maria murmurs, adjusting a sprig of fresh herbs. "Now, the table." We move like a well-oiled machine, Rosalie with the plates, me with the wine glasses, Maria directing traffic like a seasoned conductor. The dining room transforms with crisp linens, polished silver, and flickering candlelight. I adjust the crystal centerpiece, making sure it catches the warm glow just right. My phone buzzes against my thigh. Security alert. Silver car entering the main gates. My stomach tightens, and I resist the urge to loosen my tie. They're here. I glance at Rosalie, who's straightening an already perfect place setting for the third time. Her shoulders tense, but she gives a quick nod. The determination in her eyes reminds me why I chose her for this arrangement. Let's go greet them. I touch her elbow as we head toward the foyer, letting my hand linger longer than necessary. Her heels click against the floors, each step more hesitant than the last. The sound echoes through the hallway, matching the pounding in my chest. In the front hall, I catch her fidgeting with her wedding ring, twisting it around and around. Hey! I take her hands in mine, stilling them. Her skin is soft against my calloused palms. You've got this. The food's amazing, you look incredible, and they're going to apologize for what they did. Otherwise, I'll send them packing. You're my wife, don't forget that. The possessiveness in my voice surprises even me. Rosalie nods, squeezing my hands before letting go. The doorbell chimes, and I open the heavy oak door to find my parents on the doorstep. My mother clutches a massive bouquet of pink peonies and white roses, while my father juggles several wrapped packages. Cameron, darling. My mother steps forward, but instead of embracing me, she makes a beeline for Rosalie. These are for you, dear. She thrusts the flowers into Rosalie's arms. I was so terrible to you when we first met. Can you ever forgive me? I blink, caught off guard by this display. It's incredible. I never thought they'd be so considerate when apologizing to Rosie. I brought you some things, too. My father sets the gifts on the entry table and wraps Rosalie in a bear hug. We were wrong about you, dead wrong, and I'm sorry for how we treated you. Rosalie's eyes meet mine over my father's shoulder, wide with surprise. I send her a smile, feeling a surge of pride at how well this is going. I never expected my parents to come around so quickly. Please, come in. I guide everyone toward the dining room, my hand instinctively finding the small of Rosalie's back. We've prepared something special for dinner. My mother steps into the dining room and gasps, her hand flying to her chest. The rich aroma of braised veal and herbs fills the air. Ossobuco? Oh, Cameron! She turns to me, eyes glistening with tears she's trying hard to contain. You remember my favorite. Actually, I clear my throat, watching Rosalie from the corner of my eye. Rosalie planned the menu. She and Maria have been cooking all afternoon. I don't mention how Rosalie insisted on learning the recipe herself, determined to get it exactly right, or how she'd spent hours in the kitchen, refusing to let Maria do all the work. The look of genuine delight on my mother's face is something I haven't seen in years. She turns to Rosalie with newfound appreciation, studying her as if seeing her for the first time. And for once, I feel like maybe, just maybe, this crazy plan might work after all. My chest tightens with an unfamiliar warmth as I watch them together. I push away the nagging thought that I'm starting to wish this marriage wasn't just for show. We settle around the dining table, the candles casting a warm glow across the polished mahogany. Maria appears with a bottle of Barolo, pouring generous amounts into each crystal glass. Rosalie, dear. My mother leans forward, her perfectly manicured hands clasped in front of her. I need to say something important. Rosie pauses, fork hovering over her plate. Her eyes flick to mine for a split second. My husband and I... My mother's voice cracks. She takes a sip of wine, collecting herself. We were completely wrong about you. I assumed you were after Cameron's money, that this quick marriage was some sort of scheme. But watching you tonight, seeing how you've made this house a home... She gestures at the carefully prepared meal. It's clear how much you love our son. My chest tightens at her words. I reach for my wine glass, needing something to do with my hands. She's right. My father sets down his fork. The suddenness of your marriage threw us. We jumped to conclusions without giving you a fair chance. The way you look at Cameron? Well, a father knows when someone truly cares for his son. Rosalie's fingers twist her napkin under the table. I slide my hand over, giving her knee a reassuring squeeze. The soft fabric of her dress feels warm beneath my palm, and I can feel some of the rigidity leave her muscles at my touch. Thank you both, I say, meaning it with every fiber of my being. Your apology means everything to us. The words come out gruffer than intended, emotion making my voice rough, but my parents beam at me across the table. It's the first time in months I've seen them look at me with such open affection. My mother dabs at her eyes with her napkin, clearly getting emotional. She's always been like this, tough as nails until someone breaks through her defenses. Then the waterworks start. Now, Rosalie, you simply must tell me how you learned to make osso buco this perfectly. I've been trying to master this dish for years, and yours puts mine to shame. Maria helped me, actually. Rosalie's smile lights up as she glances toward the kitchen. She's been teaching me your favorite recipes. Her eyes meet mine across the table, and for a moment I'm struck by how natural this feels. Her here with my family sharing these intimate moments. Ah, of course. My mother nods knowingly, dabbing her mouth with her napkin. Maria is exceptional. We're lucky to have her. She's been with us since Cameron was just a boy. Remember when she caught us trying to make chocolate soufflés at midnight? My father chuckles, cutting into his veal. What a disaster that was! His eyes crinkle at the corners, the way they always do when he's genuinely amused. The kitchen looked like a goddamn war zone. I grin at the memory, leaning back in my chair. But Maria just walked in, took one look, and started teaching us the proper technique. Didn't even yell at us for the mess, though I'm pretty sure she wanted to. The conversation flows easily, punctuated by the clink of silverware and appreciative murmurs. My mother shares stories about her own cooking mishaps, making Rosalie laugh. That sound does something to my chest, makes it flutter with warmth. This risotto is divine, my mother declares, helping herself to seconds. Her eyes light up as she takes another bite. Maria's taught you well, dear. My father raises his wine glass, the deep red liquid catching the light. To family, and to second chances. We toast, and I catch Rosalie's eye across the rim of my glass. The candlelight catches the gold flecks in her brown eyes, and for a moment I forget to breathe. She's stunning like this. Relaxed, guard down, genuinely smiling. Watching my parents embrace her, seeing them finally recognize what's been right in front of them. It fills my chest with an unfamiliar lightness. Hell, even I didn't see it coming. The shift from arrangement to something that feels dangerously real. You know, my mother says, reaching across to pat Rosalie's hand, her diamond bracelet tinkling against the table. I haven't seen Cameron this happy in years. You're exactly what he needed. My father nods in agreement, his expression unusually soft. You're part of this family now, truly. No more doubts. He means it too. I can tell by the way his voice roughens slightly, the way it does when he's speaking from the heart. I squeeze Rosalie's knee under the table again, feeling a surge of gratitude. My parents' acceptance means everything, even if they don't know the full truth. The way they look at her now, with genuine love and appreciation, makes all our careful planning worth it.
Chapter 29. Rosalie. The silk of my white dress rustles against the manicured grass as I walk down the garden path. Cameron's estate stretches out before me, the perfectly maintained rose bushes and topiaries creating an intimate setting for our real wedding. The late afternoon sun casts a golden glow across the gathered crowd of friends and family. You look stunning, Jessica whispers as she adjusts my train. The press is going to eat this up. Nothing says authenticity like an intimate garden ceremony. I catch Sandra giving enthusiastic quotes to a select few reporters allowed to document the event. Mr. and Mrs. McDaniels wanted to share their joy with the world this time around. Their first ceremony was so private. Cameron stands at the end of the aisle, tall and commanding in his black tux. His parents beam from the front row, his mother dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief, while his father maintains his usual stoic expression. They've postponed their trip to Europe just to be able to be here with us today. My own family fills the opposite side, though they still seem slightly dazed by how quickly everything has happened. Mom keeps shooting me questioning looks, but I maintain my practiced smile. My sister at least seems to be enjoying herself, practically bouncing in her seat with excitement. Dad just looks proud, though I know he's still processing how his practical, career-focused daughter ended up in this whirlwind romance. "Ready for take two?" Cameron murmurs as I reach him, his blue eyes twinkling with amusement. The way his fingers brush against mine sends an unexpected shiver down my spine. "With you? Of course I am." I smooth down my dress, hyper-aware of the cameras, clicking in the distance. The silk material feels cool against my skin, grounding me in this surreal moment. The officiant begins the ceremony, his voice carrying across the garden. I tune out most of it, focusing instead on the gentle breeze rustling through the trees and the way Cameron's thumb traces absent patterns on my hand. Soon enough, the officiant's words fade into the background as I gaze into Cameron's eyes. Not too long ago, this was all for show. A carefully orchestrated PR move to save both our careers. Now my heart races for entirely different reasons. His hands tighten around mine, and I see in his eyes that he's thinking the same thing. How strange and wonderful it is that our carefully constructed lie transformed into the most honest thing in both our lives. The happy couple wrote their own vows, the officiant announces. Cameron pulls a folded piece of paper from his pocket, though his eyes never leave mine. His voice carries across the garden, strong and sure. "Rosalie, you challenge me in ways I never expected. Your brilliance, your drive, your unwavering determination to make the world better. It all captivates me. You've shown me what true partnership means. With you, I've found someone who matches my ambition, who pushes me to be better, who understands the weight of responsibility and shares it willingly. I promise to stand beside you through every campaign, every victory, and every setback, to support your dreams as fiercely as you support mine, to love you completely, protect you always, and cherish every moment we create together." My hands tremble as I unfold my own vows. The words I've practiced countless times flow naturally now, filled with a depth of emotion I hadn't anticipated when I first wrote them. Cameron, you came into my life like a force of nature, impossible to ignore, impossible to resist. Your strength gives me courage. Your kindness opens my heart, and your love makes me believe in possibilities I never dared dream of before. You see past my carefully constructed walls and love every part of me, even the messy, complicated parts I try to hide. I promise to be your partner in all things, to face every challenge by your side, to celebrate your victories as my own. I promise to love you without reservation, to trust in our bond, and to choose you every single day for the rest of our lives. His eyes shine with unshed tears, and I feel my own vision blur. The garden around us fades away until it's just us. Just this moment. Just these promises we're making to each other. Cameron's thumb brushes away a tear that escapes down my cheek. His touch anchors me, reminds me that this is real, that we're real, that somewhere along the way, what started as an arrangement transformed into something neither of us expected, but both of us needed. I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride. Cameron's hand slides to my waist, pulling me close. His lips capture mine in a kiss that steals my breath. His touch ignites something deep inside me, making me forget about the cameras, the crowd, Everything except the way his mouth moves against mine. The garden erupts in applause and cheers. Camera shutters click rapid fire around us, documenting every second of this moment for tomorrow's headlines. The public has been begging for actual photos of our wedding, and now they'll finally get it. When we break apart, Cameron's eyes lock with mine, dark with promise and something else I can't quite name. My heart hammers against my ribs, and I squeeze his hand tighter. "Ladies and gentlemen," the officiant announces with a broad smile, "I present to you Mr. and Mrs. McDaniels." More applause thunders through the garden, echoing off the marble columns. Rose petals shower down around us as we turn to face our guests, politicians, tech moguls, and social elite all gather to witness. Cameron's hand finds mine, fingers intertwining, his thumb brushing over my knuckles in a way that sends shivers down my spine. The garden transforms seamlessly for the reception, like a well-choreographed dance. Staff appear from seemingly nowhere, setting up tables draped in white linens between the perfectly manicured rose bushes. Crystal glasses catch the sun's rays, creating prisms of light that dance across the lawn. The catering team wheels out serving carts laden with hors d'oeuvres, the delicate scent of truffle and fresh herbs wafting through the air. I catch Jessica giving me a subtle thumbs up from her position near the champagne fountain. "Perfect timing with the sunset," Jessica whispers as she helps arrange my train. "The lighting will be incredible for the reception photos." The scent of roses mingles with freshly cut grass and whatever delicious things the caterers are preparing. Fairy lights twinkle to life in the trees overhead, casting a magical glow across the gathering. "Shall we?" Cameron's voice is low in my ear as he guides me toward the reception area. His hand presses against the small of my back, protective and possessive all at once. The short walk gives guests time to gather around the decorated tables, while waiters circulate with champagne flutes. My dress brushes against the manicured lawn, collecting dewdrops like tiny diamonds. I lean close to Cameron as we settle at the ornate sweetheart table, my lips nearly brushing his ear. This wedding, it's everything I dreamed of as a little girl. Even better, actually. His eyes catch mine. That signature intensity making my breath catch. "You're the best woman I could have ever been blessed with, Rosalie. Everything about today pales in comparison to you." My heart skips at the raw honesty in his voice. He cups my face, thumb trailing along my jaw, before drawing me into a tender kiss. The garden fades away, the chatter of guests, the clinking of glasses, even the soft string quartet, until there's just his lips on mine, his touch setting my skin aflame. A discreet cough breaks our moment. The catering staff arrives with our first course, a delicate butternut squash soup garnished with fresh herbs and toasted pepitas. Steam curls up from the pristine white bowls as they're placed before us. The main course follows. Perfectly seared duck breasts with cherry gastrique, accompanied by roasted fingerling potatoes and haricots verts. The rich aroma makes my mouth water. Around us, our guests exclaim over their own plates, the happy buzz of conversation mixing with the gentle music. Cameron's hand finds mine under the table, giving it a gentle squeeze as we begin to eat. The food is exquisite, but I barely taste it, too caught up in the way his thumb traces circles on my palm. The warmth of his smile when our eyes meet, the perfect rightness of this moment. Cameron leans close, his breath warm against my ear, the subtle notes of his cologne making my pulse skip. "Remember how you almost dropped the rings at the courthouse during our first wedding?" "Shh." I swat his arm playfully, fighting back a laugh as the memory of that chaotic morning floods back. "At least I wasn't the one who got our names mixed up. Really smooth, Mr. McDaniels." The judge's face was priceless. He takes a sip of champagne, eyes dancing with mischief over the rim of his glass. His free hand finds its way to my lower back, a casual gesture that sends warmth spreading through me. "Though I have to say, You clean up much better than you did that morning." "I should hope so. That was not my finest moment." Around us, the garden buzzes with life, fairy lights twinkling in the growing dusk. My sister catches my eye from 2 tables over, raising her glass with a knowing wink that makes me wonder just how convincing our act is. Mom and Dad are deep in conversation with Cameron's parents, their initial hesitation about this whole arrangement melting away with each passing hour. The sight makes something twist in my chest, guilt maybe, or wishful thinking. "Your mother asked me earlier if we planned this wedding just to make up for disappointing her the first time." Cameron's fingers trace patterns on my wrist. Getting married quickly at the courthouse pissed a lot of people off, I've learned. "And what did you tell her?" "That some things are worth doing twice." His eyes lock with mine, intense and honest. "Especially when the second time around means so much more than the first." Heat blooms in my chest. I take a long sip of champagne to hide my reaction, but Cameron's knowing smirk tells me he caught it anyway. Jessica floats past our table, phone in hand as always. The hashtag is trending. Everyone loves the garden setting. "Much better than fluorescent courthouse lighting," I murmur when she's out of earshot. Cameron's laugh rumbles deep in his chest. "I don't know, those metal detectors added a certain ambiance." The string quartet strikes up a new melody, and the sound of clinking glasses mingles with laughter and conversation. Sandra holds court at a nearby table, regaling guests with carefully curated stories about our whirlwind romance. "We've come a long way from that morning," Cameron says softly, his thumb brushing over my knuckles. "From fake to real?" I lean into him, savoring the solid warmth of his presence. Who would have thought? Suddenly, Cameron rises from his chair, extending his hand toward me. His blue eyes sparkle in the twilight. "May I have this dance, Mrs. McDaniels?" The string quartet transitions into a slow romantic melody that floats through the garden. My heart flutters as I place my hand in his. His fingers close around mine, warm and strong, as he leads me to the dance floor. "Just like we practiced," he whispers, drawing me close. His hand settles on my lower back, the heat of his touch burning through the silk of my dress. The fairy lights twinkle overhead as we begin to move. Cameron guides me with confident steps, our bodies falling into perfect sync. The rest of the world fades away. No cameras, no guests, no pretense. Just us, swaying together as the music wraps around us like a cocoon. "You're incredible," he murmurs, his lips brushing my ear. Every man here wishes he was in my place right now. I lean into him, breathing in the subtle notes of his cologne. "Good thing I only have eyes for you." His hand tightens on my waist as he spins me in a graceful turn. My dress swirls around our feet, catching the golden light. When he pulls me back, I'm even closer than before, my chest pressed against his. We move as one across the dance floor, lost in our own world. His thumb traces circles on my back, sending shivers down my spine. The music flows through us, each note drawing us deeper into this perfect moment. "I never thought I could feel this way," I whisper against his chest, the words slipping out before I can stop them. Cameron's eyes find mine, intense and full of emotion. He doesn't speak, just pulls me closer as we continue to dance, our hearts beating in time with the music.
Chapter 30. Cameron. In the dim glow of the bedside lamp, Rosalie's body sprawls beside me, a landscape of curves and shadows that have my heart pounding like a kick drum. The air is thick with the scent of champagne and her sweet perfume, a mix that's got me buzzed and craving more than just another drink. We're naked, limbs entwined, the sheets tangled around us like they're trying to play catch-up with the mess we've made. "Damn, Rosie," I murmur against her skin, my voice rough with satisfaction. "That was incredible," She breathes, her voice barely above a whisper. She turns her head, her dark eyes meeting mine. A smile plays on her lips, a mixture of contentment and something more. You know, I think I'm starting to see the perks of this marriage. I chuckle, propping myself up on my elbows to look at her. Oh, really? I tease, my thumb brushing against her cheek. And what perks might those be? Her smile widens, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Well, for starters, I get to have mind-blowing sex with you for the rest of our lives. She laughs, a sound that goes straight to my heart. I'd say that's a pretty good deal. I grin, leaning down to capture her mouth in another kiss. I couldn't agree more, Mrs. McDaniels. Rosalie's fingers trace lazy patterns on my chest as we lie there, our bodies still entwined, the sheets a tangled mess around us. The air is cool against our skin, a stark contrast to the heat we've just generated. Her head is tucked under my chin, her curls tickling my neck. I can feel her breath, steady and calm, a rhythm that matches my own. You know, I say, my voice a low rumble in the quiet room, I've always wanted a big family. She tilts her head up, her dark eyes meeting mine. A smile plays on her lips, a soft curve that makes my heart skip a beat. Oh, really? She asks, her voice teasing. And why's that, Mr. McDaniels? I shrug, my hand slipping down to rest on her hip, pulling her closer. I don't know. I guess I just love the idea of a house full of laughter, chaos, and... I pause, my thumb brushing against her smooth skin. Kids who look like you. Her eyes widen slightly, surprise flickering in their depths. Then she laughs, a sound that's warm and rich, like melted chocolate. You want kids who look like me, huh? She says, her voice filled with amusement. Hell yeah, I say, grinning. Little girls with your curls and your spirit. Little boys with your determination and your smile. I lean down, pressing a soft kiss to her forehead. I can't think of anything better than that. Her expression softens, her eyes taking on a tender glow. You know, she says, her voice barely above a whisper. I've seen you with kids, Cam. You're a natural. You'll be a wonderful father. Her words send a wave of warmth through me. I've always known I wanted kids, but hearing Rosalie say that, seeing the confidence in her eyes, it makes it feel real. It makes it feel possible. You think so? I ask, my voice rough with emotion. She nods, her hand reaching up to cup my cheek. I know so, she says, her thumb brushing against my stubble. You're patient, kind, protective. You have this way of making people feel seen, feel heard. That's what makes a good father. I lean into her touch, my eyes never leaving hers. And you, I say, my voice filled with conviction. You'll be an amazing mother, Rosie. You're strong, resilient, loving. Our kids will be lucky to have you. Her eyes glisten, and she blinks rapidly, as if holding back tears. You really mean that, don't you? She whispers. I nod, my hand tightening on her hip. Every word, I say, my voice firm. I can't wait to start this journey with you, Rosie. I can't wait to build a life, a family, with you.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
How do you plead to murder in the first degree?
The wait is over.
These tests can't be right. I can't be.
Your favorite hospital drama is back.
If you keep trying to get Nyla out, you might end up in there with her.
Coming April.